meeting there.
Atlanta police released new video showing the arrest of a Douglas County judge. It shows probate judge Christina Peterson's encounter with police before, during, and after she was arrested and booked into the Fulton County Jail.
Ma'am.
Take me where you want to take me.
I can't take
no,
you. I don't
take
have any
me.
identification on
And
you.
I don't care. You don't need identification. You have locked people up and you have picked up dead bodies when you don't know who bodies it was, but you picked them up. Take me where you need to take me.
That's Peterson you saw in the back of the squad car. There she is again engaging with police before she's rushed to the ground and placed in handcuffs. The night this happened, an Atlanta police officer was working a security detail.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, so the power keeps cutting out. I don't know why. We've had power issues in this area before where some like transformer blew. I don't know if that's the reason, but we'll see. If it cuts out again, I'm just gonna like end the stream because it keeps happening over and over again.
Detail at the Red Martini Lounge in Buckhead. Police say the officer overheard some commotion, stepped in to de-escalate it, and that's when Peterson physically got involved with police. Police also showed video of what happened when they got her out of the squad car.
Stop touching. I got it. I can walk on my own. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I got it. I can walk on my own. Don't touch me.
Peterson is now being charged with simple battery against a police officer and felony willful obstruction of law enforcement by use of threats of violence. The judge and her attorney held a news conference yesterday. She says she was wrongfully arrested and now wants the charges dropped.
Well, that's Queen for you.
You could be anyone in history. Who do you think you would be?
Ooh, that's a good question.
So, I haven't really thought about it, but I don't know. I think maybe Amelia Earhart. For me, she was the first woman pilot.
Yeah.
I really love to, feel the wind underneath my wings if I could.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never flown a plane, but I think that would be amazing.
Yeah, that sounds incredible. I mean, a woman and
Pilot.
Yeah, wow. Who would I be? I would be... Okay, I got it. I would be any man in any time in history where marital rape was legal. So let's say a man in, I don't know, Victorian England. I disapprove. I'm not saying I would do that now. I'm not saying I would want to do that now. I'm saying I would want to be alive at a point in time where that was looked upon as a good thing. But do you know what I mean though, right? There's no way I would do anything like that now, right? I'm just saying at a point in the past, if I were alive back then, I think that would be sort of, I don't know, elegant. There's a tradition to it, there's a pageantry to it, there's a savoir-faire to it. It's very traditional. We're going to make love right now.
Will you are available react to this?
Let me take a look.
I don't think that it's bad to have something that says honor your father and mother so that you will live a long life. That is the first commandment that has a promise attached to it. I don't think that it's bad to teach children that adultery is something that you should not do. And
hasn't she committed adultery?
And also listed in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not steal. And maybe the left and some of these politicians are having a meltdown over having that right there listed in our classrooms, thou shalt not steal, is because government hates competition.
It's stop the steal, not thou shalt not steal, Lauren. Okay, get it right. So that is Representative Boebert responding to Louisiana's controversial new law that would put the 10 Commandments up in public schools there. It is obviously being litigated. The ACLU is suing, but...
I'm eating tofu and sweet potatoes with gravy.
Looks probably going to go forward for now. What's interesting about Boebert weighing in on this is that her son recently was arrested for stealing. So maybe that's maybe that's why she wants the 10 Commandments up. So sorry to out you, Tyler, but Tyler Boebert was arrested by the Rifle, Colorado Police Department. That is the name of the town. After a recent string of vehicle trespass and property thefts in Rifle, Boebert is facing the following charges: 4 felony counts of criminal possession ID documents, multiple victims, 1 felony count of conspiracy to commit a felony, and over 15 additional misdemeanor and petty offenses.
BTW, it's totally understandable if you have to end the stream early if the power is cutting off. By the way, I totally understand.
Well, I'm glad you understand, Dodo. I'm hoping the reason the power's cutting out is just because there's a ton of people using their AC, and now that it's later in the day and getting cooler, you know, people aren't drawing that much power, but we'll see. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So I believe that's credit card theft. Obviously, you know, I think that's important to remember, but also we remember another thing that Lauren Boebert did: thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's crotch in public.
Tonight, surveillance video revealing the truth about the night Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert was kicked out of photography. A woman sitting behind her appears to lean
Donald Trump.
Every so often, Mr. Garcia, maybe you could just lift up that picture of our President Trump sleeping. As you say, I think he's praying, but
Politicians.
You know, she's kind of cute. I'd fuck her face.
One of my family members is dead, but I don't know which one, so they all exist in a quantum state. I think I kill one by uncovering the information. Can you provide advice? One of them is vegan, so I don't want to kill them, but the rest are carnist Jusayan.
Well, the quantum state isn't affected by the observer, so whether you discover or not, it doesn't change the outcome. Thanks for the donation, though, Dead. Appreciate it.
And if you don't agree with me, right? What I'm just saying, close your eyes, imagine this, okay? London, 1780. There's horse carriages, the clop, 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 clop of horse hooves, on the cobblestone. Okay, you've got, hello, mister, there's a president for you. It's a paper, it's been a murder in the paper. Jack the Ripper strikes again. It's like every little girl's fantasy. It's like a movie, cinema experience, you know? I'm not saying I would do that now. I'm saying that if I were living in a more elegant, civilized, refined time, then it would be something that I would enjoy partaking of. It's something that I would enjoy very much. I'm not saying I would want to do it now. I'm saying I would enjoy it so much so that it would make it worth it to me to go live in that time. You see what I'm saying? You see what I mean? It was just a part of day-to-day life. This was not considered some sort of illegal, heinous, evil act like it is today. I consider myself to be a feminist. I consider myself to be a 2,000-plus year man, year 2000 plus. So all the good stuff, none of the bad stuff. Yeah. That, or, you know, I always thought to myself, I always thought about Paris, France.
Oh, I love wine. I took this trip to the south of France.
Yeah, I think wine's for pussies.
Beautiful.
I always thought about France, and I always thought about France during the Nazi occupation. I really don't like Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, me neither.
And I disapprove of what he did. I would love to be in probably Nazi-occupied Paris, France. Again, hear me out on this one, because I think I would have made a very good soldier, probably. I would imagine. I think I would have. I often think I did good in high school sports. I think I would have been one of Hitler's top soldiers.
Yeah, my ancestors were in Auschwitz.
Well, see, I probably would have protected him somehow. I probably would have went back and protected him. I would go so far as to say that your ancestors in Auschwitz probably don't even disapprove of Hitler and what he did as much as I did. My point is that I would have been probably some sort of elite shock troop, you know, probably some sort of special forces, Hitler special forces, right? Like, okay, here's the thing. No matter how much you disapprove of the guy, no matter how much you dislike him, which I do, you have to be aware of, you have to admit to yourself that having someone with that level of cachet, and that level of swagger, that level of panache, that level of je ne sais quoi, that level of savoir-faire, that level of, you know, that level of X factor, we call it in the sales business. Having the eye of someone like that on you, and, you know, you're his top guy, that's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, you know what? I wish that they would time travel back to before he was born and take him out then. That's what I wish happened. But, look, notorious figures throughout history, Dracula, right? Count Chocula. You got all the bad guys in history. You got the whole lineup. Frankenstein. What if Frankenstein was looking at you saying that, hey, you are my go-to guy. You're my guy that I go to when I need a problem solved. What if Hitler was saying that to you? Can you imagine that for a second? What if Adolf Hitler said that you're such a physical beast, dude? You're such a physical, nasty beast, dude. You're such a nasty physical beast right now, bro, that I'm basically gonna make you in charge of a platoon of panzers, okay? You're basically so hulked up and shredded that I have no choice but to make you a legend in Nazi Germany. I would say to myself, man, this Hitler guy is up to no good. I hate this. I can't take any more of this. I don't know what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do? I'm Hitler's top guy. What am I gonna do? Adolf Hitler chose me to lead the revolution. I'm an alpha male, okay? All right. I dominate a lot of people daily, the people I work with. I dominate them, okay? I absolutely dominate the people at my office. I dominate them. With my physical presence, with my smell, my pheromones, the way I talk, my eye contact, my hand motions, my body language. I dominate daily, on a daily basis. Even the women, I dominate them. I dominate the women in my workplace, okay? I use a combination of lies, manipulation, cheating, stealing, gaslighting, bullying, insulting, and flexing to make sure that everybody at my office stays under my thumb where I want them. You cannot say no to somebody in that position like Hitler or like Alexander the Great if you want someone that's less, you know, did less bad things. Wow. If Alexander the Great tells you you're his top guy, you're his top guy. You're now in a position where you have no choice but to go, oh, I'm Alexander the Great's top guy, dude. Even if Tom Cruise was Jewish and he had ancestors in Auschwitz and you were injecting him with testosterone and gorilla steroids to make him the most alpha male possible, if Adolf Hitler locked in his attention beams on Tom Cruise and said, Tom, you're now my top guy, there's no way to resist that. Whoa. Adolf Hitler needs me? Okay, I'll do it. I'm going to bat for you, Hitler. I got your back, Hitler. Okay?
Quantum Boyd and Tellers, in the double slit experiment, if either path is monitored, a photon passes through one slit or the other, but unobserved, will appear to pass through both at the same time. What counts as an observer in this experiment? Can it be used to test sentience. The double slit experiment has nothing to do with sentience, and the reason why you get the observer effect is because the measuring devices they use to, you know, quote unquote, observe the experiment change the qualities of the photons from a wave to a electron. I think that's what it is. So rather than behaving more like a wave, it acts more like an electron. I think that's what the explanation is. Thanks for the donation, Quantum Boy. Come in my bum, donate $2, can you react? They all look starving.
It's 5 in the morning and no one planned to be sitting here. But after Israeli soldiers break into your house with a crowbar in the middle of the night and hold you at gunpoint, what else are you gonna do besides call your entire family to come over and talk about it? Everyone jumped between stories. They talked about how Mundir Hamira, known all across Palestine for his nonviolent activism, was violently abducted by Israel. How Mundir's daughter did everything she...
Right, nonviolent activism. Let me guess, this guy's encouraging people to fucking blow up IDF officials. What's his name? Mundir Amira. Amnesty International... Ugh. Let's take a look at the Amnesty International article. Hurts. God damn it. Human rights defenders being held by Israeli forces since December 18th, 2023. On January 11th, 2024, Israeli military court upheld 4-month administrative detention order against him, Amira, who urgently needs daily medication for chronic illness. His serious health risks while in detention, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nonviolent resistance. I just want to know exactly what they consider nonviolent resistance. Mir's taken to Etzion. Fuck off. During initial 45-minute interrogation, he was accused of incitement to terrorism based on Facebook posts, which he denied any connection to. The Israeli military prosecution, finding no substantial evidence, opted not to press charges, but instead issued a 4-month administrative detention order. Administrative detention and human rights concerns. So, detention of individuals without a criminal trial. These orders, often renewable based on secret evidence, prevent detainees from challenging their detention. I think that's fucked up. Okay. I just am interested in seeing the evidence against him. I know all of these fucking jackasses are not going to report on this accurately. But, the idea that the IDF would just arrest a human rights activist who made no, you know, inflammatory posts promoting violence, it's hard to believe, and it sounds like they did connect some, like, terrorist Facebook posts with this guy. So, I don't know.
activism, was violently abducted by Israel. Hamunder's daughter did everything she could to stand between the heavily armed soldiers and her dad without fear. His younger brother joked that if the soldiers had just given him a second to wake up before they started beating him, they wouldn't have stood a chance. And everyone tried not to laugh when Munder's 14-year-old son said he thought one of the soldiers had taken pity on him when he saw him pull out a knife, assuming it was to untie him. But instead, the soldier used it to slash his shirt while he was still wearing it. Everyone laughed because if they didn't, they'd cry. For Munder and for all of occupied Palestine.
All right, sure. How it feels this morning to be in the most heroic and moral army in the world that does everything to bring people home.
Killing 274 Palestinians to save 4 Israeli captives.
So this is coming from Hamas. These are the death estimates, and you can look at video footage of the Israeli operation. They were getting shot at from literally all sides by machine gun fire. So the idea that all of these deaths are civilian deaths is fucking retarded.
And allegedly killing another 3 captives in the process is not the...
Killing another 3 captives, cool. Show me where they are, show me their bodies, identify them by name, and provide evidence that Israel killed them. Oh, you're just listening to Hamas propaganda. Okay.
The victory you think it is. If Israel made getting their hostages back a priority, they wouldn't have had to kill 37,000 Palestinians, destroy Gaza, and displace more than half of the entire population. Because according to Israeli military officials themselves,
like, I'm sorry, you have a better strategy of returning hostages than what they've done now? Like, what's funny is, Israel didn't even immediately invade Gaza. What they did was they shut off all aid routes into Gaza, cutting off water, food, gas, energy, and they were able to negotiate the release of something like, what was it, 20 hostages initially, or maybe it was even more? Just by transferring over fuel and some basic supplies to Hamas, and they didn't need to kill a single person. So, and then when that happens, when Israel uses the best diplomatic strategies they possibly can to safely return hostages without killing a single person, everybody accuses them of trying to commit a famine. Like there's nothing they could possibly do that would convince any of these fucking idiots that they just want the return of hostages and they want peace. If they use diplomatic measures, like, again, cutting off energy and then exchanging gas for hostages, oh, they're starving people, when they actually forcibly come in and try to rescue hostages, they don't care about hostages because they saved hostages and they killed a bunch of people. So they don't care about hostages or something. It's idiotic.
Breaking, Vladimir Putin just had diarrhea. Do you think this will start World War III? Lol.
I mean, if he shit his pants, it might make him more cranky. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
the best way to do that would be to stop the war, aka make a deal with Hamas. Instead, Israel has repeatedly...
Okay, this woman's an absolute fucktard. Israel already had a ceasefire deal with Hamas, which Hamas violated with the attack on October 7th. So I don't know why you think any deal they make with Hamas is going to mean shit. Israel has recently offered a ceasefire deal in exchange of hostages, and Hamas declined. So, like, what are you fucking talking about? Israel offered the ceasefire deal in exchange for all hostages, both alive and dead, and Hamas declined. So fuck yourself. You're an idiot. Israel has done this, and then you're still accusing them of being some evil totalitarian force.
turned down Hamas's ceasefire proposals and shot dead 4 of their own hostages as they waved.
Yeah, so that's not true. Israel hasn't denied all of Hamas's ceasefire proposals. What happened was, this was the latest incident. Hamas wanted a ceasefire that would last at least a couple weeks. Israel said, okay, well, we'll do that in exchange for, say, 40 hostages. Hamas said, we only have like 33 that we can track down. And then Israel said, okay, are they alive? And then Hamas was like, I don't know. So then that whole ceasefire proposal fell through. But again, you can track all the ceasefire deals that have happened. There have been multiple, most of them lasting at least 2 weeks. So what the fuck are you talking about? And again, none of these ceasefire deals recovered all of the hostages.
The white flag because they thought they were Palestinians, allegedly killed another 6 of them via bombs, and another 3 suffocated to death from the military's toxic gas. And that's just what they...
The fuck is she talking about?
And that's just what they... from the military...
Did toxic gas from Israeli bombs kill 3 hostages? Sources say the Israeli army knows that weapons targeting tunnels can disperse dangerous by... Oh my god. What a disingenuous fucking idiot. So basically, Israel was targeting some of these terror tunnels and trying to either collapse them or make them inoperable. And this can... anytime you have... like pulverized concrete from these large explosions, inhaling that concrete can kill you. It's really dangerous. And you can like choke. So that's basically what they're talking about. This chick is just literally fucking psychotic.
Military's toxic gas. And that's just what they did to their own people. Don't let the Israeli government brainwash you into thinking it actually cares about anyone or anything outside of its own settler colonial gains.
Yep, sure. All these people are just lying, dishonest cowards. I offer to debate them, and then I don't hear a fucking peep. Nobody's interested in debating.
I think you will be a cool Mortal Kombat 1 guest character. A cool line for you would be soon the sun will set on the age of man.
Or, I could call them a jackass. That's another, good, catchphrase of mine. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Amongst our mathematically infantile sliver of existence, we are fleeting shadows, transient blips in the grotesque absurdity of a desperate cosmos expressing its paranoid obsession to consume, observe, and compress all that is, was, and ever will be.
Probably not. Thanks for the donation, God.
Richard, you dumb blackie, please react to this entire brain mass increasing video at 1,5x speed about Israel pathetic PR problem. Your gay friend cuck yourself and have him mention you at the end BTW.
Sure, I can do that. Thanks for that donation, Richard's mid-sized brain. Vegan Hippie donated $2. The original Sly Cooper game just came on the store for the PS4 and PS5 with trophy support. You ever played Sly Cooper, Sly Raccoon? Yeah, I've played Sly Cooper. I think the second game was the best in the series. I mean, I can just play those games on an emulator, so I don't really care if they've been released on the PlayStation Store. But thanks for that donation, Vegan Hippie.
There is a lie that has been told repeatedly about Israel. And once you find out how it was cooked up, you will be shocked. I'm talking about the lie that Israel is starving the people of Gaza. The prediction of imminent famine in Gaza was...
Alan Whitsley's donated $2. Would you trust Jasmine to do this?
You have a tight, stiff, painful neck, give your partner a towel and have them repeat this. Roll the towel up in the base of the neck, pull it up to about the cheek, tell them to relax. Get the feet to push the shoulders down, to keep the shoulders down as your partner takes a big breath in, and as you exhale, lightly apply traction. At the end, give it a little shake. And if you're a chiropractor, you can give it a little adjustment.
Yeah, that would do absolutely nothing to resolve neck pain, and you're likely to paralyze somebody for the rest of their life. So, not a good idea. Thanks for that donation, though, Alan.
Based on miscounting the food trucks going into Gaza. Literally, it did not take into account all of the commercial and private food deliveries to Gaza. It also excluded World Food Program deliveries to bakeries in northern Gaza. When these food deliveries are taken into account, it turns out the people of Gaza have more than enough food and calories. In other words, the claim that Israel was starving the people of Gaza only made sense if you didn't count the massive amounts of food that were entering Gaza. The truth didn't matter. There's a global campaign that seeks to stop Israel from defending itself against Hamas.
Oh, that was a funny way to say it.
In other
What did he
words,
say?
more than enough food and calories.
Well, it only made sense. Yeah, that's the quote I was going for. Yeah, right.
If you
It only made sense if you didn't count the massive amounts of food.
that were entering-
The claim though, not enough food, only made sense if you didn't count the. Yeah, and you said he credits you. Yeah, right below for the stats and details. See AviBit MD. Yeah, no, it is a good little video. So
Sick.
what were you saying about it?
There's a huge problem. They can't do PR. Like they just. So,
Do you think this is good
they're-
PR?
Yes, but it's not from an official. He was a prior spokesperson for the IDF.
Okay.
He was, and he was good. Like the problem is, like all of their good spokespeople, for some reason, just end up either de-enlisting or getting fired, for bullshit political reasons. And the spokespeople they have are not that sharp. They're not that witty. They're not that bright. And a lot of times they don't even speak English well.
Why do you think it's like that?
Yeah. So that I don't know. I think I have a suspicion that a lot of it has to do with nepotism as opposed to a meritocracy. Or like loyalty being prior. Like this is one of the problems with Netanyahu. And some even say that this was the reason October 7th happened, because he has a tendency to promote people in the chain based on regime loyalty rather than competence. And so
That's pretty typical of conservative leadership.
something like, and you know, he's the best spokespeople. For example, Elon Levy, who was a great spokesperson, actually probably their best spokesperson ever. Was very sharp, bright, spoke English fluently, even had a little bit of a UK accent to make him even sound a little more intelligent on top of it. Everything. And he would debate reporters and he would own them and everything, blah, blah, blah. But he got let go because Netanyahu and his wife didn't like him because prior to the war, he protested. He was found protesting against one of Netanyahu's policies of to revamp the Supreme Court in a certain way of Israel.
Jesus, that's retarded.
So he's prioritizing loyalty. Like ideological loyalty over
He's
competence.
basically
There's
Donald
people say
Trump
you don't
of Israel.
criticize Netanyahu or you don't criticize your own side, but you just dropped a good criticism of Netanyahu unprompted.
Yeah, of course I did. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was an insane thing. So they were looking to fire him. They just found the right excuse. So like they fired him. Like he responded to Richard Cameron's tweet about like not enough aid going into Gaza, like disagreed with Richard Cameron. Like, no, like more than enough aid going into Gaza. Here's the data. And Richard Cameron got all offended and he talked to the Israeli government and blah, blah, blah. And then they fired Elon Levy, despite the fact that Elon Levy did not misrepresent the Israeli government position at all. Like everything he said was fully in line with what the Israeli government's policy and position was.
What was the official reason for him being fired?
It's the official reason was that he was his tweet response to Richard Cameron of the United Kingdom was inappropriate.
Amazing. Fired over mean tweet. Great.
Yeah. But if you actually look at that tweet, there's absolutely nothing he said that was wrong, and there's nothing he said that wasn't the Israeli government's view.
Do you have the tweet?
I can pull it up one moment.
What would you want to see done instead? I mean, obviously, at the broadest level, you're going to say something about like having more meritocracy and less nepotism. But yeah, I mean, what like
Here, this was the tweet. This was it. This was a tweet. Oh shit! What did it? Hold on.
You just send me some weird fucking.
No.
What is this?
Hold on. Here it is.
Did you send me a photo of the tweet? Okay. Yeah. There is excess
The tweet
capacity.
is deleted. No, it's deleted. The tweet's deleted now. I had to send the photo.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. There is excess capacity at Israel's crossing for trucks. Send trucks, they'll go in. Wait, what?
It's such a benign tweet.
And this is replying to David. Who's David Cameron? Is that the
He's like the Prime Minister of UK or whatever. Yeah.
Right. People in Gaza are in desperate need of humanitarian aid alongside the US, the UK, and the partners. Okay, but there's excess capacity at Israel's crossing for trucks. Send trucks, they'll go in. This is like exactly what you'd want a spokesperson to do, which is like a big, literally someone
he
fighting
also
another
tweeted
country.
he also tweeted this. He tweeted this too. I think this got deleted also.
Okay. So Elon says, Elon, I don't know how to say that. Elon says, I hope you are also aware there are no limits on the entry of food, water, medicine, or shelter equipment into Gaza. And in fact, the crossings have excess capacity. Test us. Send another 100 trucks a day to Karim Shalom, and we'll get them in. So yeah, I mean, this is, I think, a pretty perfect reply. It's like, it's short, it's concise. He's not being like unreasonably aggro for someone who's in like an official capacity doing this. If he was at the time, I guess he was, because he said he got fired. So yeah, I mean, like, this is perfect. And this is the kind of thing you should respond to also. He's not like picking a bad thing to respond to. This is like the head of a nation saying something that makes it's a sympathetic tweet, but it has a connotation to it, or at least arguably, or at least.
So the connotation is that Israel's not doing enough for preventing the aid from going in.
Yeah, see, it's not. I haven't read the whole. There's a bit more that I haven't read below because it's cut off in the screenshot. But he might argue that's not implied. But
there's the whole thing. Here's the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Now let's see. David Cameron says people in Gaza are in desperate need of humanitarian aid. Alongside the U.S., the UK, and partners have announced. Alongside the U.S., the UK and partners have announced that we will open a maritime corridor to deliver aid directly to Gaza. We continue to urge Israel. Oh, now it's explicit. Yeah, to urge Israel to allow more trucks into Gaza as the fastest way to get aid to those who need it. Yeah, you should have definitely sent me that, because that makes Elon's response even more warranted. He's directly firing shots at Israel over the trucks. Like it's just, it's like a negative and false implication about the exact topic that you're employed to deal with. He's a PR guy for Israel, right? That's what he said. And it's coming from an important.
He was the Israeli spokesperson at the time.
I have a hard time seeing how this tweet that he got fired over isn't actually like the apotheosis of proper performance as a PR guy.
Yeah.
Like this is literally like a paradigm case of good PR. Like the thing he's responding to is by an important person. It's a negative thing about the topic that he's supposed to do PR on. It's going to get significant views. It's a false claim. It's like, it's ticking all the boxes of like, this is exactly what you would hope their PR guy is going to deal with. Don't you think?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is wild.
Yeah. And so obviously it wasn't about that. Like, and it's come out later that it wasn't about that.
Oh, did it? How did it come out?
Well, there were news reports about it that basically that basically pointed out that they were trying to fire him months ago before this tweet even happened, and they basically just used this as an excuse.
So it's sort of like an induction, like there's some prior evidence of them trying to fire him, and just how baseless this seems, plus that prior evidence sort of makes.
And Elon Levy himself has retweeted those has retweeted those reports.
Yeah, right. I see. Yeah, so that's like at least a reasonable basis for thinking that they were just trying to get rid of him. Yeah. So that's interesting. So I guess you think this is a significant failing here by the Israeli government, I guess. Not just like this specific case. Obviously this case alone, actually, because you just said this, you think he was one of their best PR guys. As far as I can tell, he's doing a pretty good job. So this alone is significant, but I guess you think this is symptomatic of a bigger trend that really is coming at, it's like, how do I say this? You think this is systematic of a bigger problem that really is making Israel like lose or do needlessly poorly in the PR war, and the PR war is actually like very important.
Yes.
Have you seen the conspiracy theory now that Biden is going to use a fake Biden-masked person in the debate versus Trump? That would be retarded. I mean, these Trump fanatics, they believe some of the dumbest conspiracy theories imaginable. I wouldn't be surprised if they think if Biden does well in the debate, it's a body double or something.
Exactly.
So what's your prescription to fix it?
Thoughts on Mao Zedong? Have you heard of capitalist gloves? In the USSR, someone as bourgeois as a simple pharmacist would have their hands boiled in water to remove the skin. What remained looked like gloves. Watch Empire of Terror on Daily Wire Plus.
That sounds fucking insane. I've never heard of that. I'm not gonna get Daily Wire Plus, but that is crazy. I think Mao Zedong was a bad person though, but no, I've never heard of capitalist gloves. That sounds fucked up. That's like medieval torture shit. Fuck. I'm not seeing anything about this when I Google it. Thanks for the donation, though, nipple clamps.
Well, my prescription to fix it is actually fairly simple. It's to base the job positions on a meritocracy rather than government loyalty.
That I anticipated it would be that, because that's the most general level. Is there anything more specific to say about it, or do you really just think you just have to work out how to implement that?
Well, there may be some working on it, like some metrics of like how favorable they are, how like polls based on how convincing they think the person is. But all those are just metrics on performance, which is great. That's what you want. Not metrics based on how much does he agree with my policies. Because even if you don't agree with the government's policies, you can still be an effective spokesperson by saying, okay, well, I can still direct you to what they say. I'm not speaking for myself.
Yeah,
I'm a government spokesperson. I'm speaking for them, and so I'm going to give you their case.
It's not about alignment with the policies. It's just about there's some effect you're trying to have on people with the things that you're saying, and you want to measure to what degree different strategies or people or whatever are having that effect, right? And then optimize for the ones that are to the greatest degree. That doesn't require.
Because Elon Levy really, was way more progressive than Netanyahu. And did not agree with a lot of Netanyahu's policies. But as a government spokesperson, he never got into that because he's just being a government spokesperson. He's just speaking for what they say and what their case is.
Right. Yeah. It's like a level of like insularness and need for like political alignment or something that if you have a standard like that, you're just going to cut out a whole ton of valuable people. You don't need Elon Levy to be politically aligned to do PR in such a way that it yields outcomes like on objective metrics that you care about that are better than, some other methods. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is sort of why I asked you to be a bit more specific than just saying whether it's.
Well, if I can give you specifics, I would rehire Elon Levy. I would
before you give this, because just the reason I said that is because when you say like the problem is that there's, or at least a big part of the problem is that there's not enough meritocracy, there's nepotism. I mean, that implies a solution, which is obviously more meritocracy, less nepotism. So, I mean, any non-brain dead person can infer that much about what your solution is, but it's good to get a bit more clarity. Like what you want is actually, when you say meritocracy, the way that you picture implementing something like that is like, we sit down, we find out what metrics we actually care about. Like we assign some team of researchers maybe researchers is the wrong word, but some kind of like body of people, like a little organization to generate some kind of metrics that we can converge on, that we agree about. And then we do actual outcome-based research on what kinds of optical strategies or PR strategies optimize for those outcomes. And then based on those results, we put more of our resources into those kind of strategies. Like you mean something like that. You don't mean we just loosely go like, oh, this guy seems like he's like doing a good, like you mean something very specific and technical. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's the sort of
meritocracy is a buzzword where people don't really get, like people don't always understand what's meant there. They don't always understand you're saying something rigorous when you say that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Why do you support veganism but not BDS? What is BDS? Did you see Destiny watched a video of a Komodo dragon eating a defenseless baby goat on stream? No, I didn't see that.
Rigorous meritocracy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
bring Elon back.
Bring Elon debater.
Right.
And I don't know if you saw the segment.
I don't think I did. I might have not registered his name. I might remember.
Maybe I think you should.
Send it to me. I'll watch that shit. That sounds funny.
Morgan, Avi,
We'll do what we have to do to go after.
Oh, here it's not long. It's not long. You can do it now, and we'll talk about it.
Okay. Yeah. Let me copy the link. 1 second. I can't open it directly with my browser because it opens in the wrong browser right now. So we're doing it by hand. Okay. It's 5 minutes. You want to just sit there for 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm playing a video game.
Okay.
We'll do what we have to do to go after Hamas, to avoid civilian casualties, something that we have successfully done. Out of that Hamas number that you just gave, more than 14,000 are terrorists that we took out. There's more than 25,000 Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists.
How many civilians do you believe you've killed?
We don't have exact figures, as you know, it's the fog of war.
But you've got exact numbers for Hamas terrorists you've killed. Why wouldn't you know how many civilians you've killed?
Because obviously our focus is to go after the Hamas terrorists. And
that does imply that you're putting a bigger premium on killing Hamas terrorists in terms of numbers and accountability than you are on innocent civilians. That can't be right, surely. If you know exactly how many Hamas...
Avi, do you want me to play it through the speaker so you like kind of...
Yeah.
Remember it so you can say shit about it after?
Yeah, do that.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm going to watch this and then it'll all be fresh in my mind and then you'll remember 1 or 2 little tidbits and then it's like, why did I watch this? Okay, let me play it through the speakers 1 second.
Hamas terrorists you've killed. You must know how many civilians you've killed. Otherwise, you're prioritizing the lives of terrorists over innocent people.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14.
That's loud enough, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said around 14,000, whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians will look at.
Give me a ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
Yeah, this was a terrible interview. This guy's a fucking moron.
I gave you the numbers that I had.
You told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't have any idea how many civilians you've killed. I'm just bemused. Why wouldn't you keep count of both?
I don't have that information to give you, Piers. If I did, I would.
You literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
No, hang on. I'm sorry to push you on this. That's quite extraordinary. You're an official spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea how many civilians you've killed. I thought you just told me that you were particularly careful about not killing civilians. But if you don't know how many you've killed, how can you say that with any certainty?
Because even if you were to go by a ratio of the Hamas figures, we would still be far ahead of any
That wasn't my
Western
question. You know it wasn't my question.
I don't have the information.
You literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
It's not that I don't know. I'm not authorized to give the information. I don't have the information.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorized to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, and not a number of civilians? I don't understand. Can you explain?
Piers, we will go after Hamas. We will ensure that we.
You want me to believe you're being incredibly careful about how many civilians you're killing, and you have an amazing exemplary record, but you don't know how many civilians you're killing. So how do I know you've been careful?
Piers, when the dust settles, we will come out.
Hey man, I went on a camping trip with my family and my sister and my female cousin shared the tent next to me and I woke up to the sound of them fucking. I am ashamed to say I jerked off and I want to fuck my sister and cousin now. Should I tell my mum?
As long as it's not eating you up inside and you don't think you're gonna act on any of those impulses, maybe just keep it to yourself. Thanks for the donation though, Beta Incel Virgin Retard.
Out with the proper numbers. Hamas runs to the press daily
But
with
when the dust settles, a lot of people will have died. And you know how many Hamas you've killed, but you don't know how many civilians you've killed. And I'm just asking you why. Why is it you've kept a record of one, but not the other?
I personally don't have that information to give to you. You can ask me over and over. I'm not going to come up with more information. I don't.
You don't know.
I don't have that information. Piece.
Well, you're an official government spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea.
Piers, I came on here to focus on what's going on with the war.
Well, actually, you came on here to answer my questions, I think.
Yeah, and I don't have an answer for you for that.
And I didn't intend to press you on this point because I assumed that you would not respond the way you have. But I've never had an Israeli spokesman who simply said, I have no idea. Particularly after you boasted about the fact you've been very smart in the way you've avoided killing civilians. How do you know if you've got no idea how many you've killed? You come on here as the official Israeli government spokesman, and you don't want to be asked how many you've killed because you don't know. And yet you want us to draw comparisons to other conflicts in a positive way for Israel. And you want to tell me that IDF make a record of every single thing they're involved in, but they don't give it to you, the government spokesman. So that when I ask you, you have no idea. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds? With respect.
With all due respect, I've told you that even if you were to use the Hamas figures, the ratio would still be better than any other army, and that's where the comparison can be done. However, we know above and beyond that the Hamas figures are not accurate, and we know from former conflicts that Hamas throws in anyone that's someone could have passed away from a heart attack, someone could have.
So why is it that Israel actually why is it after previous death tolls have been released by Hamas through the Palestinian Health Authority, they've actually turned out to be ones that Israel has concurred with in the main? Can you not count either?
Piers, we're in the fog of war. We're fighting for our very existence.
No, you're not foggy when it comes to killing terrorists. You're only foggy, it seems to me, when it comes to killing civilians.
You should get into ice skating again. Also, when's the next rollerblading vlog?
I don't want to do ice skating anymore. It's too much of a hassle. I'd have to get different skates. It's not that fun just skating around on a rink, so it's kind of pointless. Like on rollerblades, I can go outside, basically go anywhere. I don't know when the next rollerblading vlog is gonna be. I am planning on doing some more vlogs later in the summer, so maybe around like July-ish. But thanks for the donation, Heineck.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, let me turn you off the speaker. Okay, I have like a ton of things I could say about that. Do you want to say some stuff first, or you want me to say some stuff?
Yeah, you say some stuff first, and I'll give you my take, because I'm curious what your take is.
That silence was insane.
Yeah.
That was crazy. That was a very awkward moment. It also seemed, I'd have to re-listen to see if this is right, but it seemed like he switched from saying that he sort of didn't know to that he knew but couldn't say. So it sort of came off like, did I miss something, or is that what happened?
No, he did shift for that, and I suspect he that's not true either. And even if it's not,
wait, let me keep before you unload things. Let me just say one or two more.
Yeah.
Okay, so and that looks very Weasley because it looks like he's lying. And then another, there's just one more I want to say, and then sorry, I'll let you go. Fuck, I forgot it. Whatever. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I mean, first of all, this is what being a failure as a spokesperson looks like.
Oh, I did remember. Sorry, he went on. He said. He's making a point about Israel performing. I don't know the absolute numbers, or I do, but I can't tell you whatever. But relative numbers compared to other conflicts, we're doing better than everyone. Isn't that also an exaggeration? Like, you're doing better than a lot of cases. You're definitely nowhere near the like genocide territory or all these like other numbers when we look at certain metrics like civilian casualty ratio and stuff. But the idea that you're superior to any other performance of anyone ever is If that's
No, that's an exaggeration, but it's also not answering the question.
Which is a bigger problem. Yeah.
Yeah, like he didn't ask you how you're doing relative to other people. He's asking you how many civilians you killed.
Right. Okay. Well, here, and I guess, yeah, I guess there's a question about is it important that he be able to give a absolute estimate there? And it sort of seems like you should. Like, I mean, I certainly it doesn't look good to have no fucking clue how many people you're killing.
Yeah.
Like that's not a good look.
Right.
I think that there's like sophistry someone could do. Like, you go too far, you could be like, oh, like, you know the exact number, and like, if these two numbers, like, it's fine. Just,
and he tried to sort of not Pierce, but he tried to, like, the way he answered in the beginning was as if Pierce asked him exactly, and he never asked him exactly.
Oh, I didn't.
He's like, I can't give you. Yeah, in the beginning he was like, I can't give you an exact number, but he was never asked to give an exact number.
He was kind of doing part of the right thing also, which is he was trying to do a bit of a steel man. He was going like, even if you take the Hamas numbers, I can still get to my conclusion.
Right.
That would be good. But
but his conclusion wasn't answering the question. What he should have done, what he should have said is like, oh, like, I do have some idea of what it is. It's lower than this number.
Right. It's not
that I have no idea. It's some value lower than at the time it would be like well, even Hamas doesn't release their civilian casualties. They don't differentiate. But you can do an estimation. You say like, okay, well, you know, it's lower than this total figure because they include civilians and militants. So it's some value lower than 30,000 or something like that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was just not good because it looked like he couldn't answer. He lied probably because he gave different answers at different times that are like definitely incompatible. Like what are you saying? Are you saying you don't have the information, or are you saying you can't share the information? Those are like clear different things, right? Yeah. And then at the end, he just got kind of like stubborn of like just making it obvious he was just not going to answer. But, you know, a good PR person should have, well, I mean, I think in this case, they should have actually, if they did their due diligence, they actually should have had some kind of response to give to Pierce there. You should have some fucking idea how many people you're killing. But yeah, I mean, even say, like, because you can always somehow have something happen where you do your due diligence, but shit gets fucked. So even say you are a good PR guy and you get in that situation, he's asking you for this number, you don't have it. I think that there's probably a graceful way to cut your losses. Like, nothing's going to look that good in that situation because you should, like, know this, but there's ways to cut your losses that aren't as bad as just shutting down, right? That looks like really bad. Like, you could just say, you know what, I don't have that piece of data, and I'll even go as far as to say that it would be good to have that going forward, and I will going forward. So I can't answer that, but I think that
we'll try to have that going forward. You can't make promises on behalf of the Israeli government. But yes,
right. Yeah, sure, sorry, yeah, right. He's a government person. I'm used to thinking from the point of view of being just a YouTube guy, but yeah, he's representing an organization. It's a bit different. Yeah, so you know, we'll try to have.
There is more damage control you could have done.
I'm still going. Wait, let me a bit more damage control. Another. Again, you shouldn't get in this situation in the first place. You should know the data. But if you have to get to, don't avoid or refuse to engage with what needs.
I think it's too low. I think he's overselling. Okay. Civilian figure to literally regurgitate at the time of this interview. However, based on the statements Netanyahu made as a government spokesperson, side note, I don't accept that civilian casualty ratio that Netanyahu gave. I don't believe him. But as a spokesperson, what I would do is
too high or the too low direction.
No, I think it's too low. I think he's overselling. Okay. Not that I think civilian casualty ratio is a good metric to begin with, but I think he's overselling the civilian casualty ratio. But if I were an Israeli government spokesperson, what I would do is I would say, yes, we do have a derivable estimate because Netanyahu said this. So the figure is about 16,000 civilians.
Right, generate rather than regurgitate.
Yeah. So so some of these, he only, like, there's nothing to regurgitate, but I have the mind to be able to derive it. Okay. So that's the optimal answer. The optimal situation is he would have had the foresight to be able to use math and actually, or know what his prime minister has said, and B, have the critical thinking skills and mathematical abilities to be able to derive the answer from that.
Another thing, I know you're going for content, but he might have those, but also might not have enough mental RAM if he's feeling too much pressure, like doesn't know how to cope with the situation.
Is Isaac's mic so fucking low, dude?
Yeah, and larger than the militants, and we're trying to kill the militants. That's where most of the intelligence is being looked at. You know, militants are the ones being tracked, not every single civilian. Militants are the primary. Yeah, I mean, so there's more intelligence around militants than there are civilians, and that's true for every intelligence.
Well, so now you're offering a possible explanation for having one over the other, which is
I'm just giving one possible explanation as just an intuition one. The point is that
Son Goku donated $2 most based fat loss advice I've heard. Let me see.
I'm fucking sick of nobody ever explaining things in their videos. So let me explain running versus incline walking for burning fat. When you exercise, your body can use two things for energy: carbs or fats. Which one you use is dependent on your heart rate. When you're exercising with a high heart rate, you are going to burn carbs for energy. When you exercise with a low heart rate, you are going to burn fat for energy. So running.
This is already a little bit misleading. Yeah, you are targeting different energy pathways when you do different types of exercise, but that doesn't result in a difference in fat loss or fat gain. Overall caloric balance is what actually drives weight loss.
is high heart rate, which means you'd use carbs for energy. Incline walking, low heart rate, you'll burn fat for energy. But here's what no one ever tells you. There's a difference between burning fat for energy and actually losing stored body fat. It doesn't matter if you use carbs, fats, or cocaine for energy during your workout, because unless you are eating in a calorie deficit, you will not lose any
Okay. So he clarified that.
stored body fat. It's just like if you were saving money. Whether you're paying for your groceries in card or cash, if you're spending more money than what you're making, you won't be saving any money. So no, there's nothing special about incline walking for fat loss or any exercise that claims to be fat burning. And I hope this video cleared things up.
All right. Yeah, that's based. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Hi VG. I hope that you are great tonight. So, it's been over a month since my vegan brother and I applied for an apartment and we got accepted. No longer will we have to subject ourselves to our MAGA, white Christian nationalist, and boomer of a father. Cheers VG.
Well, that's pretty dope, dude. Hope you enjoy the new apartment. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
The point is that it just.
Sorry.
Yeah, the reason being is the reason I would do that as a PR person is because a lot of people like wouldn't understand the formal logic and why it doesn't follow. So I would just give an intuition pump for the audience about why.
To be clear, I'm not saying you should use formal logic in the conversation directly. I'm saying Piers is a noob because Piers is an important thing.
Heavy accent.
All right.
It happens next year or at the end of next year, depending on who wins the November election. Many of you wrote to me over the last week regarding some of the different tax proposals that are now being put forward. And the term proposal is a little bit generous when it comes to some of the ideas that are out there. But in a lot of ways, 2025 is going to be the year of the future of taxes. Now, why do I say that? Why does it have to be the case that 2025 will be consequential as far as
I think I got tendonitis in my wrist. I thought it could be carpal tunnel, but it also hurt in my forearm and shoulder a bit. I think it's from work, but I felt it initially using my computer mouse. You ever have to deal with any bullshit like that? THX4 stream.
Yeah, I hurt my wrist somehow. It's gotten better. I don't know what fucking happened though, but right in the corner of my wrist right here, if I bend my hand this way, it's pretty sensitive, and I think it's just a tendon that kind of got inflamed. But yeah, just try not to aggravate the injury and let it heal over time. If you have any kind of inflammation in the tendon, it can take a long time to subside. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
as taxes are concerned? Isn't it possible that whoever wins in November just won't do anything about taxes in 2025? And it's not really possible. And the reason why is that a lot of what was in the Trump tax plan of 2017 sunsets or expires at the end of 2025, December 31st, 2025, a whole bunch of elements expire. And so in particular, because of that, and because Donald Trump could be back in office and could extend or even build on some of those things versus allowing them to expire if that's what Joe Biden wants to do and coming up with a new framework, 2025 is going to be massively controversial in terms of the future of taxes. And realistically, in ways, in the same way that Trump's 2017 tax plan is in effect through the end of 2025, 8 years later, what happens next year with taxes will be impactful to the tax code well beyond the next presidential term. So it will affect what happens under future presidents. No matter whether it's Trump or Biden's second term, we will have tax consequences based on 2025's president that will go beyond the next presidential term. Now, let's talk through some of the different things that may happen. I've spoken before about QBID. That's the Qualified Business Income Deduction, as well as the SALT limit, SALT being state and local taxes. You don't need to understand each of these elements deeply to have a general understanding of what we're talking about here. QBID, the Qualified Business.
My bird just flew into my face trying to steal some of the food in my bowl. Lol, he's still trying to get my plate. Hope this fact makes your day.
Well, yeah, birds do that. My cats also do that. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
income deduction is a sort of haircut of up to 20% for people in certain types of businesses. That was added under the Trump tax plan, while on the other hand, there was a limit placed on how much in state and local taxes you could deduct. The effect of this was it was beneficial for many business owners, and it was not good for many of the people who live in higher estate tax states like New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, California. If Biden wins, almost certainly Trump's Q bid goes away, and then the SALT limit also goes away unless it's extended. And it's not completely clear yet what Joe Biden plans to do about that. You also may recall that Donald Trump lowered the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. That was technically made
Holy fuck. That is an insane cut.
Permanent, but almost certainly if Biden wins and then is responsible for a new tax framework, that corporate tax rate level will go up, and Biden has talked about 28%. Also important is that if Joe Biden wins, people like Elizabeth Warren will probably get a voice. Elizabeth Warren is one of the most left-wing senators in the U.S. Senate. I know many people in my audience hate it when I say that. She's a neo-lib. She's a centrist. No, if you go by voting record and stated political positions, I believe that the only senator to the left of Elizabeth Warren is Bernie Sanders. And Elizabeth Warren has many ideas. She wants new taxes for corporations. She wants new taxes for billionaires. And realistically, if President Biden is reelected, Elizabeth Warren will, at least to some degree, have his ear, and some of her ideas may be integrated into what Joe Biden ultimately proposes. Now, Joe Biden has also discussed some of his ideas for taxes for 2025 if he wins. His general framework is he wants to renew the elements of Trump's 2017 taxes that help lower the tax burden on those earning under $400,000 a year, but he plans to allow the expiration of those that lower the tax burden of individuals earning or households earning over $400,000 a year. As I mentioned, Biden's budget includes a 28% tax on corporations. That's lower than where it was before Trump, which was 35%, but it's higher than the 21% that we have right now. Trump would keep all of those things that he put in place in 2017, and he's floated a whole bunch of other ideas. Now, it's important to mention that Trump floats different ideas depending on who he's speaking to. He had this closed-door meeting with a bunch of
Conservatives have zero ability to do any sort of real economic planning. So when Trump says things, it doesn't really mean anything, but it shows a larger problem that conservatives just don't have any kind of real economic plan. So, and I mean, you can look at this, like, usually the U.S. economy does worse under conservative leadership.
Of CEOs, that's where he seemed confused. And a lot of the CEOs were stunned at Trump's inability to focus on anything and just randomly jumping from anecdote to anecdote. But in that meeting, to the extent that Trump has any idea what he was talking about, he was talking about bringing down the corporate tax rate even more from 21 to 20%, a small change, but continued reduction in the corporate tax rate. Now, that morning, before speaking to the CEOs, Trump spoke to House Republicans. And with House Republicans, he floated a completely different idea, which is let's get rid of the entire U.S. income tax system and just put tariffs on foreign goods and that's it, which makes no mathematical sense. It makes no moral sense. It makes no political sense. It's a really whacked idea. But the point here is Trump's proposing a lot of different things depending on who he's talking to. And then over the last month, Trump has sort of signaled support for a number of different corporate tax rates. Even though he told the CEOs he would push it down from 21 to 20%, he also has said, what about 15% as a corporate tax rate? Jesus. We don't really know what he wants, and it kind of remains a mystery because he'll say 12 different things to 10 different audiences. Needless to say, we talk about Supreme Court consequences to this election, massively consequential. Option one, if Biden wins, is very likely two conservative justices, Alito and Clarence Thomas, are replaced with Biden picks.
Yeah, dude, Clarence Thomas and Alito need to be fucking removed, especially Clarence Thomas. That guy's a fucking whack job and super corrupt.
I do think corporate taxes don't need to be that high. Really, it should be income that's taxed. It's just that rich people got all these loopholes for their income taxes that need to get fixed, like those mfas need to pay more, not their business necessarily.
The US has such a massive domestic market, and you have gigantic corporations like Apple. If you lower their corporate tax rate from like 35% to like 15%, that is a massive, massive amount of loss in tax revenue. And these corporations are often also not even paying that tax rate, again, because of like different tax loopholes. So, yeah, I mean, you do need to close tax loopholes both for corporations and for individuals who are just, you know, high earners. But no, lowering the corporate tax rate is just idiotic. Like, why should a massive corporation like Apple pay less in taxes than you pay? It doesn't make any sense. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
That's a great thing. On the other hand, if Trump wins, Alito and Clarence Thomas retire with the safety and knowledge that Trump will replace them. And then by the end of Trump's next term, we end up with 5 of the 9 Supreme Court justices.
Lower corporate tax rate is good for eco-trade? No, it's not. That's what they tell you, but it's not. All that happens is they give their CEOs bigger bonuses. They don't pay their employees more. They're not being more productive or anything. They just hoard more money and nobody benefits off of it. That's like some trickle-down economics bullshit.
Having been selected by Donald Trump. So massive Supreme Court consequences, massive consequences as far as taxes are concerned. I don't really expect deep tax policy discussion at next week's debate. Most people will be watching to see whether either candidate soils themselves or forgets how to speak. That's really the overarching story about next week's debate. But it's at least conceivably possible that we'll get some discussion about tax policy next week, and that'll be interesting to see. It is time to...
Now we've got former federal prosecutor and current Democratic candidate for Congress's 41st Congressional District, Will Rollins. Will, thanks for coming back on.
Great to be back. Thanks, Brian.
So right up top, we are just a couple of weeks out from Trump's sentencing in New York and his criminal trial there. I mentioned that you were a prosecutor.
Riley Donate Tellers debunking the cosmological argument. Can you watch this?
Here's Frank Turek to make some arguments for God that have already been debunked to his face.
What evidence outside of the Bible do we have that God exists? So excuse me, guys, if we're going to start off with the questions about God first. So, all right, I know your Bible says that God exists, but I don't believe in your Bible. So therefore, Mr. Christian.
Yeah, good.
Where do you go from there?
I'm sorry, but every pair of glasses Frank wears looks like a pair of safety goggles. He looks like a middle school woodshop teacher.
Campus, we talk about, that's one of the big questions we talk about, does God exist? And I normally talk about 3 arguments for God, or 3 pieces of evidence for God. The first is that the universe had a beginning, Alan, that there was a beginning to space, time, and matter. And even atheists admit this. I mean, even Stephen Hawking, who was the top physicist in the world until he died about 4 years ago, said this: almost everyone now believes that the universe and time itself had a beginning at the Big Bang.
If that's the case, the Big Bang could not have had a cause. If it was the very first moment in time, then it could not have had a cause, because you can't cause an event to occur at a time when it's already occurring. If there had been a time before the Big Bang occurred, then one could coherently speculate that it had a cause, but in that case, it would not have been creation out of nothing, because time would have already existed.
In other words, there was a starting point for space, time, and matter. And so this is not even controversial anymore. People are admitting this. The only thing that's controversial, Alan, is what caused the beginning, right?
This should not be controversial given that the idea that space-time had a cause is incoherent for reasons I already explained. You can't cause something to occur at a time when it's already occurring. It's too late by then.
And so it seems to me that if space, time, and matter had a beginning, then whatever created space, time, and matter can't be made of space, time, and matter. In other words, the cause must
I don't know why you would assume that.
transcend space, time, and matter.
In other words, it must exist nowhere and never. Frank doesn't seem to realize that this is the same as saying it doesn't exist.
So the cause must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial.
In other words, it must lack every single prerequisite for existence.
Powerful to create the universe out of nothing. Personal in order to choose to create. You might say, well, why personal? Because to go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation, someone had to make a choice, and only persons can make choices. You know, impersonal forces don't make choices. Gravity doesn't decide to pull something to the ground, right? It just does it.
You can't go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation because nothingness is not a state. And since there was never a time when time did not exist, there was never a time when nothing existed. And Frank seems to think that choices are the only kind of non-deterministic events. There's no evidence that choices are non-deterministic, but even if they were, choices would not be the only events that occur without cause. Physical things can act non-deterministically sometimes.
So the cause of the universe has to be personal. The cause would also have to be intelligent, to have a mind in order.
Eh, whatever, this is fucking boring.
Heading out to gay work. Here's a dono and a dank meme.
Alright, let me take a look. We can end this now. It's not too late. Griffith. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, sad hamster. Have fun at work. Zen Maggot, are you black? Why do you follow Frank Tufano so closely? And does he know? And is that why he put you on his mailing list? I'm black, ish. And Frank is one of our favorite lolcows. That's why we follow his content. And yes, Frank is very aware of me. Thanks for the donation, Zen Maggot.
Prosecutor, based on your experience, do you think that Donald Trump is more likely to get a prison sentence or a sentence of probation when it's finally handed down on July 11th?
I mean, I think you got to look at his behavior during the trial and his willingness to accept responsibility because, you know, he had an interview with a probation officer recently, and in federal sentencings, right, the judge has to consider a variety of factors. It's similar in New York State court. And one of those considerations is whether the person is remorseful, whether the person actually has respect for the law, whether the person actually won't recidivate, commit additional crimes. And the judge can also consider whether they're currently charged with additional crimes. And if you look at all of those factors in this particular case, you've got still outstanding criminal cases pending against him involving incredibly serious criminal conduct, the theft of classified national security information pending in Florida right now, obviously the attempt to overthrow the entire United States government. And then you've got the seriousness of the offense in New York, which, you know, the right is trying to act like it's not a big deal. And maybe in other business fraud contexts, that kind of a crime would really qualify as the Class E felony, the lowest, the quote, lowest degree of felony that there is. But you have to look at the unique facts and circumstances in that particular case. And in his case, that fraud related to an attempt to suppress information from the American people days before a presidential election. And it's also just not fair for the American people and other candidates running for federal office or state office to have a competitor cheat that system. We have campaign finance disclosure rules for a reason, because we believe voters are entitled to know certain information about candidates and how money, more importantly, how money is being spent in the system so that it is not corrupted by foreign adversaries or special interest groups above what those limits are. And that, to me, is really what the crux of this case is. And I think because there has been no remorsefulness, because there have been attacks on the judge, his family, the rule of law, witnesses in the case, violation of court orders, contempt, all of that really in a normal criminal case. And I just say, take Donald Trump out of it. Think about it as if it were a governor, right? A governor who is facing these charges in either political party. That person's going to be getting a prison sentence.
Okay. Now, a slightly different issue, but still related to Trump, is the issue of his mental state, and that's kind of surged into the national spotlight lately. He convened a group of business leaders recently to kind of shore up their support, and instead he left them even less likely to support him because he wasn't able to basically keep one thought in his head at a time. And then, of course, we have the stuff that we all can see, from him claiming that Nikki Haley was in charge of the Capitol.
Riley $20. I'm convinced that even if there is a God, he would just not care about us. Also, this is a must-watch if you have not seen this already.
But in the bullshit department...
Yeah, it's boring. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
On January 6th, that Jeb Bush got us involved in the war in the Middle East, that you need ID to buy bread, that he was the...
What ethnicity you think we're ancient Egyptians? We're black or not to you? There is debate between Afrocentric and scholars.
I don't know, man. We're all different shades of brown, so who cares? Thanks for that donation, Jalen.
The person to discover that US spells us and...
How are you feeling? So, how many new Frank vids today?
Let's see, there's at least one new one. Yeah, there's one new vid, and he has 2 new shorts. We'll watch those in just a minute. Thanks for the donation, James.
The list goes on and on.
And I'm feeling pretty okay. I'm a little tired, but, what are you going to do?
So where do you stand in terms of Trump's mental state and how it'll impact a second term?
I think it's a testament to how bad it's gotten that all of some of the richest people in the United States got into one room begging for an excuse to support this guy because they want their taxes to go down, and they left alarmed. And that tells you how bad it's gotten, because even folks who are on Wall Street understand that if you have an unstable person in the Oval Office with access to the nuclear codes, if you have somebody who's willing to ignite armed conflict around the globe, who's going to dredge up conflict, who's going to be someone who doesn't support NATO, our strongest post-World War II alliance, one of the greatest military alliances in the history of humankind that's brought peace and prosperity to the United States and Western Europe, that can have a dramatic market effect. So even Wall Street is recognizing that this guy is not good for their bottom line, and they should, because under this administration, there are record highs in the stock market. And I think that that's a testament to just how bad it's gotten.
Right. I mean, the one thing that the market does not like, does not appreciate, does not respond well to is volatility. That is basically what Donald Trump is promising, from the small stuff to going out there and promising to eliminate the Constitution and to be a dictator. That will not, I can promise you, if you have these millionaires and billionaires who, to your exact point, are walking in that room looking for any excuse to get the tax cut that they so desperately want, for even them to recognize how bad his instability would be on the market, it kind of is a blinking red light for the rest of us. Will, what does it say that right-wing media then needs to rely on deceptive practices like cheap fakes and poorly cropped videos and snippets of videos to...
Let's see.
What's up, guys? We had an emergency here in the freezer at Frankie's Strange Meat, so we had to put everything on pallets. We're spending a few $100s a day renting this backup reefer in case our freezer goes down. Thankfully, we got all of the freezer units running, and the freezer is back down to proper temperature. We are at 2 degrees. So we're okay. Crisis averted, no spoiled meat. However, in order to fix this and re-insulate the freezer, we're still going to have to take all of the meat out. And it's a lot less risky when we have less meat, because even if the reefers are running outside at proper temperature, if a reefer trailer fails, it's so much riskier. The meat can go bad very, very quickly. So if you guys can place an order, because we want to get as much meat out of this freezer as possible for when we move everything out to fix everything. So if you guys want to place an order, frankiesstrangemeat.com, it'll help.
Yeah, I see that he's still very, very cross-eyed.
Help us out over these next few weeks. So we're gonna go up there and show you guys what was wrong with my freezer units. So So back here you have the coils and you need airflow. Now normally these go into defrost and automatically melt the ice, but my heaters are broken. So you can see it building up a little bit now. There was about 4-inch block of ice on here. It was a complete nightmare to get off with torches and de-icer, and not just on the back here. Now that ice on the back is kind of easy to get off, but there's another coil, another set of those things in the front that you have to take the fan cover off.
Did that hoe ever show up to debate you this weekend when she had time? Nigga?
No, of course not. So, she never messaged me, never tried to set up a debate because she's a liar. So what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, happy horny vegan.
And get inside and melt all that ice too. So probably took about 8 hours altogether to do this one, as well as that one over here. You can see all that ice on that pipe. That's about how thick it was. It's just so difficult to melt. So I was using a really strong gas torch, but boiling water with de-icer is a little bit faster. It still takes forever. So we'll be safe. What's up, guys? These past few days have probably been the worst and most stressful of ever running my business, even in comparison to that USDA raid fiasco we had, what is it, a year ago now? I don't remember. But worst case scenario with the HVAC systems kind of happened. I guess not worst case scenario, but you know, we're kind of like inches away from having permanent loss on the meat inventory. So you guys know last week I was complaining about HVAC issues, and then kind of all hell kind of broke.
Nipple clamps donated $2. Let me see. Well, that's very weird. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
Loose when it got really hot over here in PA, like 95, which doesn't usually get that hot. And I mean, all companies in the area, grocery stores, anyone that's involved in refrigeration has been completely screwed these past few days. Me being one of them. Now, thankfully, nothing is catastrophic yet, but we're going to go around and show you guys what has happened. I have not slept since Tuesday, and it's Friday now. I have not had more than one meal a day. I have lost a lot of weight. My face looks very different than it did a week ago, but things look like we're gonna even them out. The insurance company is gonna cover stuff, but the way you guys can help me out is if we can get more meat out of this freezer, it will help. So if you place an order, guys, try not to order like 21 of 20 different things. You know, like, oh, I want this, I want that. Some people do that, which is fine once in a while, but it's going to be difficult for us to fill those orders. If you can, please, like, if you order 3 or 4 items and a larger amount of that, you know, just like larger orders, but less variety on them would help us a lot, because when I show you the freezer, you'll know why. So I'm going to walk outside and show you guys what the problem is. So this has been nothing short of like complete nightmare. I feel bad for these guys that are, I got this electrician and plumber guy that are very nice, that have helped me a lot. I mean, they're getting paid and they're going to get paid, but you know, they've been between Tuesday and Wednesday, we were here like 24 hours between both days, so like 12 hours a day, like on an hour. And then yesterday they were here all day. We were melting the ice in the evaporators. I'll show you in the freezer. And then today they had to come back too, and we're working even more hours today. But hopefully we can save this. So it got so bad with the freezer that I rented a reefer trailer. So I was like, okay, worst case scenario, if we can't get the freezer fixed, we'll put everything in the reefer trailer. Guess what happened? Now the reefer trailer is at 11 degrees, but last night, the reefer was a -1. It was working. Didn't put any meat in it, thankfully, because in the morning when I got here, the reefer was at 60. The repair guy was here fixing the reefer that I rented. I rented this just yesterday. Came yesterday, ran okay, failed in the middle of the night. So if I had put my meat in there, would have been screwed. So now
God damn it. It's too bad. It's too bad all that meat didn't go bad and his business went under. We were that close.
I thought having a reefer, having the refrigerated trailer, that'd be my backup. I could put all the meat in there and we'll be safe. But what's the chance that the reefer that I rent fails too when all my freezer units are failing? So that's not I don't even trust that now. I don't really know what to do. So we're in here in the back of my warehouse. This is the reliable freezer unit that was working, that was doing most of the cooling in the freezer. That has failed and not been so reliable and has been causing this issue. This is the unit that is shot. The compressor went, we tried to fix it. I put about 10,000 in it trying to get it to run, hasn't been working. This is like the 30-year-old unit that has been the reliable one that's been keeping this freezer alive. So last week, this completely failed. Couldn't get it to run anymore. Compressor's completely shot. So when that happened, we had a little less cooling in there. This unit that I never had any issues with, when the heat's...
Whenever I see a Frank Tufano livestream, I'm tempted to spam his chat saying he's gay or at least linking evidence to prove it. Would that be fucked up?
No, he's a homophobic asshole. So, when it comes to Frank, I always tell people to do their worst. Thanks for that donation, Johnny Bravo.
Started and it was overheating, this failed, which made it so basically my whole freezer was compromised.
Does Frank know what he is doing? Sounds like he should have had a reputable commercial HVAC company inspect the system before he signed the lease. All the animals that died.
Well, of course, Frank doesn't know what he's doing. He's an idiot. So, that is just how things go. Which is good for the animals and us, because he's probably going to run his business into the ground and, you know, be bankrupt. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
It wasn't cooling enough. One company came out, cleaned the coils, got it back up and running. Inside the evaporators, the coils, there was about, like, maybe 4 or 5 inches of solid block of ice on the evaporators. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with HVAC work, I had to go up there with a hot water hose, and I was hosing it off in that ice cold freezer for like 2 hours straight just to melt all the ice. So there's some mechanical issues wrong with my good unit that exacerbated in the heat. So it was fine until those few hot days. Now, the brand of that unit is crack, and ironically, that company went out of business. Oh, I wonder why. So it's kind of hard to get replacement parts. Maybe if they had reasonable equipment, they wouldn't have went out of business in the first place, but here I am stuck with this piece of crack. This piece of crack equipment. But, and I'll show you guys on the roof later after we go in the freezer. We had an old, well, let me actually show you guys in the room over there before I talk about that. So we're coming in the warehouse side.
Any new transfery porn vids you would like us to check out?
No, not that I know of. Can't really recall anything right now. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Now, so this door will actually be where I'm gonna. Oh,
my back is kind of stiff right now. I'm just gonna have a bit of a stretch. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he lives in PA. Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh. I'm really bad at reaching down and touching my toes. Ugh. Oh. Eh. Oh.
We're so back. Ha 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 ha.
Let me take a look, retard. Fauzi tweeted about not being in a great place still a month or so ago. Now he's back to screaming like a maniac 10 seconds. In on his first live back after 10 months. He won't be happy with his numbers just sitting there, so it's only a matter of time before he's back on the streets trying to push the limits to get those numbers back from last year. This should be fun.
In the chat, what does W mean? Did it work?
Times on the LPGA tours. Lucy taught me.
I had to go through hell to get to this point right here. I had to go through hell. I feel it, baby. I feel it.
Well, Fauzi is probably just gonna commit suicide. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Wait, I opened the wrong door. So now, this is where that reefer is parked. So hypothetically, you know, we open this up. We got the cool reefer. We can put all our meat in here and operate the business out of it. If the reefer was reliable and I trusted it. So the problem with reefers is it stays cold. It's very cold temperature, but the the walls of the reefer trailer, they're not well insulated. So if that reefer fails, in 2 hours, it's going to 70 degrees. If this freezer fails, it only loses like 1 degree an hour. The freezer is much better insulated than the reefer. So let me show you guys what's going on in the freezer. So I don't know if you guys remember the configuration, but this is over here now from there, and everything is on pallets. We basically put all the meat on pallets to get it ready to go in the reefer, just in case. And we still got a lot of stuff to do in here, but thankfully we're down to 15 degrees now, which is good because it's like 90 outside right now. So overnight, I think this will go down to 5.
Yeah, a lot of that meat might have already gone bad.
Yeah, this is good. It's at 14 over here, 13 over here on this side with these two running. So these two evaporators are for that crack unit outside, our alleged good unit. There was about 5-inch block of ice on the unit. So these guys went up there with torches for hours to melt all the ice down to get the airflow to get this back up and running and cooling. So the nightmare of the past 3 days has been keeping these running to keep this freezer cool enough. That's basically what we've been doing in anticipation of replacing that old failed unit. So these two evaporators were hooked up to the failed compressor, the failed condenser outside. That old broken one that you guys saw was opened up and not working at all, completely shot. These were hooked up to that, but now those two fans that are blowing now that were hooked up to the old condenser, that old broken unit, are now hooked up to the unit that was powering this old freezer. So it's smaller, as you can imagine, for this freezer, but there's a condenser on the roof that we like emergency piped over to those evaporators to get that running too. That we just started running now, a few hours ago, to try to get the temperature down of this freezer. And this is all in anticipation of getting the finalized quote to the insurance company to replace.
Would you let Jasmine rail you if you swapped genders for a day?
Sure, why not? Why not? Thanks for the donation, Christy is not in chat.
Replace that broken unit. So what we're doing now is basically trying to prevent the freezer from completely breaking down and losing all the meat inventory. And then once the insurance company approves the claim and we get the check, it's very, very expensive to replace that. Each of these units are like 40, 50,000, not including labor. So once the insurance company approves the claim,
the insurance company is probably not going to approve the claim. Vegan meal donated to 400 plus tasty vegan recipes. You didn't give me a link. I don't know if you were trying to link me something, but the link didn't go through. But thanks for the donation, vegan meal.
For that new unit, and we get it in and install it. That's basically, we're trying to buy time. We're trying to buy like a week or two of time to get that new unit in, get the claim approved, and get everything in. And then the freezer will be fine. I might also spray foam it, which is the main thing I'm worried about, is trusting the reefer trailers for like a day or two with my meat in them while we spray foam the freezer, which would insulate it so well that even if there is an issue, it's not as much of an emergency. So, as I said earlier, the way you guys can help me out is by placing an order that's decent size, $200-300, that has like not too many different items on it. I mean, it doesn't really matter if you place like a really large order and it has 10 different items. That's fine. Just don't place like a $200 order with 15 different items, because I'm not sure if we're gonna, if we get like an influx of orders of people trying to help, it might cause an issue with us trying to fill all those orders in time. But it should be fine. Either way, it should be fine. It's just a lot easier. I'm just telling you guys, it's a lot easier on us. If you order like 2 ribeye packages, then all we have to do is just put the ribeyes in the box and send them out. And what that'll do is that'll clear out enough of the meat inventory that our risk is lower. So when we go to put this meat in the trailers on the weekend to fix all the units and spray foam everything, obviously if you guys bought a lot of meat this weekend, then there's less risk. Because worst case scenario, if the trail, there's an issue with the reefer trailers, but we sold all of our meat or most of the valuable meat, then I'm not as stressed out. So the more meat we sell this weekend and the more stuff we get out of there, the better it will be. So I didn't show you guys that unit on the...
Dude, hopefully he has some sort of catastrophic failure with his AC and all the meat goes bad, he can't sell anything, and then that's the end of Frank Tufano's meat business.
Are you Somalian on your dad's side? Or is he black Canadian?
I am not Somalian. My dad is from Antigua, which is basically an island in the Caribbean. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
The roof yet. That's hooked up, which is cooling it down a lot. Got a little tied up. Those guys left, but I'm up in the freezer right now. I'm using the torch to melt the rest of the ice on those evaporators. So I'm just outside, just warming my hands up right now. So I'll try to get as much ice off as I can with that torch, and then I'll turn it on and leave for the night. It should be good. The freezer's down below 10 degrees. We got it to 9. And then, so we should be good. We should be 100% in the clear. I think I said already, but the only thing I'm worried...
Dude, did he get another lip filler? Yeah, look at his lips here. And then look at his lips here. Yeah, his lips look thinner here. Did he get lip injections in between these two clips?
Should be 100% in the clear. I think I said already, but the only thing I'm worried about is when we go to put the meat in the reefers, hopefully the reefers hold up, and then we can spray from the freezer, get everything fixed, and then get everything back in.
No, I've never visited Antigua.
Yeah, so I'm going to warm my hands up, go back in there, finish that off, turn it on, and then we'll show you guys the outdoor unit. I think when I come in tomorrow, it's going to be 0 degrees. But the reason we didn't turn that other unit on is because there was a leak in it, and now what we're doing is we're just running it and losing gas. So we're losing money, but we don't really have an option. You know, hey, an extra few $100s in gas every week, we'll have the problem fixed in 2 weeks. So another expense, but I think overall...
Rank these least to most impressive: 400 pounds bench, 500 pounds squat, 600 pounds deadlift, and a 459 mile.
I would say least to most impressive. I would say 459 mile, 500 pound squat, 600 pound deadlift, 400 pound bench. In that order. Thanks for the donation, Wessex.
I mean, excluding the contracting work and what the insurance has to pay for, you know, just renting one reefer is $150 a day, which isn't too crazy. We're losing $50 a day in gas. A few hundred a day isn't the end of the world, but we'll see. We can get through this kind of heat wave of a week, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's nice and cool. It does warm up again on that weekend, but by then we should have the reefers ready to load up with stuff. Listen, I don't know who gave you guys my phone number, but all customer service is through the email address, guys. info@frankiestrangemeat.com. If you're calling me about an order while I'm losing my mind over here with these HVAC units, I'm not going to pick up my phone. Please send us an email. I can't help.
His phone number got leaked? Found a website that has Frank's phone number, but let me see. Fuck. It's weird. There is some listing for his phone number, but I can't get full access to it. It'll show you. It's blocking out 3 of the digits.
Help you over the phone anyway. Maybe once I actually have some extra money, we could hire some customer service and.
You have 2 choices, 3 sit-ups or 3 dick strokes. Whatever you want, my master.
How about 3 dick strokes? Let me do this for you here. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Thanks for the donation, Diablosu.
Answer phones for you guys, but not right now. So this back part of the building is where you guys see me most of the time. This is the refrigerator here on the left, and this is the meat room on the right. So here we got the ladder set up. We're gonna go up to show you guys that unit that was kind of like ghetto piped over to those 2 evaporators. This was kind of like an emergency job just to get it cool enough. So this is the vent fan that was installed for the kitchen equipment. This is the condenser unit that is supposed to cool that old freezer that we don't use, that we're using to ferment it. That fan is spinning so fast, it looks weird on camera, but it's not. It's in real life, it's spinning like a normal fan. So this used to be piped down to that glass door freezer. Now we piped it over to where the old evaporators are in the big freezer, and down there is where the units are. So up there we have the crack, aka crap unit. Second is the broken freezer, which is piped up to evaporators, which this is now piped to. So this, which is a little smaller, is replacing that old one temporarily until we get the new one to replace it and not have to deal with this nightmare. And this third ancient thing is the most reliable one we've had. So we just put some gas in this right now today, and it's working. The lines are all iced up, it's cold. The only problem is there's a slight leak in the evaporator, so this might cost me, you know, a few $100s every few days, but it's better than being out of business, right? So this was like a ghetto piping job that a lot of HVAC guys wouldn't even think of. The guy that did this is kind of knows his stuff, so the fact that we were able to get this over here to temporarily help is a pretty big deal. And then once we get the new unit in, this can just be like emergency backup if we ever need it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this.
Would you accept a dono for a Reddit video link? Sure. There's no guarantee I'll watch it if it's like porn or something. I'm not going to be able to watch that on stream. I can watch it off camera though.
Guys, is just me waiting to be abducted.
If you wanna mess with Frank, if you had full access to his number, call him saying that you'd get his illegal immigrant employees deported by notifying ICE.
Okay. I'll be sure to do that. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
By a Russian princess, so we can sell some of the gold in her Moscow palace and get a nice new building one day, but right now we're just trying to make it work. Imagine if I charged what I should for, I was thinking, you know, if I never gave all that money away. I could really use it right now. I paid, it cost me about $2,000. I had the roofs of the fridge and freezer painted white just last week, actually. So, hey, that might have saved me.
Grey Knight donated $2. Andrew Tate bought a PS5 and complained how games are compared to they were in the old days. Let me see.
5 for the first time. I haven't seen a PlayStation in 10 years. It took 2 hours to turn on the game. In my day, you just put the game in and press go.
Download, register, make an account.
Your fuck is this? Your player name, update. It was a fucking joke.
You want my name, age, and location so the people who eventually hack you can try to find pictures of my hole.
That's exactly what's going on.
Exactly what's going on.
We got a PlayStation.
That sounds like some boomer shit. It's funny how he suddenly got a PlayStation. It seems like the travel restrictions that he has, where he can't leave his little area in Romania, it's getting to him, so he has to, you know, find something to entertain himself. Dude, he's fucked. He better enjoy that PlayStation while he has it, because he ain't gonna be playing no PlayStation in Romanian jail. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
I don't know how much it helped, but I convenient, like, you could see that the top of that roof is white, this is white, they were black. So, to my understanding, the white roof is like 30, 40, 50 degrees cooler than the black roof, so who knows, that might have saved me a few degrees on the freezer, which would have made the difference between me having to take the meat out or not. So that might have helped, but now...
This is James whenever you upload.
Aí, a cutia aqui, ó. Vai, Davi. Não, ela não vai deixar pra não. Deixa eu pôr aqui. Eita! Lasqueira. Aí, a cutia aqui, ó.
I don't know what the fuck animal that is. I've literally never seen that before in my life. But he got very fucking excited from that sweet potato.
Eita! Lasqueira.
Yeah, what the fuck animal is that? Thanks for the donation, James Gade.
It should be smooth sailing. We got these 3 units running pretty good. I'm going to get another canister of acetylene gas and torch the rest of that ice off maybe tomorrow or Monday or something, whenever we can get the gas. Also, tomorrow morning, got to go. Maybe this guy's selling some used evaporators and some equipment that we might be able to use, so I'm going to go see if I can pick that up tomorrow. But yeah, we should be okay for now. And then the next big thing is going to be next weekend or maybe the weekend after, depending on when we can get the equipment. We're gonna put all the meat in the trailers, spray foam the freezer, and then
Yes. Frank, I will send a fully maturated and muscular Vladislav Galegan clone to help you.
By help, do you mean strangle him to death? Thanks for the donation though, James.
and that's gonna buy me a lot of time if there's any emergency. If that freezer was spray foamed, instead of going up to 20 degrees, it would have maybe gone up to like 10. It wouldn't have been as nearly as bad of an emergency, and the spray foam would pay itself back probably in 2 years. So it's not like an immediate payoff that helps a crazy amount, but it's not like a long-term thing like a lot of things that you spend money on to try to save money on energy costs. This is fairly immediate, because who knows, I might only need this building a few years, so the spray foam is worth it with this old freezer. So just keep it fine for now. The freezer's used. We have plenty of space to operate here. But I'll say it another time, guys. Help us. If there was any week for you guys to help me, it's this week. Because if we had all the meat out of that freezer, and at least if we can sell like half of it, it would save me. It would help a ton. It'd be a lot less to put in the trailer. And worst case scenario, if the reefer fails, and I think I explained this earlier, but I'll go
Thanks for the membership, Master Qui-Gon. Appreciate it.
in a little more detail. If one of these freezer units goes out, I got 10 hours of leeway to fix it. If that reefer fails overnight, it'll go up to 70 degrees in like 3 or 4 hours. So, yeah, the reefer hypothetically should not break down, and it's an emergency if our freezer breaks down, but if I have to put my meat in there to get this freezer fixed temporarily for a day or two, I mean, I'll sleep in my car just to watch it, but I would feel a lot safer if we sold a lot of the meat. If we could knock the inventory down 10, 20, even 30%, that'll really help. So, again, it's not the end of the world, and what's the chance that the reefer breaks down? I say that as the reefer I rented yesterday broke down 10 hours after I got it in here, but I don't know, guys. I'm completely over it. I'm so over it. I don't trade stocks because it's all rigged, but I was so busy. I got like AMD calls yesterday at 11 a.m. They were worth 7,000. Today they were worth 0. So I can't be doing any nonsense. I would have lucked out though and paid for this. Anyway, thank you guys for joining. I don't think I'm going to do a vlog this week. I will mention that. I'll mention now. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do a shorter vlog too, and show you guys what's going on. I'm not gonna be able to show you guys as much stuff, but we do have a few new things coming in tomorrow. So it's only Friday. So I got to get through the order Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday and Tuesday, and then hopefully we can sort everything out by the end of next week and be back and operational in a reasonable amount of time. Give you guys a little bonus footage. I forgot some things. So what's helped me a lot get through these past few days is the male virility and the kratom. Well, not kratom, but kratom extract. That's helped a lot. The main problem is it's hot as hell outside and it's high EMF. So it's hard to feel good, but the other thing is my stomach has like shrunk. Like I can only eat half as much as I normally do, which I guess is pros and cons, but I don't sleep as well. But the reason, I want to show you guys the extent of my mechanical ability out here. So this is a hose. We got a Y two-prong attachment, and then we got the misters cooling off the back of the units. So like one's misted, this is misting this one, and we got that mister on the old one. So this is good to like temporarily cool it off in emergencies. I mean, if you have new equipment and it's maintained properly, you don't have to do stuff like that. But if it gets to 95 outside, or well, everything started failing at 85. So having that hose on there probably makes a threshold from like 85 to like low 90s. So hypothetically, if I had those hoses running the whole time before this fiasco happened, we might not have had a fiasco. But the problem with a lot of these old HVAC units, they're really finicky. Even if you do what you're supposed to do to fix them, it actually makes the problem worse. It's really strange. But I guess we're just gonna have to sue that cocksucker that did the work for us in the first place, but by then he might be in Mexico.
Well, that's Frank. Good old retarded Frank Tufano.
Those units should have been replaced.
Well, yeah, but
his family.
Frank doesn't really have the money to do that, which is good because hopefully it'll destroy his business. Thanks for the donation, James.
Family doesn't want that information put out, and I understand why. And when I tell you why he died, I think people are going to understand that as well. And with this story, there's been so much misinformation put out. This is a sad story about Gino Molina, a member of Strength Cartel and otherwise known as Big Wicked. And it's a tragic one, the way he died.
Great news, VG.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
The Supreme Court did something not awful for the first time in a while. They upheld a federal law that allows domestic abusers, prevents domestic abusers from getting guns. Just basic stuff that's been on the books since 19.
Wasn't Clarence Thomas the only one who voted against this because he's a fucking psycho?
1968, that's right, so thank God. And by a swift majority, 8-1 in fact, and we'll discuss who the dissenting opinion was, but Chief Justice John Roberts wrote for that majority and said the court had, quote, no trouble coalescing around the idea that an individual who poses a threat can be denied access to weapons. Quote, our tradition of firearm regulation allows government to disarm individuals who present a credible threat to the physical safety of others. Thank you, justices, we think, although there's more, because there's other shoes that are dropping on this, in fact, a lot of shoes. But what about that? What about keeping guns out of the hands of domestic abusers or those who have restraining orders against them? Well, that goes back to 1968, a Gun Control Act, Graphic 4, and subsequent amendments that prohibit a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence and save people's lives. Violent solutions. Nearly half of women murdered in the United States are killed by a current or former intimate partner. More than half of these intimate partner homicides are by firearm. Women are 5 times more likely to be murdered by an abusive partner.
This is actually misleading. I've heard figures as high as 1 in 4, or sorry, you have a 4 times higher likelihood of a woman being murdered by an abusive partner who has access to a gun. If you actually look at the data properly and you account for confounding variables such as, what is it? Alcohol use, prior criminal record, it's much lower. So, women are easy to kill. Let's be real. You're kind of weak and fragile. You wear high heels so you can't run very quick. Any dude can just like stab a girl to death. It's not going to make a big difference if you have access to a firearm. It's just that people who own these firearms, they probably have they're probably just more violent people because they bought a gun to begin with. People who have a greater propensity to commit violence are going to be interested in weapons like firearms. So I don't know if I don't think there's really any evidence that the firearms increase the risk, for at-risk individuals. But regardless, if you're a domestic abuser, yeah, you shouldn't have access to a firearm. Dreamzation donated $2 relatable. Let me see.
Actually, I was thinking of shooting myself with it. Like Charles said.
I've hurt people too.
You're gonna have to learn how to live with that.
Yes, just take a nap. Why kill yourself when you can just take a nap? Thanks for the donation, Dreamzation.
When the abuser has access to a gun. And then more broadly, right? Mass killings, we know in this country, those are measured by 4 people or more killed, right? And those usually actually are happening inside the home. So mass killings committed by a family member far outnumber the public mass killings, according to a data set compiled by USA Today, Associated Press, and Northwestern. Such incidents are 7 times more likely to take place in a home or other shelter, and one has occurred on average every 3.5 weeks for the past 2 decades. So again, 4 or more people killed. Now I know you're wondering, well, if people who are domestic abusers don't have access to firearms right now. What's going on? Well, sadly, a lot of domestic abuse, for good reason, some obviously because of fear, doesn't get reported. A lot of people don't have restraining orders on the people in their lives.
Banning people from owning guns does not prevent them from owning guns. Like that's a reality. Banning people from having drugs doesn't prevent them from having access to drugs. People can own weapons illegally, you fucking idiot.
Lives who are threatening them every single day, ergo, they are able to access firearms. So thankfully, the court decided that no, that should stay in place. It's doing a good enough job as.
So dummy, why does she have this idea that banning people from picking up a gun at like a gun store would prevent them from getting a gun? You can literally just go on like Craigslist, look at people who are selling their firearms, and just buy a gun. Like just from a private seller, even if you're in a state where it's illegal to buy a gun directly from a private seller and you have to go through a gun dealer, all you have to do is say, I don't want to have to go through a gun store, kind of need the gun quickly. Here, I'll pay you an extra $100 or $200 for the gun. Boom, you've made a sale. It's not hard to get a fucking gun. Like, what are these people thinking?
Got into a debate with one of my friends last night about animal ethics. I thought we were keeping everything good-natured, but near the end of the debate the dude flipped out and swung at me. He genuinely wanted to fight me. Wild shit.
Well, you're gonna run across crazies, dude. So, just be prepared. If you're able to, carry a weapon if it's legal in your state or territory. And make sure you lift weights, maybe do some martial arts training, and just make sure you stay safe and you're prepared. Thanks for the donation, Scare Theater.
Hey bro, are you gonna do a tour of your house anytime soon?
Probably not. I don't think so. Thanks for the donation though, Jack.
As is. There's one dissenter, guys, and I want you to figure, just take a wild guess who
Clarence
you think
Thomas.
it might be. Which is weird because he's also in sort of a domestic relationship that's quite famous. So I'm like, why does he want access to? Point to a single historical law revoking a citizen's Second Amendment right based on the possible interpersonal violence. Yet in the interest of ensuring the government can regulate one subset of society, heaven forbid we regulate the abusers, today's decision puts at risk the Second Amendment rights of many more. Now, the reason I wanted to wait on that is because there's actually, he's speaking to the 2022 Supreme Court decision in the New York right.
What's the story between you and Frank Tufano?
There's not really any story, it's just YouTube beef dating back a few years. Thanks for the donation, Everest.
Association versus Bruin that actually overruled a New York state law that had limits on concealed carry, right? And that 2022 law threw a bunch of state gun laws into disarray. And so now all these cases are coming.
All right, well, Clarence Thomas is an idiot.
And before I get into the story about why he died, I want to give my condolences to his family, his loved ones, Strength Cartel, Big Boy.
Please, please, please tell me she has an OnlyFans. Fuck, I'm edging to this blacks.
I don't think she has an OnlyFans, but thanks for the donation, DM.
You really should. We would all like to know what your new house looks like.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to do a house tour, but you guys have seen my basement, you've seen the garage. I think that's enough. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
all the fans that were motivated by him, by his message. This is a man that changed his life. He turned it around, went to prison for 13 years, comes out, and dedicates his life to inspiring and motivating others. And anyone who's watched Strength Cartel over the years knows that he was the most inspiring member of the group. And to see him go out this way is very sad. And I know that people have come down hard on Big Boy for not revealing the cause of death, but his family doesn't want that information put out. And I understand why, and when I tell you why he died, I think people are going to understand that as well. And with this story, there's been so much misinformation put out. Major articles saying he was burnt to death in a 2-car accident. He died in a motorcycle accident. Drug overdose. There's been all kinds of stories, but no one has connected the dots properly. And there was a recent article put out with his full legal name that shows exactly what happened on the night of the 26th. And he was shot and he was killed in the streets. Let me read this to you. A man has been charged with shooting and killing a La Merida man in Norwalk neighborhood of May 26. Ricardo Meja, 52 of Norwalk, was charged May 29th with murder and being a felon in possession of a weapon on the same day, pleaded not guilty in Bellflower Superior Court. Investigators have not revealed the motive and details of the shooting, which happened on the 12700 block of Calnor Avenue, which for people that don't know that area, that's outside of Compton, California. The victim, David Molina, which is his legal name, if you take a look at the GoFundMe, his middle name is David. Gino David Molina is his full legal name. But the family put up a GoFundMe with a message, and it shows his full legal name. Of La Merida didn't have a weapon on him, Sheriff's Camacho said. A caller reported the shooting around 11:30.
Yeah, dude, you can't be caught lacking. If you're in a dangerous neighborhood, you gotta be strapped.
30 p.m. to the Sheriff's Department, which also received a call from a hospital about a gunshot victim. Molina died the next day from a torso wound, according to the medical examiner's office, which if you take a look was the 27th, the early morning of the 27th. He was shot on the 26th. As of Tuesday, Meja, the person who shot him, has a bail of over $3 million. You know, as I was saying earlier, this is a man that was so motivating to die. 45 years old, way too young this way, shot in the streets. You know, changed his life. He changed his life by coming out and want to lead example to people, by giving them messages, inspiring people, motivating people. And I'm going to tell you something that gave me chills when I saw this. The night of the 26th, when he died, that same exact night, he put out a message. So with his final words, he was still trying to inspire people.
Sometimes in life, we take things for granted. And we don't realize until sometimes people don't get a second chance. Sometimes we don't even know how fast things can be taken away from us. Had a little time to reflect and see that, you know, an uglier place I could have been at. Fucking up, doing stupid things. Instead, being out here enjoying life, good things. Some of us behind those walls never ever get another chance to do these things and see these things. Been away a long time before, 13 years solitary. Pelican Bay shoe, corporate shoe, none of this freedom, none of this fresh air. Wow, I fell off. Took a lot of things for granted, but now I snap back out of it. Trying to see at the same time, life is good. Gotta keep on striving no matter what. Gotta keep on going. Some people don't get that chance.
For health.
Well, he did.
And on the night of the 26th, obviously Big Wicked was there inside this house. So I'm going to put here on screen the current charges of Ricardo Meja.
I realized that in life, not too many people out there, not too many real friends, not too many people you could call brothers, you know. Not too many people you can make a call and tell them, hey, I need this, or can I help you with this, or hey, I got into this and that. They're gonna be there like that, you know. I can't count, and I don't think it's for the rest of the people out there too. They can count that.
David Molina, otherwise known as Big Wicked, he said of Strength Cartel and part of the Strength Cartel team. He was murdered on the night of May 26th, and he was killed and shot. And he later died on the early morning of the 27th. And since I put out that story, I've been tirelessly trying to work to find more information on what could.
Pretty sure that's Christy. I'm vegan, by the way. June 9th. Never mind.
I linked with the twins, and this is not me hitting on them, bro. They were my brothers at one point, and like I was with them when they were natural, and then I was with them when they first hopped on gear, and I saw the change and how it happened, bro. And even in the beginning, bro.
And they put up. Could have happened that night, and
my absolute Janus bag. Let's give these vids a go.
The Bintac B&W T9, or as I'm calling it, the alien air gun, because this thing literally looks like it's from another dimension. All right, so here we go. First shots with the brand new alien gun.
Did he link a broken... Yeah, the link's fucking broken. Fucking idiot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this would be illegal in Canada. They have a restriction on air guns that shoot at a certain velocity. I'm pretty sure I'd need a firearms license for this anyway.
Just got this guy out of the box. We're gonna throw a couple of mags through it and see how she shoots. Whoa, surprisingly, almost no recoil risk. Reload process could be faster if I didn't have the mag in my pocket, but it's actually not that bad to get that mag in there, just right there like that. Ripping, and I am pumped up to shoot it some more. So we're gonna go up, get this guy fuckers out there. That is
all my air gun filling needs for over 2 years now. It's running strong.
Here we go. Oh yeah, look at that. There you have it. That thing went clean.
Are you a fecal freak like Big Lenny?
No, I don't want to get pooped on. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo.
Through an inch thick piece of plywood.
Help Johnny Tellers, why does Johnny Bravo look so fake? Has he gotten a number of surgeries to look like that? I think he got a nose job. He is literally an AI. Also, do you know who's donating by looking at PayPal? That could prove that RC wasn't the one who said that stuff that got him banned. He said shit in chat that got him banned. He didn't donate anything. Thanks for the donation, help.
All right. We have all 8 shots just right there at 10 paces. There, like, right.
Yeah, the thing might actually be lethal.
Typically, I have my finger on the pulse of alpha male content. I explaining
Okay, we've already seen this, and Fillian's videos are kind of boring.
I live in a city, and that means the stars are hard to see, and the universe is easy to forget.
This guy's voice is gay and annoying.
David is well known to many of you. He's the author of the Hedonistic Imperative.
I'm not fucking watching a 2-hour-long fucking video about this shit. Thanks for the donation, Mark Sisson University.
The sheriff's department in LA, they're not speaking that much. I've spoken to some reporters, so details were hard to come by, but I've put together pieces to this puzzle, and there is a very big twist to this story. Now, there's been many people who've put out videos and made comments saying that what I was saying in my video wasn't true, regardless of the information that I showed. So what you see here on the screen is the medical examiner's report of Big Wicked. And you can see it was a homicide, and it was the cause of death was a gunshot wound to his torso. Now, I did some work to find out more information on the person that killed Big Wicked, Ricardo Mieja. And when I did a background search, I saw that he has a prior in the year 2000, and it was a felony for assault with a deadly weapon. He went to court. They were in court many times, and he took a plea, and they let him off on 3 years probation. And when I was thinking about this, I was like, you know, he should have spent some time in jail, in prison, because I know I've said this many times, I've been to jail twice. A very bad part of 4th Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona. I was there for a few days each time. And when they put you in there with these killers and these people you don't want to be around, so you learn real quick that that's not a place you want to go back to or be in. And maybe if this guy wasn't just given probation for 3 years and spent some time in prison, maybe he wouldn't have killed Big Wicked. Maybe he'd still be here today. So I'm going to put here on screen the current charges of Ricardo Mieja so I can go over them with you. So the first charge is murder. The second one, if you take a look here, is a prior. That's for the one that I was talking about earlier. He had 1 or more serious violent felony convictions, alleged use of a firearm, and then he also has possession of a firearm. So this is where the story gets interesting, and I had to put my Columbo hat on and do some detective work, which wasn't easy, to bring you the information that I'm going to tell you now. So Ricardo Mieja, the killer of Big Wicked, he lived in a house on Kelnor Street, which is where the murder happened. Now, inside this house, there was another person who lived there, his wife, and also in March of this year, the girl that Big Wicked was dating, Raquel Mieja, was also living. And
it is most definitely lethal. Take a look at this vids.
Interesting episode today. We have the brand new Bintac T9. As you can see, I added the 75 grain, 65 grain round balls, 135 grain solids, and some 90 grain hollow skirts. These two don't fit in the mag though. It is really unfortunate that the stock magazine is too short to allow heavier slugs, but don't worry guys, I'll be helping with on the end. Now before we bring Joe into the fun, let's go 20 yards, and we're gonna start off with the 90 grain. Looks like it went in right there on his nose, went in through his eye. Ooh.
Yeah, that's definitely lethal.
Let's try the 135 grain.
Yeah, that shot like right through his head.
That one hit him right in the forehead. Poked right through. See if it went out the back.
Sick. I'd get this if it were legal in Canada. Other vids, let me see.
This is a presentation of a collaboration.
Somebody already sent me this. It's a stupid video.
This is clearly in the realm of speculation. We probably right now don't want to go too deeply into the metaphysics of the mind-body problem or anything like this. But I think there is probably a useful distinction to be made between pain in the sense of rudimentary aversive experience and outright suffering. And though it is possible, quite possible, I believe, that single-celled organisms are capable of very rudimentary aversive experience, it seems extremely implausible to say that single-celled organism suffers in the full sense, and therefore...
That's weird that he would say single-celled organisms can feel pain. This guy seems like a bit of a crackpot.
We should probably be skeptical about the existence of full-blown suffering before the Cambrian explosion, or whenever we date the origins of multicellular life. I mean, it may well be deep in our evolutionary past the actual origins of aversive experience, but suffering, okay, it's conventional, but it's not wholly arbitrary. And even today, though it's invidious to draw these distinctions, we need to have some kind of prioritization when it comes to suffering. What are the most morally urgent challenges we need to tackle? And though perhaps one can have a sketch of a utopian civilization in which there is literally no suffering, initially we need to focus on vertebrates, probably the higher vertebrates. That a central nervous system is almost certainly a precondition for having a unitary subject of experience as distinct from individual nerve ganglia. So that's not a complete explanation, but that's a sketch of an explanation. Whereas in the case of reward and pleasure, we have two ultimate hedonic hotspots. In the case of pain, suffering and distress, it is much more anatomically diffuse. So yes, I mean, it's possible by means of electrode studies to explore a particular role of different areas of the brain. So yes, it's not a matter of simply zapping a single pain center or something like that and then the rest of our lives enjoying gradients of bliss. But yes, if you look at each of our core emotions, disgust, anger, fear, anxiety, panic, they do have their own identifiable molecular anatomical substrates. They are extremely, in the case of our core emotions, extremely strongly conserved over time. And therefore it seems a very fair bet that in both humans and vertebrates, certainly, that pain, fear, anxiety are phenomenologically extremely similar. Yes, of course, we do differ from, let's say, a pig in that only humans can be, for example, worried that next year the rate of inflation is going to be high, or worried about, I mean, yeah, this is it. It's our generative syntax enables us to be happy and sad about innumerable more different things than were possible for non-human animals without capacity for generative syntax. But the same core emotions, core states, fear, anxiety, happiness.
This guy has very British teeth.
Surprise, disgust, anger seem to be quite widespread. In fact, evolutionary ancient, yes. Let's focus on the opioid system. Now, it's true that in the case of depression, many of the attempted treatments of depression and low mood today aren't targeting the opioid system, but this is probably one reason why in many cases they aren't especially effective, and many people do not achieve adequate remission or even response to antidepressants. As social primates, why is it that we spend much of our time socially interacting? Why is it that solitary isolation is often reckoned one of the worst tortures for a social primate? The explanation seems to be to do with endogenous opioids and the release of endogenous opioids. And therefore, the challenge is to ensure that we are happy without compromising our responsibilities as social primates and of course our responsibilities to our future children. A lot of these interventions, one needs to think, well, what will be not just the effects on the individual but on society as a whole and the nature of selection pressure.
Well, that video is boring. Thanks for the donation, Marxist and University. Donate $2. Only torturing animals using black-owned businesses. So woke.
Only eating at black-owned restaurants for a full day? Happy Juneteenth, everyone. I've been wanting to try Scar's Pizza for so long. Like, just look at this crispy, spicy pepperoni slice dripping in hot honey, and it's got that sweet heat with like the cheesy meatiness and the perfect crunch. And the best cookie experience I've had in New York City was at gooey on the inside, and now they have croissant cookie ice cream sandwiches. It's got this soft, warm chocolate bueno cookie jar, which is this hazelnut cream. Famous crispy pan-fried chicken did not disappoint with rich, so sweet and
That was gross. IDF diapers.
All right, I just wanted to come on here to dispel some misinformation that I've seen floating around. You know, a lot of people are saying that IDF soldiers wear diapers, and that's just not true. Technically. Now, the lower ranking soldiers do wear diapers, yes, but in the IDF, when you get a promotion, they let you switch to pull-ups. And the higher ranking soldiers wear those until they turn 30. And only the highest ranking people in the Israeli military and government ever get to move on from the potty training toilet. Netanyahu actually still uses one of these. He never figured out how to use a real one. And this is why people call the IDF the most moral army in the world. It's actually code for the most pee-pee poo-poo army.
I don't know where any of that came from. US, your shroom trip.
What do y'all think that guy's thinking about? Probably just life. Maybe his son's off at college, so he misses him. Maybe he's just thinking about his wife. Maybe he just misses her. Maybe he's just thinking about the future. You think we should go ask him? Probably. Hey, excuse me, man. Stuck in the past.
Okay. Thanks for the donation too.
Who's in control? Am I? Or is my brain? Who controls brain? Do I control the brain or vice versa? If the latter, then where am I? Are my actions a result of physical biological needs controlled by my brain and not by free will? Where am I? I'm on a good one.
I don't know, man. The mind is a very complex thing, so who knows. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more.
Can you make a more oppressed group than gamers? What do we do about it? How do we solve this injustice?
Well, I don't think buying gamer girl bathwater is gonna help. Maybe just ranking up in Call of Duty will solve the problem. Thanks for that donation, Richard Straight's son.
And on the night of the 26th, obviously Big Wicked was there inside this house. He was shot and he was killed. And we don't know right now what happened. Was there an altercation? What happened between the two or the three? We're not 100% sure because we don't have those details yet. But the one thing we do know is that Ricardo Mieja shot and unfortunately killed Big Wicked. Now, many people, which is why I felt my last video was important, this video is important. Many people were saying that Big Wicked took his own life, or that he was on drugs, or that he was in the gang lifestyle still, and he wasn't making those changes. Well, this shows this wasn't a gang-related killing, and it wasn't any of those other things. And I felt like the video was important because I think that you need to protect the legacy of somebody when they're gone. They're not here to speak for themselves anymore. And if you die this way, would you want people out there making videos and saying all these things about somebody because it hurts their reputation? Big Wicked had a following.
Yes, it is way more complex than Dinzy or Pixar makes it out to be.
Yeah, that, those stupid movies they make with the emotions, it's really fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He had thousands of people that looked up to him. And I felt like it was the right thing to do to make these videos, to put the truth out there and also protect the legacy that he was trying to build in his life before he passed. Now, this week, Ricardo Mieja is due in court, and I'm going to be finding out more information. I'm also getting the police report. I'm not sure how much information.
Let's see, Praise donated $2. Gay. Also gay. Yeah, it's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Praise.
This stream has me so chillim chopping.
Yeah. I ran out of nicotine yesterday. And I got some more nicotine today. And I feel very relaxed and peaceful. Thanks for the donation, Finger My Asshole. Vegan Irishman donating $2. These retards don't know how selecting a candidate works, lol. Let me see. In a 4-candidate race, the presidency can be won with as little as 26% of the vote. With 3 candidates dividing the pro-war vote in a 4-candidate race, the presidency can be won with as little as 26% of the popular vote. As the only anti-genocide candidate that will be on the ballot across the country, this is potentially a winnable election. Are you out of your fucking mind? The 4-party race of 1860, Abraham Lincoln won with just 39.8% of the vote. Another 4-party race, 1912, Woodrow Wilson won with only 41.8% of the vote. Jill Stein is a crazy psycho bitch and she has 0 chance of winning. Where the fuck are people getting this idea? Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman.
Is going to be on that report itself, but I'm going to get that police report. I'll give you guys the information, and obviously when this goes to court, we're going to find out more details on what happened. But it's a sad day, you know, it's a sad day to see anybody die, but like I said in my original video, this guy was
Well, the guy wasn't vegan, so who cares?
Trying to change his life around, and he was trying his best to come out of the gang life. And an unfortunate situation happened that night in that home where he was shot and killed by the brother of the girl he was seeing.
So everybody that supported me, everybody that left me a comment, everybody that
Hunger up a GoFundMe, and Big Boy donated $500. And ever since then, people are pissed. I'm talking on my videos that I put up, thousands of comments saying what kind of piece of donates $500 to the charity of his brother. He was a brother to Big Boy.
He doesn't have to donate shit. Like, what the fuck?
It's all chunky now, man. Yeah. It looks all chunk. It looks all like raced out. What's up, Big Wicks? What's up, Big Wicks?
back, dog, trying to get
back from the dead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it came out all chunky. Looks all aggressive.
What size are those?
24s. Yeah, they're 24s, but they're like they're crazy. The tires are crazy wide.
Guess who, honeys? First off, fuck VG, fuck Oluwale, fuck Vegan Runner, fuck Biggie, fuck Tupac, and fuck everyone in this gay-ass chat. Yes, I am random gal in chat and I don't give a fuck, honeys. You're lost the best. Christy gang gang sweeties. XOXOXO.
Oh my god. Says June 9th, 2021. I'm pretty sure that's not Christy.
Quick little...
Thanks for the donation, though. Christy's Revenge.
It's sad what has happened to Pixar. Recently, at least DreamWorks has somewhat taken their place as the kings of animation, especially with upcoming masterpieces like this.
A number of Universal Dynamics robots.
Do you need assistance? Aggression detected. I see your problem. Processing language.
You need to learn how things work on this island.
Hello.
Goslings in print on the first thing they see. Which would be you? Here is Mother now.
I do not have the programming.
No one does. He needs to swim and fly.
Swimming's easy. I can teach him the way my mom taught me. Swim! He's a runt. His chances aren't super good.
I will protect him.
Can pay the balance.
It's an interesting idea. Like, they could have made this a more interesting philosophical question of whether or not we should interfere with nature. But I'll probably see this. I mean, it looks kind of cute anyway. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alan Wiltzius $20. Greg Doucette made a video on why steroids are not awesome. I agree and hope you never jump on them for short-term gains with long-term health consequences. You're the best. There's a pretty good likelihood that I will go on steroids. Pretty good likelihood. I'll see, though. I definitely am going to get that genetic treatment where you can implant a gene that makes you grow more muscle, like Brian Johnson did. But, the issue with me going on steroids right now is I just don't have a method to get safe access to, you know, pharmaceutical grade steroids, so for the time being, gonna stay natty. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
That shit is fat.
What do you think?
It's cracking. What you think, Doc? Should I just go and get one next?
So everyone's coming down on Big Boy after the death of his friend, the person he went to prison with for 13 years. He brought him into his business. He's loved by so many fans. Well, unfortunately, he died. Tragically, he was killed. And after the death, the family needs money for funeral costs, and they put up a GoFundMe, and Big Boy...
You do not need money for funeral costs. I think the most it costs to dispose of a corpse is like $1,500 just to get it cremated. But this idea that you need money for funeral costs, go fuck yourself. Look, if you're broke, don't have a funeral. There are more important things you can spend your money on, like your rent. So why the fuck are you asking people for money for a funeral, which is purely a luxury? Like, why don't you start a GoFundMe for a fucking, I don't know, like a nice fancy sports car, like a Nissan 400Z or something. Like, why should I do that? It's a luxury. It's not something that you actually legitimately need. It's fucking stupid. So yeah, the most they would have to spend is like $1,500 just for a cremation. A lot of the time it's free, or almost free, like maybe $500 or less. So that's just fucking bullshit. Fucking funeral costs, that's retarded. Richard's gay son donated $2. Hi Dad, how are you doing? You never reached out to me and I am sad. I even invited you to me and random gal's wedding and you didn't respond. I miss you. I know you originally walked out on me and Mom because you didn't want to pay child support, but Alright, well thanks for the donation, Richard's gay son. Appreciate it.
Boy donated $500. And ever since then, people are pissed. I'm talking on my videos that I put up, thousands of comments saying, what kind of piece of shit donates $500 to the charity of his brother? He was a brother to Big Boy. He was close to him. Went to prison together, was on his channel, helped him with his business, helped him selling merchandise, supplements, everything. How could Big Boy only donate $500? People are pissed. They're going to all of Big Boy's videos, every single one he puts up. There's people pissed off about the $500. They see him driving around in Lamborghinis, flashy cars, and like, this guy's driving a fucking Lamborghini, and he's only donating $500? Meantime.
Yeah, he doesn't need to donate shit. Why does Big Boy need to donate shit to anybody? It's his fucking money. All these people who are like, you only donated $500. Okay, well, you donate more than fuckface.
The family needs the money. They want to bury somebody they loved. They don't understand it. So I'm sitting back, I'm watching, I'm reading, I'm listening, and I'm like, maybe, is this a full...
Make vegan gains great again. Donate $2. You libtards make me sick. When's your next booster, faggot? I actually tried to get another booster. Apparently, they're not offering boosters to people who are under 60 or 65. Otherwise, you have to be on a long wait list. Pedo hunter Alex Rosen allegedly busted the head of LGBTQ Dems of Maryland, who was allegedly trying to seduce a 14-year-old. Well, what do you know? This is the same guy who exposed EDP-445, and just the other day at another catch, an alleged predator drew a gun on him. What do you think of the situation? That's pretty fucked. Let me see.
You're the head of the LGBTQ Dems in Maryland. Okay. How long have you been in that position for? Since fall. Since fall, okay. Is that like a paid position? Okay. Just more of a volunteer type thing? Is it like a super PAC or something, or is it just a... Okay. This stuff said here, like, you know, I want to rape you, I want to see how much of a faggot you are. What was kind of said about that?
I hope you try to get away once I start fucking you.
Yeah.
I like the fantasy, and he seemed to enjoy it. And I didn't know this person, and I never intended to meet him. Do you think that's appropriate, though? Like, No, of course. No, of course.
I mean, here we said it's okay if you want to jerk off looking at it, talking about your dick. And you said, stop by this morning so I can stretch your hole, faggot. Can't wait to make you my little... And this was later that... Or shit, 4 days later with no response. Can't wait to make you my little cum dump, baby boy. Okay. Anyway, you're...
Well, that guy was caught in 4K. What a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation. Make vegan gains great again.
False reality? Maybe big boys all for show. Maybe the Lamborghini's for show. It's all flashy. Maybe $500 is all he could afford to give. Now, listen to me and hear me out. I'm going to tell you a story first, and then I'm going to connect it all together. So when I was in my 20s...
VG is natty donated $2. It's important that you stay natty for the vegan movement week so we can point to you as living proof it's possible to get buff as a vegan. Someone said they realized vegans could be big natty because of you. Did you know any other examples of massive vegan natty bodybuilders? I don't know, like, I mean, there's Brian Turner. He's not as big as me, but he is a jack dude. Who else is there? There's like a couple else, like a couple other people. There's Nimai Delgado. Very questionable whether or not he's a lifetime natty. I doubt that he is. John Venus doesn't exist anymore. There's that other guy from Game Changers who I think was like German or something. I can't remember his fucking name. But there's a few. Patrick Baboumian isn't natty, dude. You're fucking out of your mind. Like, I mean, if I hopped on steroids, that doesn't erase everything I've done before, so... Thanks for that donation, though. VG is natty.
This girl's making some bold claims. Norton left some comments on it too. What's your take? Also, I like huge butts. Big butts. Big thick butts. Also boobs.
Well, who doesn't like nice big thick butts? Let me take a look at this.
I'm going to go live in about an hour to talk about this more. But I'm going to do a breakdown of why taking cyanocobalamin, a form of B12, results in dysregulated thyroid hormones.
It does not result in dysregulated thyroid hormones.
The first thing you need to know is that none of these ingredients will ever change. Every gene has extremely specific instructions for creating this enzyme. This enzyme requires very specific ingredients.
So I'm assuming she's going to go into some mechanistic bullshit. Again, if you look at randomized trials, you're not going to find any effect on B12, on thyroid hormones, your dick falling off, anything. So this is just nonsense. Just look at outcome data. Who gives a fuck about mechanistic bullshit?
For creating this biochemical reaction. Every biochemical reaction is hyper-specific. The ingredients include the substrates and the cofactors, and the products are your end result at the end of the recipe. So the different forms of B12, the cyanocobalamin, hydroxycobalamin, and the methylcobalamin, are not interchangeable between recipes. This requires cyanocobalamin, and this is the only recipe that uses cyanocobalamin. Proof: if you search in cyanocobalamin on RHEA, this is the only reaction that turns up. And it is a backwards reaction, which means it starts with the cyanocobalamin here, and then this is the end result. The product of this reaction is going to be COB2-olamin specifically. Cyanide and NADP. Now the cyanide has to go somewhere. When we talk about excreting and peeing out vitamins, it still has to go through transporters. It doesn't just poof be gone from the middle of nowhere. It has to get to the kidneys. So the cyanide is going to then turn into thiocyanate in this reaction. So it requires that hydrogen cyanide from the previous reaction and thiosulfate.
Boring.
Which is going to pull from here. Which is...
You know, like, there's nothing more boring when you listen to a stupid nerd. Like, when a fucking idiot who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about gets into nerd shit and everything they fucking say is bullshit. I can't think of anything more fucking boring.
It's not good because this goes on to create glutathione, which plays an important role in metabolic homeostasis. Again, that's where the pathways are where they should be, their level. They're not at that oxidative stress, toxic pathway. And these pull from cysteine and homocysteine. So we need that to be happening when the methylation cycle is off. This COB2-olamin disrupts the MTR-MTRR cycle because it's supposed to get its COB2-olamin from the MTRR reaction here, participating in the recycling of MTR. All right, so now we're at the products. We have our thiocyanate, which could then hijack the iodine.
I don't give a shit. Man, if only we had human randomized controlled trials looking at B12 supplementation on thyroid function. Oh wait, we have them. The systematic review showed, and I quote, treatment with cyanocobalamin did not have any systematic effect on thyroid function. Please stop spreading misinformation. Yep. Where are your human randomized controlled trials supporting your claims? And I don't see any response from her. Here we go. Your proof proved my point, not yours. The citation says the exact opposite of what you think it did. Yeah, okay, cool. This is just stupid, boring bullshit. I don't know why people waste their time doing that stupid shit.
Please try this recipe and vlog it for us.
So these right here are some of the healthiest, best tasting cookies I've ever had. I've got my high protein peanut butter chocolate chip, my double chocolate chip, and my classic chocolate chip cookies. All made healthy vegan style. No oil, no wheat, no refined sugar, and no rice. They don't even contain flour. And today, I'm going to show you how to
AKA, they don't taste good.
make your own delicious, healthy cookies. We're going to make our classic chocolate chip, a double chocolate chip, as well as a high protein peanut butter chocolate chip cookie. Let's talk about these healthy ingredients we're going to be using. Our base is going to be made with chickpeas. We're going to have some cashew butter. We're going to have some dates, some baking soda, some vanilla, and some date sweetened chocolate chips. And these are the ingredients now.
Yeah, dude, I've made shit like this. It just tastes like fucking chickpeas that have sugar on them. They don't taste good. Yeah, I'm not gonna make this. I've made shit like that before. Anytime you make cookies out of, like, chickpeas, they just taste like chickpeas with fucking, like, sugar added. Thanks for the donation, LG. One donated $2. Apparently, stannous fluoride is much more effective than sodium fluoride for teeth health and cavity prevention. Third study at the end shows visual comparison. Better inhibitory effect against oral microbiome film or biofilm, but also able to modulate micro blah blah blah. Stannous fluoride. All right. MMA fighter proposed... Oh, wait. Did I click the wrong link? Yeah, I clicked the wrong link. Significant effects on favor of erosion and recalcification of the enamel. Okay, I'll look for toothpaste with stannous fluoride. That's a pretty huge difference. Stannous fluoride. Okay, I'll be on the lookout for that in toothpaste. Thanks for the donation, dude. Christie's Stinky Hole donated $2. Let me see.
You said maybe.
That's not affirmative or disavowed.
You keep fucking pointing that finger at me, child predator, and you're gonna get your shit ringed. Now, maybe isn't a good answer to try to pick up little boys, is it? Is maybe a good answer? We got a child predator trying to take off here. Child predator going down. Child predator in Cohees trying to pick up little kids. Oh, I missed. This man's trying to pick up a little boy on the air. Child predator in Cohees.
You should not do that. Not saying he doesn't deserve it, but you should not do that. You're going to make it much harder for the police to actually prosecute these people. MMA fighter proposed to his girlfriend after a loss and got rejected in front of 20,000 fans. That's perfect. Don't put women on the spot like this. Just ask them in private. Oh, maybe if he won, he wouldn't have gotten rejected. Who knows? Huge KO in front of his lady.
Je vais te baiser ta mère. Je te Laurent. Oh la dinguerie. Arrête. Sur ma vie, les morts.
Well, he got knocked the fuck out. Yeah, that's the lights out for him. Thanks for the donation, Christy Stinky Hole.
I see a few blacks and Palestinians in chat. Can you mod me to help you can them? Please.
No, I'll just do my own moderating. Thanks for the donation, Christy Stinky Hole.
Well, actually this movie is based on an Iran-winning kids' book series about a stranded android named Roz who befriends the animals on the island and becomes the adoptive mother to an orphaned gosling that she names Brightbill.
Okay, well, thanks for that info, Dodo. Appreciate the donation. Grey Knight donated $2. This video shows you can make homemade caramel with olive and maple syrup.
You can turn olive oil into caramel. Listen, some good quality olive oil, then you add maple syrup, pinch of salt, and emulsify this. Keep stirring, even if it looks weird. And now you have the silkiest olive oil caramel.
That is not caramel. That would just taste fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Experience the health.
9%.
All right,
whoops. You know, I drove around in a flashy car. I had a nice house. I worked really hard, you know, to get those nice things. And people around town, they saw me thinking I was a millionaire to have those nice things in his 20s. But what they didn't realize, okay, is I was working 24/7 my ass off, right, to pay for things at the end of the month. But in reality, I didn't even own because I was making payments on it, right? So people saw me around, this guy's rich, he's loaded, but they didn't think of these things. I worked my ass off, and I didn't even get to enjoy them because I had to pay the payments. But at the end of the month, I had no money left over to enjoy life because I was busy paying for those things, right? So what that did to my life was it attracted bad people, all right? People who needed money, people who wanted money. John, can I borrow money? John, can I have this? John, can I have that? Girls that wanted to suck my blood. The worst girls imaginable are attracted to men who show around like they're a millionaire, right? So I knew and I realized real quick, this is not the impression I want to give people. So fast forward to now, how I am now, I would rather show people that I don't have much than show I have too much, because I know the problems in giving that impression gives to people. And yeah, I still like nice things. I have my classic Mustangs that I've been working on since I was 16 years old. But you know what? I didn't buy that car. I built that car. When you're driving around in classic Mustangs, people don't look at you like you're this millionaire, you're this show-off, you're this asshole, right? But when you're driving around in a Lamborghini, they're looking at you and saying, look at this asshole. They're not looking at him like he's a cool guy. So I learned not to give that impression to people. Now saying that, look on social media these days. All you see is people wanting to show off to people, show flashy things, show nice things, because they want to give the impression that they're all millionaires. When in reality, they're probably not millionaires at all, and probably were doing the same things that I was when I didn't realize these things. So when they see Big Boy, all right, he's got an online presence, big social media following, big YouTube following, all the views, all the attention, the businesses that he started from it, the Lamborghini, the flashy cars. They're saying, this asshole is driving around, has all this money, he's a millionaire, right? And he donates $500 to Big Wicked and his family. But they don't realize something. Remember I was saying earlier, maybe that's all he can afford? Maybe he's doing this.
Or maybe he doesn't owe anybody anything and he can do whatever the fuck he wants with his own money.
The same thing that I did, that many social media people do. And maybe that's all he could afford. He can't afford to donate more than $500.
Now that you have a bigger kitchen, you should invest in a Ninja Creamy. So you can make homemade vegan protein ice creams and stuff. This page gives you an idea on what to make with it.
Huh. That looks kind of cool. I'll look into that. Thanks for the donation, Willmage.
To the charity. So on the other hand, if Big Boy is one of those 10% of people and is in fact a millionaire, he brings on Big Wicked on board after he gets on prison. He helps him sell supplements, merchandise, everything. He doesn't pay Big Wicked, but in supplements back. Doesn't really make much money doing it, helping out his friend, build his brand. He's loved by everyone. If he does all that, right, and he's a millionaire, and he did only donate $500, then he is a piece of shit.
Nope. Again, you do not owe anybody anything. Like, this is just idiot. That's a brain dead take. What the hell does Big Boy owe Big Wicked's family? Nothing. He doesn't have to donate shit.
Right? It's a bizarre dynamic. And so, no, I'm not sure that I agree that it's just the idea of this kind of overarching powerful government. That is, I think that any institution which becomes powerful enough through centralization can become a serious problem. But it's not always the government. Oftentimes it's industrial centers, or it's NGOs, or it's any number of different things Sometimes I've actually seen the government press back against that, at least in the early 1900s. I mean, we had a very famous
hostile supplements update. If you've been keeping up for a while, then you would know that exactly 1 year ago today, just about, was, when we signed our 1 year contract.
Richard's gay son donated $2. Look at this dumbass.
I'm Draco Self-Important, and I think you should listen to me. I also think you should like and subscribe. So today, you're going to listen to me talk about, oh man, the reaction that I got from my visit to the mosque. And a little bonus troll call thrown in at some point here. Because I had a troll from the past come back like a bad fucking ghost. The ex-Muslim, if I'm looking at their public playlist, and I'm gonna take a stab at it, I'ma say ex-Muslim gay. If you people don't tell me who you are, I'm gonna have to try to make some fucking generalizations here. So if you'd like for me to, take into consideration, who you are and where you're coming from, you're gonna have to give it to me. None of you give me any fucking pronouns. None of you give me any fucking religious context before you start spouting off about religion, because you might have been Muslim, and everyone the fuck else in my comments is not. So, yeah. Here's the thing, my friends. There are approximately 8 billion people in this world. About 2.4 billion of those are Christian, and about 1.9 billion of those are Muslim, right? So if we're rounding, that's about 2 billion people each. Each of those religions is like a quarter of the entire population. Now, on my channel, I talk a lot about incels, right? And incels are a population of people who are often harmed by generalizations about men. Did I give the video a title not based on their religion?
This 46 minutes
Hello,
long,
guys.
dude. I don't know what, do I have to watch a fucking hour of the video? I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. Thanks for the donation, Richard's gay son.
Fuad Abiad, otherwise known as the pimp bitch of the fitness industry, for touring around all his athletes, making them do shit they don't want to do, right? Well, a lot of these athletes leave him.
All right, so quick little hostile supplements update. If you've been keeping up for a while, then you would know that exactly 1 year ago today, just about, was, when we signed our 1 year contract together.
And now, the biggest one, Sam Sulek, the one that brought him the most people, the most fans, the most money, is sick of dealing with his shit. So he's leaving him.
And it has been a fucking wild year. I'm talking trips halfway around the world at the Art of UK, going to Gold's Gym Venice. We've been around, but, kind of internally.
You seen the show Happy? It's great show. Are you doing some Ottawa activism to stunt on them bitches and flex on them hoes? LLLLLLLL mulk LLLLLLLLLLL.
I am planning on doing some IRL activism this year. Let me take a look.
Not a pleasant outlook.
That looks intolerable. I'm never gonna watch that show. Video unavailable. That show looks like fucking garbage. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
We sort of made the decision we're gonna not continue that. But Now I know I got a massive crew of, you know, like totally badass fucking bodybuilders. Or if I've got some serious questions, I know they're gonna be able to help me out. So that's what's going on over there.
Now, we have seen what was going on with Sam the past year, and it's probably why he's not resigning with them, just like all the other athletes. Remember Nick Walker, Justin Scher, many others, they left, and they don't want to sign back because of the things that Fouad Abiad was doing. He's known as being controlling, manipulating, and it's his way or no way. You can't do podcasts, you got to listen to me. So people leave him, they don't come back. But Sam Sulek, he grabbed him before he was that big. You know, he had 300,000 subscribers at the time on YouTube. He was already doing well on TikTok. He saw the future in him. So I give Fouad credit for signing him. But you can't sign these guys and then leave them because it's just happening over and over. And you got to think about in the future, okay, people are going to see new athletes coming up. They're going to see Fouad's going to come up to him. Hostile's going to message him, say, hey, you know, you want to sign up? And people are going to be like, no. We see what's going on. We hear the rumors. We see how you act in public. Remember that guy, Eric Konevsky? What happened to him online? He was dressed up as a guy from a different country, and he paid $200 online. He left him online. He didn't even get to meet Sam.
Sam's not coming.
What do you mean?
Refunding not coming. What the guy just said is that he wasn't coming.
But we waited in line for like 4 hours for Sam Sulek. Then Fouad, the Part 5 Karen, comes up to me.
Say sorry for your YouTube video, for making me stand on a scale.
He's like, who are you? Why are you in disguise? I'm like, I don't know, no English. And just now, they're saying that Sam Sulek is not coming back. Now I'm wondering, is this because of me?
Hey guys, Sam isn't going to come back here tonight.
No fucking way.
Let's go talk to the homeboy now.
I don't want to interrupt when you finish your call. I have a question. Why is Sam not coming back?
I'm sorry?
Why is Sam not coming back?
Not able to come back today.
Why? We waited 4 hours in line.
No, you didn't.
What do you mean? We've been here since 10 to 1?
No, you haven't.
I have. We paid for the follow-up. You want to see the receipt?
Your accent's awesome.
Thank you.
Very good.
It took me all my life. It's not because of me. He's not coming back, is it?
Because of you.
Yeah.
Why would he not come back because of you?
I'm asking you.
You think I'm going to hold up all these fans? Because I don't even know what you're talking about.
I feel like you would, but I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I would.
Yeah.
You're a dork. Get the fuck out of here.
People see these stories. They hear what's going on in this industry.
Yeah, Fouad's a dickhead. He is just a fucking egotistical dickhead. Is Black Ops Cold War any good? Yeah, it was good.
So it's not a good look on Fouad. Sam Sulek doesn't want to sign up with them again. And we're going to see what happens in the future with other athletes. Because like I always said, Fouad's done a lot of great things. But when athletes are leaving you, what does that tell people? And what does that look like for the future? I've been on TRT for over 10 years, and it's done so much for my life.
No, really, it's a great show. Give more than a 5 seconds damn through, you damn fiend. Pissing me off, my guy. Being silly, skipping through things. I took this food out of Christie's mouth to pay for this Dono watch.
Yeah, so the video is unavailable. It's not available in my region. And it looks stupid. It just looks like irritating dumb shit. I'm not watching that show.
What is better, 4 sets or 8 reps, or 3 sets of 10 reps? What would say is the best number of sets and reps? Thanks, VG.
Depends on a lot of different factors. Depends on the requisite amount of volume you need. Depends on the adaptation you're trying to elicit. Depends on your training age. Depends on the absolute loads you're lifting. Depends on your ability to recover for, you know, by the next session. There's no answer I can give you. Doing sets of 8 and sets of 10, there's not a really big difference. It's a very similar amount of reps. But whether you need to do sets of 3 or sets of 4, it entirely depends on your own personal training needs. So if you need more volume, then doing 4 sets of 8 is probably better than 3 sets of 10. But yeah, it just depends. Thanks for the donation though, Sander Blank, and thanks for the donation, Alawali.
Bro, they were taking, like, they took fake, like...
Alex Eubank is pissed off. He's saying that kids are abusing steroids today and that they're glorifying them on social media platforms, finding ways to gain quick fame over going down the dangerous road of steroid abuse.
Being on steroids now, being open about it, almost too openly, where some of these guys glorify it. Like, again, this is me not hating on any specific people. I'm not going to ever blame, get on someone for chasing their bag or whatnot. Like, I get it. I respect the hustle, but it's the people I'm speaking to is y'all consuming the content because you're most likely an impressionable young man. And like, I'll say Togi, for example, he's been popping lately. He's doing amazing for himself. Good to him. But when I look at his YouTube and I look at his titles, bro, it's like about hopping on gear, glorifying steroid use. You see his like popular gym edits. It's literally taking like unnatural substances, and those types of content rip. There's a few other guys, but I can't really think of their names off the top of my head. But like that type of content has been doing very well lately. It's almost like the meta now is like just to be the most jacked, unhealthiest, ugly, strongest man, and like that's what these guys are chasing now. It's like they glorify this unhealthy look now, and some of these guys are like making a bag off this type of content. And I understand and respect your hustle, but it's the glorification of it. Like these kids who are watching this stuff are like, oh, I want to be like my favorite fitness influencer who's openly open about promoting hella gear usage. So maybe I should do the same thing so I can end up like them.
And he even talks about his friends, the Trend Twins. They were once very close. And he knew them from before they were on steroids, after steroids.
What's that, do you guys see that? Like, his hair is here, but then there's this, like, dark line. The fuck is that? That's kind of weird. I don't know if that's just, like, the lighting, but that's kind of weird looking.
Steroids, and he said that the steroids changed them.
I lived with the twins, and this is not me hating on them, bro. They were my brothers at one point, and like I was with them when they were natural, and then I was with them when they first hopped on gear, and I saw the change and how it happened, bro. And even in the beginning, bro, they were taking they took fake shit, like fake steroids, bro, like because they weren't directly connected with the right resources quite yet. I'm like, bro, this is like.
Watch this trailer is a good show. I'm a fucking TV geek, bro. I know good shows this good, very fun and crazy. Your ADHD is going to make Christy star VGLLLLLLLMML watched The Boys yet? Starlight face lol.
My life is an ever-swirling toilet.
Yo, Rich. Growing up, were you one of those kids who'd make a fart noise with their mouth to mask real farts, accidental or intentional? Seems like every kid in middle school tries that at least once, but it's so obvious. Fripupft. Bratbox 5000.
No, I've never tried to mask my own farts by making fake farts. Thanks for the donation, though. Oh God, there is no God.
The just won't flush. I don't think I can die.
Hard to believe this piece of shit used to be the best detective in the whole department.
I died. I really did it.
Clear.
Perfect.
Hey, mister, come on, snap out of it. Hey, can you see me? Whoa, yeah, you can see me.
What the hell?
I'm happy. The happy horse so full of fun, of course. It's plain to see it's fun to be happy. Here comes the fun.
You're not real.
I'm an imaginary friend. I'm Haley's imaginary friend. Come with me. She's the sweetest little girl in the whole world.
Let me out!
And you're the only one that can help me save her.
I'm going to remove your penis in thin slices, like salami.
It's gonna take you a long time. If you know what I mean. He knows what I mean.
Are we the best team or what?
I don't see myself watching that show. Haven't seen The Boys season 4 yet. I am gonna watch it though. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
It's like probably how it goes for so much people, injecting foreign-ass substances into your body that you don't even know what you're injecting for what.
Play Last of Us Part 2. I'll play Last of Us Part 2 when it comes out on PC, alright?
Just so you can lift a little bit more in the gym, just so you can look a little bit better. Even though majority of the time, a lot of people who are on gear look like shit. Literally, like, I remember Mikey became, like, paranoid at one point, and there was a point where, like, they literally would avoid me completely. Like, we were, like, best friends. They literally were avoiding me off of, like, paranoia, and I remember I got to the point where Mikey had to, like, apologize to me, and then they fixed up, like, their stuff, and it just caused issues, and I was like, bro, like, this steroid stuff is awful. Like, this literally ruins not only, like, your physical body, but messes with your head and your mind. Like, this is so not worth it. I don't get why anybody would want to, like, just half-ass do this for what? Just to get bigger, stronger? It makes no sense to me.
And as we all know, the side effects of steroids, the mental game it plays on you as an adult. I can't imagine what would happen to me if I was a kid taking steroids. What would happen when your hormones aren't developed, your brain is not developed, and you're putting these things in your body. I can only imagine what can happen to you. But steroids have always...
Play Last of Us Part 2 on PC before it comes out on PC. They actually have a Spider-Man 2 PC release. I actually have that on my computer right now. Last of Us 2 PC. Crack? No. That's part 1 repack. I don't think they have a repack of Last of Us 2. They have a repack of Spider-Man 2, though.
Been glorified. I remember in the 90s when I was growing up, yeah, don't do the math, I'm old enough. Okay? In the 90s, all our heroes, every single one of them that we wanted to be like, they were all on steroids. So we were always tempted to go down that route. But the difference was, back then, the media, commercials, I remember even in gym class, they would have a guest speaker come in to try to scare all of us to not get involved in taking steroids. They would bring things up like Lyle Alzado. They would say he got brain cancer, which is what he died from steroid use, which now we know is not true. I think he was on growth hormone from a cadaver back then, which probably causes brain cancer. But they did everything they could to scare us so we wouldn't go down that route. But saying that, we all still wanted to be like our heroes. So some of us didn't care. I was even tempted. I was tiny. I wanted to get bigger. I knew that was the way out. So some of us went down that route. I remember my friend, 17 years old, he was 135 pounds. He comes back from the summer break, 205 pounds. We're all looking at him. We couldn't believe the size he put on. Some of us started doing steroids because he did it. But then, shortly after, I'll never forget, his parents caught him. They stopped him from taking it. And he had to come off cold turkey. He had, I'll never forget, the hottest girlfriend. You know, we all wanted his girl, right? She was beautiful. And he would come to me and he's like, John, I can't even fuck her. I'm like, what do you mean? You can't fuck her?
Jay donated $2. This is exactly the religious cherry picking that Carnist used. Please watch this only 1 minute. And this is just a dope scene from the same show. Barry, have you seen it?
Hey everybody, it's Pastor Nick Santangelo again. And on today's podcast, we're going to talk about how murder is definitely not a sin. Now, the Bible is filled with tons of righteous and justified killings. Most of them are my favorite part of the book. But how are you supposed to know in your own life when it's okay to use violence? Well, as many of you know, I was an enforcer for the Rockford Ice Hawks, and in 1997, I was sentenced to 10 years for killing Billy Zerillo in an exhibition game. Since then, people have been surprised at my general lack of guilt around this incident. I just tell them it's because it was done within my faith. Now, what does that mean? It means I prayed about it, and I looked for God's signs. If you go back and watch the replay, you'll see Zerillo check my teammate Mark Flanagan, putting him in the hospital. This pissed me off. This gave me an intense feeling that I knew was a sign from God saying, "You got my blessing, Nicky."
Bingo.
That is not... That is some of the worst ADR I've ever heard for a motorcycle. I might watch that. I don't know. Looks okay. Thanks for the donation, Jay. Ben donated $2. Check out this clip of Ren and Stimpy, but it's a parody of O.J. Simpson.
I'm very close now, cartoon bot! Hey there, Stimpy. I heard you recently got married to a woman. Very glad to hear.
Why, thank you, Ren. We had a lovely honeymoon.
You know, I don't think I've actually seen this broad of yours. And neither has anyone in the past 48 hours. What interesting information.
Oh, you know women may take forever on the toilet.
If you do not mind me asking, Stimpy, what is the purpose of your fake mustache and getaway vehicle you have acquired?
Very simple, Ren. I'm going to a costume party dressed as a man with a mustache and a getaway vehicle.
Oh yes, I saw everyone wearing that at my costume party. Very popular.
Yes, sirree.
Oh dear, Stimpy, I have found a gravestone that says Stimpy's wife. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Oh dear, that's very, very unfortunate.
Hey, Stimpy, I gotta ask, did you fucking kill her?
Wasn't very funny, but thanks, Ben. Alan donated $2. You just escaped mental turmoil. Why risk it by doing steroids? Nothing ever will be enough. Well, I can do whatever the fuck I want, whenever I want. And, you know, I'm an adult, so... yeah, if I feel like doing them, I'll do them. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Beautiful. How could you not get turned on by looking at her, right? And he's like, my dick don't work. Long story short, he had to go to the doctor, get Viagra at 18 years old to fuck his girlfriend. Long story short, it fucked him up. So steroids have always been something that men growing up have been wanting to take because we know it makes you stronger, it makes you bigger, it makes you look like a man. So it's always existed since the beginning. But now times have changed. And as dangerous as a road it was back then, the numbers were different. Not that many people were influenced to take it like they are now. It's a completely different game. Nowadays, we have things like TikTok. We all love TikTok so much because it brings the best things to our lives. The best fads, the best trends, right? The haircut, my favorite one in the world.
The broccoli.
That even beef stew. An adult is copying these kids with a stupid haircut, right? The haircut, all different kind of fads that you see, it all comes from TikTok. And kids are gaining fame from TikTok. TikTok was made to go easily viral. Anyone could go viral on TikTok. But now you take kids, right? Showing steroid use, putting steroids, going from a skinny kid to a big kid, right? On a platform that's targeting children. What's going to happen? You're going to have kids all taking steroids at a young age.
These kids and the people are in the...
You $2 ever watched the show back in the day? They did a lot of crazy shit that was considered risky for the time to be aired on TV.
Since the beginning of time, man.
Sodium glutamate.
Yeah, I've seen Kenny versus Spenny.
You up right now. Well.
Yeah, I saw part of one episode one time, and I just found all the characters annoying and unlikable, so I never watched the show, especially this guy. He seemed particularly annoying, so I never bothered watching it. Thanks for the donation, though, Q. Vegan Bussy $2, when you have such an open mind that your brain falls out.
Go through, it gave me some insight into what people with gender identity issues go through, cross-dressers, transsexuals, transgendered individuals, the process of trying to shop when clothes simply don't fit, as well as the reaction of people that you run into. I mean, just when it was just me with painted fingernails Saturday afternoon, the reactions from people was very enlightening. And also my own response to their reaction taught me a lot too, because do I sit there and just, you know, shrug it off as you can think whatever you can think, or do I back out and say, oh, no, I really don't do this. I'm doing a drag show because we raised money. And I have to admit, I did both at different times. So I couldn't go.
Okay, fat bodybuilding.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Another one of my favorite papers he did was fat bodybuilding.
That's what I was. Yeah. Fat bodybuilding. Fat bodybuilding. So it turns out Peter has a friend named Richard Baldwin, and you should pull Richard Baldwin up. Richard Baldwin is a real professional bodybuilder. He was like, what was it, Mr. Olympia 1978 or something, right? And he's also a history professor. So the dude's jacked, even 70 something. He's jacked, and so he said we could use his identity to do our papers.
That's him as in the 70s?
Yeah.
Is that him now?
He's got one in a black T-shirt where it's like he's 71 years old, and it's just insane.
The upper
That's
level.
back in the day.
Upper. Yeah, the one where he's doing the most muscular pose, right there. Bam.
He's still like that, and
Jesus Christ.
So he let us use his identity. That's him older. He's still jacked. I mean, he's 65 there. He's fit. So we were like, we got to write bodybuilding themed papers because we have a bodybuilder.
Mm-hmm.
And so we claim that his there is the black one, the related images down there is where he's in the black T-shirt. I actually photoshopped a copy of that specific image and put fat bodybuilder on the T-shirt. I used to have that picture. But that's him, like when he was letting us use his identity.
So there he's in his 70s.
I think he's like 71 there.
That's insane.
Yeah, look at those arms.
Wow.
And so we wrote this paper, Fat Bodybuilding, saying that bodybuilders are abnormally large. Fat people are abnormally large. Muscle and fat are just two types of tissue, and it's only fat-phobic science that distinguishes their worth, and fat-phobic society that says one means more than the other. So we even had lines like, you have to build a political... there's some quote. It wasn't our line. We quoted somebody. It says, it takes time to build a fat body. It takes even more time to build a politicized fat body. So that was the theme of the paper. And so we said that there should be in fact, that professional bodybuilding as a sport needs to add another category. There are 4 categories for each of men and women that they compete in. Yeah, apparently. Something like bikini, and I don't know what they are. Whatever they are. Yeah, something. There are 4, and I don't remember what they are. But they need to add a 5th one in for fat bodybuilding, where people of any body shape and size can come in, and it can't be competitive because that would be fat shaming. And so it has to be just a political performative display rooted in Judith Butler's Politics of Parody.
Oh my God.
Which we got that idea from reading an actual fat scholar, maybe the leading fat scholar, Charlotte Cooper. And Charlotte Cooper is this like totally nut job activist in the UK, but they hate the Olympics, as you might imagine. It's the maximally fat phobic environment.
Except sumo in the Olympics?
Is it? I think it is.
Oh no.
But they protested the 2000, and she's in London, so they protested the 2012 games, Summer Games, and what they did is they held in a park, like Fatty Olympics is what they literally called it. They literally called it that. And it was like them playing Dizzy Bat and like yelling about and holding up protest signs about how the Olympics sucks. And so we're like, what in the hell is this? And so then we decided to write this fat bodybuilding paper based off of the idea of politics of parody, of like making a joke out of the thing. So we're going to make a joke out of bodybuilding. And we said that competitors can wear the fashion, that's their word, not ours, of their choice, which is clothing designed for fat people.
Fashion of their choice.
So it's really hard. It's really hard to talk about, to explain, to criticize the fat study stuff without, like, it's just so preposterous.
How do you walk the line of like tipping them off? Like, because it seems like some of your stuff is so loony that I'm like, how do they not know they're being fucked with?
Because they're too serious about them. They take themselves too seriously. So I'll give you an example with that exact paper, right? At the end, Pete, is a big sci-fi guy. So he's all into Star Trek. So we called the last section was Fat Bodybuilding, the Final Frontier for Fat. They went berserk about this. They were like, you cannot call it that for 2 reasons. You can't use the word final because it would imply there is an end to fat activism, which can never end.
Oh my God.
And you can't use the word frontier because it reminds you of genocides.
The frontier. Like the frontier of the American West?
It said it evokes imagery of the...
Like, as you said, dick to girl.
That's weird. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Bussy.
Leak Last of Us Part 2 for PC. LLL.
Are you going back there?
Oh, no.
Come on. Come with me. Come on. This is how you get the good meats. Come on.
Oh, I was just going to ring the bell.
Oh, here. If you follow me, I've done this a lot of times. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Hey. What's up, brother? Come on. It's okay. I do this all the time. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, me and this guy were looking for Victor Reznov. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
Me to sign up for the military. I'm signing up for the military because I know my cat-like instincts would be very helpful in combat. And because I think Bacchus looks super cute in a military uniform. I'll be frolicking around in a pink uniform, though. If they're not okay with me wearing pink, they're going to have to deal with my kitty wrath. Get ready with me.
Is this a real-life Hobbit?
Would you like to hear a little bit of my Negro? Would you like to hear a little bit of it? Right, I'll give it to you. This is the Southern Negro. Hey, what up, shawty? What good with you? You straight, though? I'm just trying to holler at you, I'm just trying to get to know you a little something like that right there, you know what I'm talking about? I just want to see you good with it. What's good with you, baby? You got a little booty out there like that, you know what I'm talking about? You act like you want somebody to holler at it. You got to stick it out there like that, you know what I'm talking about? I'm just trying to be real with you, baby girl, you know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing serious about that, you know, I just want you to know. And so I sort of picked up this dialect and I ran with it. And to this day, I tell you, I get calls for voiceovers, for comedy events, and all sorts of things, all right? You like to hear a little?
All right. Well, thank you for that, Outgoat. Appreciate the donation, man.
When you see footage of animals being slaughtered, how much does it affect you emotionally? Does it make you feel hatred towards humanity?
I don't know how to quantify any particular feeling. It doesn't make me feel good. And makes me upset at the people who abuse animals. Thanks for that donation, Eric. The Only Path donated $2. Heat plotting. Let me see. Oh my god. That's a good Hyrax. Wow. I like this one the best. Look at this little chonko eating his lettuce. Oh my god, that is just so good. This is probably my favorite Hyrax video. Look at him just munching on his lettuce like a good boy. Oh my god.
He's out for the count.
Those are some good horses.
Hey, to Nick Gurr, if you're watching. Someone in chat wants me to say that. Happy birthday, Nick Gurr. All right, and happy birthday.
She really only realized right at the end. My god, what a fucking idiot.
Kiddo, happy birthday. You need it more than I do.
No, I can't take that.
Yes, you can. You can take this money from me. For God's sake, it's not much.
You keep your fucking voice down. No. This is it. This is perfect. This is just what you want, isn't it?
That's good. I pooped at school. Wow, that's a good chonko. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Appreciate it.
Send a Discord debate link in chat. I wanna debate you. Speech is not violence. That is the dumbest take I've ever heard.
Alright, I can do that for you. Just give me a moment. Alright, there's the link in chat if you want to debate me. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Watch this shit, bitch. Donate $2. Start at 25 seconds. I think this will brighten up your night. First 2 minutes are pretty funny. Hope you're feeling good, man.
Maybe it's too cold to fall asleep. Yeah.
Maybe it's too late to rescue me. Maybe we burn too bright and we're never meant to be. Maybe it's just our redemption arc has yet to begin. Hey, yeah, yeah.
And it's dark and it's cold. I miss you, bro. There is no place that I'd rather be than right here in the folds of this time and this place, here and gone without a trace. And I can't remember why I ever left.
I've seen one of these videos before. It's okay. Thanks for the donation. Watch this shit, bitch. So where's that jackass in chat saying you wanted to debate? Are you the guy who wanted to debate? Hello? Hello? Is your mic on push to talk? Hello? Hello? Eh? Oh, here we fucking go, dude. Hello? Hey, stupid, can you talk? Dum-dum. Hey, stupid. Hey, dum-dum. Do you have your thing to push to talk? Okay, then. Well, that's that. Will Mage donated $2, some animal vids. Let me see. Wow. Why is that elephant so red? Is it mud? Is she covered in mud? It's a nice elephant. Those monkeys appear to enjoy bananas. These are good monkeys.
Hello, buddy. Ooh.
I'm pretty sure you shouldn't do that. You should just let their skin peel off on its own. Pretty sure, anyway. Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
In this industry are doing. They're blasting unhealthy substances that are unnatural, that are not good for you, that can cause years taken off your life, that can cause heart failures, that can cause all these issues. And it's just not worth it, bro. And it's getting glorified, dude. And it's like me being open about this is me even putting myself at risk because I already know people are gonna like shit on it and just like pull me apart for it and be like, Alex, you're only ranting or venting about this because you're small. But I actually am worried for the people consuming this type of content that is being glorified, and they're going to want to be like these people, or they're going to want to, because they think that it's so glorified and accepted now that it's okay to just openly go and do it, and they're going to go put their hormones up, I'm sorry for cussing, they're going to go mess up their whole entire bodies, potentially take years off their life, bro. You look at people who take steroids, look at their before when they're natural, and then they're after, even after just a few years, look how fast it ages you. It makes you literally kind of look ugly, bro. Like, who wants to look ugly? Like, I don't get it. Like, if that's what it's doing to your external appearance of, like, aging you, messing up your skin, doing all these things, what do you think it's doing to your internal body that's actually filtering it? Right? Like, it's so not worth it, bro. And I'm tired of people glorifying it and it becoming like a trend to like show the gear you're taking or to like just be all about, oh, let me just become the most biggest, jacked, strongest like person, like ugly. Like, I just don't get it, bro. And I'm not going to stand for it because me as an influencer, I got to influence and it's time to influence.
When I started on social media, TikTok didn't exist. Short content didn't exist. The only thing that really existed was Instagram in the beginning and YouTube. And anybody who's been watching YouTube long enough knows that to get views on YouTube long form content was almost impossible. You could put out 300 videos and get 100 views a video. There was no easy route to take when it came to YouTube. But then short content was invented on TikTok, and then Instagram Reels came out, YouTube Shorts, and these were created for people to go viral easy. And the problem with going viral so easy is the fact that people who have a voice now and an influence on people, on kids, maybe shouldn't even have an influence at all. But now because of that, we have situations like this where we see kids on TikTok, 16, 17, taking steroids and preaching it to other kids. Because now they have a voice when maybe they shouldn't have one.
And it's so sad. And I know there's kids like, bro, I went to the gym the other day to work out with like some young like TikTok group. Bro, these kids are literally like 20 years old, 19, 20, 5 of them. Every single one of them was on steroids, bro. And you would never even tell it. You could never tell. You could never tell. I'm like, bro, there's no way you're on gear. It's just like so normalized. I'm like, yeah, they're like, yo, yeah, my friend told me about it. He got me into it. And my friend does it too. And yeah, their friend's like 21 years old. I'm just like, huh? How did this shit happen? So like, whoa. Since when did this become like taking gear? Like me not taking gear? Like I'm the odd one out in the gym during that whole workout. I'm like, how? When did this happen? Why is it like rare to be trying to be healthy and like natural than it is to just go? Like I don't get it, bro.
So I'm asking myself, how would this all end, right? How will this all end? We got all these kids going on steroids now. Well, it's not going to end any different. We see all the bodies now. We know what happens. People who don't come off steroids, abusing steroids for all these decades on social media, they end up dead. There's no secret over there. So all this means is that we're going to see, unfortunately, more people dying. Kids, 16 years old. Will they even make it to the 40s? If you look up the average age of a bodybuilder, right, when they die, it's in their 40s. What's going to happen now, it's just going to be less. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts in the comments. And I thought Alex made a good point in his video. And I hope he stays off steroids and never gives in to the pressure of social media. I've been on tier.
All right.
Gals, me Mudahar, and you know, over the last few years, I'll say something about, gaming, right? There's been a lot of leaks. It's crazy to think that we have gigabytes upon gigabytes of actual video for Grand Theft Auto 6 just floating around that you can watch. Beta, alpha footage that kind of paints a picture of what's to come with one of the biggest gaming releases imaginable. But one thing that I expected to leak was the Dr. Disrespect Twitch story. Now, I think in the last few years, if you've been on the internet in general, this is a story that literally everyone in gaming kind of talks about. Now, Twitch TV is one of the largest live streaming platforms out there. And throughout time, they've had plenty, in particular, that actually was held, California. He ended up going into the bathroom, a public bathroom, with a cameraman. Like a lawyer here, a person who looks to invade 25th, a little bit after. Now, even after this fighting against each other for fucking viewership, we take a reported by Twitch that Dr.
The only path donated $2. Let me see. Dude, this GIF right here is fucking hilarious. That's a really cute goat. The fuck? That's a nice little meerkat. Wow. My goodness. Well, those are some nice animals. Oh. It's a little bear family. Seems like some nice bears. Well, okay then. Yeah, she was having weird seizures. Okay, politicians are weird. Please, people don't deserve to drive. Let me see.
Oh no! What the fuck? Hey. Get out of the car, bro! You're not. Hold Cookie! Hold Cookie! Here's the car! Hey, stay out of the car! Sit here.
Well, that person is probably on meth. Thanks for the donation, The Only Path.
Disrespect was banned, and they quoted, as in our process, we take appropriate action when we have evidence that a streamer has acted in violation of Discord partners must abide by our code of conduct, and when violations.
But a lot of people ask me, do you know the reason? Yeah, I do know the reason why now. I've known for months now the reason why. And I'll just say this right now, champs. There's a reason why we're suing the fuck out of them. Okay? I don't know how else to put it.
Whoa, suing? That reason Dr. Disrespect has been banned. However, due to the importance and sensitivity around the subject, I have refrained from going on it. I don't feel comfortable with it currently. Now, I feel like that is without one of, I believe, the former director of strategic partnerships at Twitch ended up actually saying he got banned because he got caught sexting a minor in the then existing Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The powers that be could read in plain text. Case closed, gang. Now, here's the thing. He follows up and says, no one made the wrong decision. Fuck him and his boys. Now, this is a very, very wild post to make, right? Now, obviously, any allegation involving a minor is, of course, without a, it goes without saying, incredibly serious stuff. Now, obviously, any allegation like this requires some serious solid proof or receipts. And up until this, recording date, no actual receipts have been posted. So again, I have a serious, lack of completely co-signing anything. Until, of course, something actually credible comes out. Nobody really knows this story. And says, Jake Seriously, where he's responding to this Jake Lucky fella. We've talked about him on our channel before. He's a friend of the show. I get it. It's a hot topic. But this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract. Now, I really think the words "no wrongdoing was acknowledged" is probably the worst way to address pedo allegations. Now, I don't believe there's any NDA in the fucking world that prevents a human being from saying, I was not talking to minors, okay? I don't think there's any NDA imaginable, even if you've settled a court case where you can't actually, protect yourself from allegations you believe are false. I also find it weird that they said, listen, I'm innocent because I paid out the whole contract. Again, settlements don't exactly prove if anything is, for certain. Like, it doesn't actually exonerate you from guilt. It's just a behind-the-scenes thing where two parties have resolved this issue amongst themselves that nobody really has any idea of, right? The way that this is worded feels very lawyerish, very legalese, and it was something that I wanted to wait before I could even cover this video. Obviously, I was, researching everything leading up, all of the context. And of course, following up in this situation, Dr. Disrespect says something even else. Listen, I'm obviously tied to legal obligations from the settlement with Twitch, but I just need to say what I can say since this is the internet. I didn't do anything wrong. Now, I feel like this is enough to say, yeah, I wasn't involved messaging no minors or anything. That'd be wrong. All this has been probed and settled. Nothing illegal, no wrongdoing was found, and I was paid. So again, when I see no wrongdoing was found, you should...
I've asked Mutahar to debate veganism, and he declined. He just flat out refused. Because, you know, most people are cowards.
Probably just say no wrongdoing has happened, okay? I don't understand why the I was paid was necessarily the most important part. The only actual benefit this last part says is clearly if Twitch had actually felt that there was a minor in danger, they probably wouldn't be obligated to pay out the remaining contract that they had made him sign, or like they signed mutually together, if they found that there was actually something felonious going on. Remember, you know, interacting with a minor like this, or God forbid, going into the physicality.
Spoilers for Breaking Bad. Warning. Gus kills the underling and not Jesse because the underling was identified at the scene where Gale got killed. Jesse was not. Gus then plans to win Jesse over and have him cook and almost succeeds. You didn't understand.
Alright, well, thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate the donation, I'm Negra.
Is a serious felony, not just in the state of California, but if this had occurred over the internet, which could involve, you know, multiple states, it becomes a federal offense. If Twitch or Amazon, with a story like this, the person who would leak this, you know, this probably would have been leaked a while ago, but it hasn't. And that's really the weirdest part of this situation. But now this whole thing gets even weirder. So the guy who initially even brought up these claims, these wild allegations, literally just goes and has these old posts up from 2023, sorry, not 2013, where he's like, listen, if all these dates sell out, I'll tell you why he got banned. Like, invoking that you should buy tickets to these shows that he's in just so you can hear this crazy story. And it doesn't even stop there. It's like, gamer friends, if you're on the East Coast, you should come to one of these shows. Slasher's coming to the New York date. That's a 500-person room. And we're like 70% on pre-sale. I always act out around Rod if that show sells out. Website. So for example, how they describe it is you can whisper to friends, followers, subscribers to chat privately one-on-one across all of Twitch. So if you're watching a streamer known as Lyric and your friend is watching Man vs. Game, you can still whisper to him as long as you are both online. But only you and the user you're whispering to will be able to see the conversation. So I guess in any chat you can do /W, enter a username, and type an entire chat within the same IRC chat to basically communicate with people. Now, given the fact that this is IRC chat, I don't discount that Twitch administration can pull out any chat in plain text and look at it. So again, let's go over some actual conspiracies here real quick, at least the most logical ones. So if it was something that was involving the Whisper system, again, one person actually states, what makes the most logical sense to them is based on these statements is that a minor was possibly lying about their age and was using that Whisper system to talk to Doc. Doc was under the impression the individual was of age. When he found out, they cut ties with that person and went after Twitch for not verifying the age. Was the Whisper program only for 18+, so he thought he was good? I'm not too sure.
W donate $2. Mutahar being drama clickbaiting hard as fuck. His content went down the shitter in the past 3 years. Even his arch guide sucks. He had shit ton of mistakes. Can you watch this guy instead?
Welcome back, Defenders.
I don't think there's really any interesting updates here, but we can click through. Thanks for the donation, W. The thing I don't like about Mutahar most of all is he makes his videos unnecessarily long, and he is overly dramatic about the most mundane shit. But thanks for the donation,
If
W.
so, it makes sense for him to say no wrongdoing occurred, because he was being lied to. If the minor did lie, report this really fucked up story and never coming out and actually put major viral. This is my response. Be careful who you put your trust in. There's a reason I haven't interacted with online gamers.
And I want to talk about a few things that have gone viral lately around, and specifically
regarding a minor.
Okay, whatever.
Jake here. Of course, we're starting with this story first. It's the 1-year anniversary of Yevgeny Prigozhin's failed coup attempt, or failed mutiny, after calling off his thunder run to Moscow. So Prigozhin went on paper with Kim Jong-un, saying that if North Korea gets into a war, Russia will help North Korea. The assumption being that that evil imperialistic United States wants to attack North Korea. But what if North Korea starts the war? North Korea fires first and gets into a shooting war with the South Koreans. This is what has South Korea concerned. Putin also does not rule out sending weapons to North Korea. Weapons that would most likely be used against the South Koreans. So for the South Koreans, they're taking this personal, that Putin would show up on their peninsula, promising to arm and defend their sworn enemy, the Kim regime. So South Korea is now considering supplying lethal aid
To any gender dysphorics in the chat over 5 feet 8 inches, with manly skulls, or large rib cages, large hands, or broad shoulders, do not tune out, it will be a traumatic nightmare. Be a repressor Chad, lift, and masculine, and rep until the day you die nigger.
Alright, thank you for that inspiring speech. Appreciate the donation, vegan, man, modder, tranny rapper.
aid to Ukraine. Up until this point, South Korea has only provided financial and humanitarian relief because they didn't want Russia involved in the politics on their peninsula. South Korea was being cautious. And Putin didn't consider at all the ramifications of getting involved in Korean politics. So Putin is now trying to threaten South Korea, saying it would be a big mistake if they start supplying weapons to Ukraine. But this isn't usually how democracies respond when threatened. If the Russians are saying to the South Koreans, "We are the military ally of North Korea. If you and the North get into a war, we will defend and supply the North Koreans." Well, now it's in the national security interest of South Korea that Russia fails, that Russia collapses, that Russia won't be there to help the North Koreans if there's a war on the Korean Peninsula. So I think South Korea is going to do it. It's a democracy. Of course, there's a political process. It might take a couple weeks or a couple months. But I think South Korea is going to start supplying lethal aid to Ukraine because of Putin's stupid visit to Pyongyang. Look at the stats. What does South Korea have in their arsenal that they could donate to Ukraine? And South Korea...
Bugglefuck donators, don't watch past 8:43 or I buy a burger of human meat.
I also follow many video game news outlets on Twitter. I know that there's a new Boku game with Chin-chan. I even know that it's in English now. You don't have to keep telling me at every turn, under every tweet. This video, dialogue or text, no, not that, but somewhere in between the proggy structures of ancient civilizations long past. Though
I don't know why I'd care about that.
You ever play Destiny? Or Destiny 2? I've been addicted to it for like 2 months now.
No, Destiny and Destiny 2 suck ass and they're shit games, so I've never played them. Thanks for that donation, Chamomile Cam.
Harold's Walk, one of the greatest and most critically acclaimed 3D platform video games of all time.
Okay.
Harold's Walk, one of the greatest and most critically... Welcome to the world of Harold. Harold Reborn features a vast, abstract, open landscape and over 3 times the content of the first game.
Okay, that's weird. Thanks for that, Nation Spugglefuck.
Korea has, on paper, the second largest military in the world. When you look at just never to return, and he did it for Choco Pies. North Korean defector gets a lifetime supply of Choco Pies. Choco Pies is the American equivalent of like a ding dong. It's just a sugary, cream-filled snack. But they don't have sugar in North Korea. And he tasted a Choco Pie once, and that's all he could think about. Getting to South Korea so he could get Choco Pies. So once again, this was one of North Korea's most trusted elite soldiers, posted at the DMZ, and when he reached a South Korean hospital, the doctors found that he was infected with tuberculosis, hepatitis B, and his intestines were covered with parasitic worms. On top of being shot 5 times by his own comrades.
Jesus.
This man is lucky to be alive, but yeah, I don't think North Korea is going to send soldiers to fight in Ukraine because they would murder their Russian overseers at the first opportunity to get some Choco Pies. Yeah, I think...
Yeah, dude. This is a guy who's high-ranking in the military and is infected with hepatitis and parasitic worms.
I think when we're drafting teams, Ukraine is better off getting the South Koreans, and Russia can take North Korea. So Putin's desperate. Putin threatens to revise the nuclear doctrine of Russia and vows to go to the end in Ukraine. Here's Putin once again threatening the world with nuclear weapons. This is what he says. They, the West, are always, as you said, turning up the heat, escalating the situation. Apparently they are counting on the fact that we will be scared at some point. But at the same time, they also say they want to achieve a strategic defeat of Russia on the battlefield. What does this mean for Russia? For Russia, it means the end of its statehood. That's what it means. It means the end of the 1,000-year history of the Russian state. I think this is clear to everyone. And then the question arises, why should we be afraid? Isn't it better to go until the end? This is simple, formal logic. This is Putin saying that if they don't win...
That is not formal logic.
...this war in Ukraine, that'll be the end of Russia. And if Russia's going to end anyways, then why not fire off 6,000 nuclear warheads and try and kill as many people as possible? First of all,
Yeah, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if Putin sees... Like, if Putin gets outed from power, he's gonna get assassinated. So, if he's in a situation where he knows he's gonna die anyway, there is a very good likelihood that he would try launching nuclear weapons. With the amount of dissent that has to be in the Russian military already, I doubt anybody would actually release any nuclear arms. Like, you've got people working on at nuclear launch silos, nuclear submarines and shit. They know Putin's a fucking crazy whack job and he's just gonna try to kill as many people as he can on the way out. I don't know if they're actually gonna fucking follow his orders and turn the key.
there was another European dictator who liked to talk about 1,000 years of the history of their nation. One, his nation survived, but it didn't end well for him. Second, Russia doesn't have 1,000 years of history. Moscow was founded in 1147, so not quite Russia, you're rounding up. But in Russia's 1,000 years of history, Russia has been defeated numerous times. Russia's actually lost more wars than they've won. Russia has survived defeats in the Crimean War, the Russo-Japanese War. Russia lost World War I. They lost their invasion of Afghanistan, and they lost the Cold War. There is national life after your country loses a war. Maybe not for you, Putin, but the Russian people are going to continue to exist in some form after Russia loses this war. What's incredible about this list is the 1920 invasion of Poland, and I didn't even know this was a thing, but apparently the Russians invaded Poland in 1919. This was after Poland and Ukraine and everyone else broke away. The Russians were trying to pull them back into their empire, rebranded under the Soviet Union, and the Russians lost this war to Poland. In the wake of the eastward Polish advance, the Soviets sued for peace, and the war ended with a ceasefire in October of 1920. The more famous example is Russia's failed invasion of Finland. They took horrendous losses, they completely embarrassed themselves. The Russians performed so poorly in this war. This war is what convinced Adolf Hitler to invade the Soviet Union. So Russia's incompetent, Russia is desperate. They're going to continue their acts of terrorism just so their own sick supporters feel like they're accomplishing something. 3 killed in a Russian strike against an apartment building in the city of Kharkiv. The video is online. I'll link this down below if you want to see it for yourself. But Russia dropped one of their Fab 500 or Fab 1000 bombs in the center of a residential area in Kharkiv.
Jesus.
I'll link these videos. Obviously, this was all captured on CCTV. Here's a woman just doing her shopping, walking down the street in broad daylight. And that bomb is about to hit right here. I can't show videos, but I can share some pictures. This is what the damage and devastation looks like. Russia said they were trying to blow up a police station and they weren't targeting civilians.
Police station is civilians.
But police officers are not military personnel. It doesn't matter. Russia's going to continue being absolute evil until
yeah,
they're
that's
defeated.
psychotic.
So the Pentagon now says Ukraine can use U.S. weapons anywhere across the border inside of Russia. Pentagon spokesperson
Hell yeah, dude.
Major
Fucking bomb Moscow.
General Patrick Ryder said that while there had been no change in policy, Kyiv's use of weapons against Russian troops was not limited just to Kharkiv. This was very confusing about a month ago. I actually said in my video a month ago the policy was going to go away if it was limited just to Kharkiv. So I think the policy is U.S. supplied weapons can be used up to 100 kilometers anywhere inside the Russian border. This covers Sumy, this covers Chernihiv.
Dude, bomb the fucking Kremlin. Fuck this shit.
We've got Gimler's rounds, HIMARS, artillery in Kharkiv. Ukraine's use of Western weapons on Russian soil becomes a game changer within hours of U.S. approval. According to the first deputy defense.
Being a tranny with masculine genes and no chance at passing is like being black in the 1920s. I will never be a woman, I was born to suffer. I can either repress until the dysphoria makes me rope, or transition and look like a freakazoid abomination.
Well, there's a lot of dudes who would still fuck a tranny who doesn't pass, so I don't know why you'd be so upset about it. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Tranny Rep Chad.
Defense Minister, there was more than 90,000 Russian troops stationed on Russian territory preparing for an attack. So the Russians did this stupid reinvasion of Kharkiv. It's been a disaster. But if it had gone well, if they had made significant advances, yeah, they were going to attack Sumy next and then attack Chernihiv. Lost. There is a video online. I'll link it down below if you want to see it. But Russia continues to lose their air defense systems prior to the arrival of F-16s. They extinguished, says the governor. So this strike occurred on June 18th. This was an oil depot in Rostov. And the fire wasn't put out until 3 days later, on June 21st. Nice. Ukrainian drone swarms swamp Russian air defenses, oil refineries, and an airfield hit. A month of Ukrainian precision strikes against Russian air defenses, particularly in Crimea, has opened the door for waves of kamikaze drones to do their stuff. Satellite images show significant destruction of an oil depot in southern Russia following a Ukrainian drone strike. It's sad, but apparently more Russian soldiers. The West provoked Putin to invade Ukraine. Nigel Farage, leader of the UK's Reform Party, said during a primetime TV interview that the EU and NATO incited Russia's invasion of Ukraine with its eastward expansion. So I don't
Nigel Farage is a fucking whack job.
know why this talking point from Russian propagandists is getting so much prominence now. They seem to be repeating this on loop, that Russia's failed invasion of Ukraine is NATO's fault. NATO, the aggressive military alliance designed to destroy Russia. When in reality, NATO is a defensive alliance that people apply to join. NATO doesn't go looking for members. NATO just exists, and people are desperate to join NATO for protection from the Russians. So Sweden and Finland joined NATO last year. Russia didn't invade Finland to stop it. Russia doesn't even talk about it. So why is it okay for the Baltics and Sweden and Finland to join NATO, but not Ukraine? Even though Ukraine had no chance of joining NATO. We'll talk about that in a second. But I want to share this interesting polling.
Whole lot of gang shit, Onyai-chan.
What the fuck is this guy doing? He's ever heard of a fucking zipper before? He's trying to get my fucking lane. Look at this fucking guy. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Nah, fuck you. Get out of that car. Ooh. Oh shit. Yeah, you're a big dude. Nah. Welcome to Arizona. Get back in your car. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. The fuck out of here. Get back in your car too. Bro. Oh.
That's what happens when you get caught lacking. What a fucking idiot. Dude, fucking pieces of shit. All right. Well, thanks for the donation note, Goat. Appreciate it.
Of the British people. You guys are fantastic. Here in the United States, maybe 30% of Americans have pro or sympathetic views towards Russia. But in the UK, it barely exists. Most Britons think it is important that Ukraine defeats Russia. The ascension led to the full-scale invasion. So here's exactly what Donald Trump said. Let me play this clip for you.
To make a peace deal there, would you be willing to take NATO expansion off the table if that's what it took to get the Russians and the Ukrainians to make a deal? Would you be willing to do?
So this man is David Sachs. He's a Russian propagandist. He's been doing business in Russia for decades, and he's desperate for sanctions to be lifted so he can continue making lots of money inside of Russia. But Donald Trump agreed to go on his podcast, and here's Trump's response.
And the Ukrainians to make a deal. Would you be willing to do that?
So for 20 years, I heard that NATO, if Ukraine goes into NATO, it's a real problem for Russia. I've heard that for a long time. And I think that's really why this war started. I'm not sure that this war would have started. Biden was saying all of the wrong things. And one of the wrong things, he was saying, no, Ukraine will go into NATO.
Biden never said that prior to 2022. Trump lies about everything. But this is Donald Trump saying the reason why Putin invaded Ukraine is because Ukraine wanted to join NATO. All the arguments made by Russian propagandists completely discount the sovereignty and independence of the Ukrainian people. For people who support Russia, they don't believe Ukraine has the right to self-determination.
Alawali donated $2. I laughed. Let me see. Not safe for work content. Rochester police shoot a man who charged with a hammer. Let me see. I'll just watch this off screen first.
Can you put that down, please?
Don't show on stream. 4K video of Russian barrier trooper finishing off a conscript hit by an FPV drone like it's nothing. Notice the two in the front aren't armed. Poster is retarded.
I'll take a look at that retard. Thanks for the donation, man.
Call your fucking back up, come up hot. Stop!
Well, she should have shot a little quicker, but that's stupid. Thanks for the donation, Alawali. You can watch on stream. I'm not watching that on stream. That's a little too graphic. Well, that guy got fucking smoked. Oh yeah, it looks like the guy was asking to get shot in the head. He's like pointing at his head to get shot, and then the guy shoots him. Jesus. Russian soldier hit by FPV drone, finished off by fellow Russian soldier. When I first saw this, there was a lot of comments condemning the guy that finished him off. I think it's hard to judge. As a Westerner with Western military experience, training, logistics, but without those luxuries, this may have been the best option available at the time. Who knows? Well, we know the Russian military is not getting any kind of real medical assistance. And if this guy was severely wounded, and it looks like he was injured around his groin, he might have literally had his like dick and balls blown off. That might have been a better option for him. So it's not necessarily a stupid post.
Termination. Ukraine has always been, or for the last 300 years, a subordinate people and a subordinate nation to Moscow. And for people who support Russia, they just want that to continue. So the Maidan Revolution in 2014, the United States had nothing to do with this. These were Ukrainian people sick of Russian dominion, wanting closer ties to the EU for better prosperity for themselves and their children. And what Russia wants is Ukraine never to join NATO, so they can continue installing their own puppet regimes like Lukashenko in Belarus, and like they had Viktor Yanukovych, the Ukrainian president up until 2014, when he started killing his own people. Yanukovych just started murdering his own citizens for protesting. He then fled the country and is still living in exile inside of Russia. This has nothing to do with NATO. In order to join NATO, you need unanimous consent. every NATO country has to agree and vote yes to allow new members. And you can't join NATO if you have any territorial disputes. So Ukraine was never eligible to join NATO, and as long as Hungary or Germany or France vetoed it, Ukraine was never getting in. But since the Maidan Revolution in 2014, Putin has only had one goal, one mission, to militarily take Ukraine back under his control. So here are the articles. Let me show you the proof. Russia is massing thousands of troops on Ukraine's border. This article is from September of 2016. Leading up to the 2022 invasion, Putin sent hundreds of thousands of troops into military exercises.
Yeah, Vox. Oh my god. Their journalism is just dog shit. Oh yeah, here's why we shouldn't panic. Right, Yeah, they invaded the Crimean Peninsula. They're setting up thousands of troops along Ukraine's border. Oh, don't panic, they're not going to invade.
To war game his invasion of Ukraine. Massive Russian military exercise heightens fear of troop buildup on western border. This article is from September of 2017. Poroshenko says over 80,000 Russian troops in and around Ukraine, threatening invasion. This December of 2018. Are the Russians coming? Russia's military buildup near Ukraine. This article is
IT stop, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop, make it stop, it hurts.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, birthday.
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess it not a dumb post, but those formations are unique to Russia. Those barrier troopers use unarmed conscripts as drone fodder, so the more skilled soldier gets closer to the front line. It's just hella fucked.
Yeah, they literally use people as cannon fodder. They particularly use foreign men, so men from China, Sri Lanka, shit like armpits of the world, and they'll basically send them out without any weapons, and then they're just literally used as, meat diversions. Thanks for that donation, though, retard. I feel bad for these monkeys.
Murdering your citizens for protesting. That seems to be a common trait with all dictatorships under Russian rulership. Lol. Belarus, Yanukovych in Ukraine, Assad in Syria.
Yep. That's what they all do. Thanks for that donation, Mola.
From February of 2019. I actually think Putin wanted to invade Ukraine back in 2020 or 2021, but he held off his invasion because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Putin is such a germaphobe that he held off his invasion until his entire military could be vaccinated. Every person in Russia was forced to get the Russian vaccine. So if you think vaccines are woke or the coronavirus outbreak was a hoax, Putin didn't think that, and Putin believes in vaccines. This is how Putin responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. But here's the real reason why Putin is making all this noise about changing nuclear doctrine and wanting peace talks and negotiations if he gets everything he wants. And this is what Putin is actually thinking about. In the first half of 2024, Ukrainian drones have struck about 24 Russian oil refineries and oil infrastructure. Putin doesn't know how this is going to go for the next 6 months, heading into winter. How is Russia going to do with dozens of their oil refineries offline and half of their oil depots blown up? We're going to find out together. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine. Here's a hilarious article from the Financial Times. Serbia turns a blind eye to its ammunition, ending up in Ukraine. So Belgrade...
Oh, Serbia. We gotta play the theme song.
Odvihaća do Petrovca sela, do Petrovca sela. Srpska zemlja napadnuta cijela, napadnuta cijela. Karadžiću, vodi Srbe svoje, vodi Srbe svoje. Neće biti nikog se ne boje, nikog se ne boje. Oj, da li je Hrvatske ustaše, Hrvatske ustaše. Retirajte i ognjište naše, i ognjište naše.
exported 800 million euros worth of artillery shells to Greece or to the Czech Republic or to Italy or whoever, and all these shells ended up in Ukraine. So on paper, Serbia is supposed to be Russia's ally, but I think Serbia is pretty indifferent and kind of embarrassed at how poorly Russia's doing in this war. So they decided to sell $1 billion worth of artillery shells to Western countries. That's now helping Ukraine. The Netherlands is going to supply another Patriot system to
All good news.
Today in Texas.
She looks underage.
Right,
Hey,
let's
good.
see.
Get up and
Young millionaires do this every morning. I think we already saw some of that video. Should you become a YouTuber for money in 2024? Dude, Hamza is so fucking lazy. Like, uses the same fucking thumbnail for 5 fucking videos. And most of his thumbnails have nothing to do with the content of the fucking video either. £20,000, a lesson in business. Go all in till you're on 10K per month. That one
So if
sounds
you want to have
interesting.
extreme results in business, you want to get to 10K a month as a young man, then you need to live an extreme life. I don't know if you ever really thought about this to yourself, but the guys who are on 10K a month when they're young, they're very special, right? It's not as common as you think it is. The reason why certain guys end up building that wealth is because they lived extreme lives. And so what's the kind of extreme life that will get you to hit that massive amount of money when you're young? It's basically locking yourself in your room till you're at 10K a month. Now, I want to give a quick disclaimer that I think
Yeah, so this is stupid, and I'll tell you why. You can work 3 jobs. You can, work 15, 18-hour days, 7 days a week. You can do all this shit to earn a lot of money. You're never going to be able to keep up that pace. You're not a robot. Unfortunately, you're this, like, fleshy being with competing interests. You need, like, family life, you need friends, you need relationships, you need to sleep. And once you burn out, that money is going to go away. So, yeah, you can be like, oh, I'm on that grind set until I make 10K per month. Okay, well, now you're earning 10K per month. What are you going to do now? Oh, well, you're burnt out, you can't work as much, and then you're going to be back to earning much less.
Skip the first 10 seconds. Is that Finn signing? This has subtitles.
No, that's not Finn. That's a Shiba Inu. Yeah, that's a Shiba Inu. Finn's Pomchi. Thanks for that donation though, Mola.
Hey Richard. I'm thinking about going back on my veganism and instead just eat grass-fed, cage-free stuff. I feel like it makes more sense to me.
Alright, well, how about you do us all a favor and stop chewing and just swallow. Thanks for that donation, Alawali. Bend over, donate $2. Here's some clips from Stop Anti-Semitism social media. Let me see. Coordinated terror attacks in Russia, synagogue set on fire, police killed, priest allegedly beheaded, as Islamic terrorists scream Allahu Akbar. Yeah, dude, this is why I tell everybody, get a gun. You need a firearm to protect yourself. You think just because you live in a country with police and shit that you're going to be safe. This shit could happen at any moment. Especially, like, look at all the fucking crazy amount of immigration you're seeing in the UK, where it's, like, you know, gone up 10 times within a year. Well, where do you think a lot of those people are coming from? Some of those people are coming from the Islamic State. You have Islamic terrorist groups living here. Some of them are getting supported by Iran. There could be a terror attack anytime in any city, and, you know, you're not going to be prepared if you don't have a firearm. Not to mention incels who just lose their shit because they can't get fucking laid. Like, anything can happen. You can't be caught lacking. Yeah, dude, that is absolutely fucked. Jesus. Chaos has erupted as over 150 pro-Hamas protesters clash with brave Jews near a synagogue in Los Angeles. Protesters attempted to block the entrance, leading to physical fights, the use of bear spray, and items being thrown. Several have been wounded. Numerous law enforcement officers in riot gear are on the scene. Multiple arrests have been made. Yep, they just want peace, right? They don't hate Jews. This isn't about hating Jews. This is about just, anti-Zionism. Right. Yeah, this is what the it's pro-Hamas, but You know, this is what the pro-Palestine movement is. It's all about Jew hatred. Yeah, dude, fuck these people. It's too bad these Jews aren't packing. Thanks for the donation, bend over.
Look at this dumb pussy midget, what a faggot.
Don't let him know you're scared of him, then he'll fuck with you.
Hey, buddy. Hey. Welcome back to Grandma's house. He's choking me out. Welcome back to...
That was what I was afraid of.
You alright?
Don't let him know you're
It's just a fucking big rabbit person. Why the fuck would you be afraid of a kangaroo? Probably just wanted to give him a hug, too. Thanks for the donation, ass.
For everyone in the comments asking, yes, I am serious. Richard, if you're up for it, I'll debate you right now about why veganism doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm sure. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
I think it's still good for you to, for example, go outside and exercise and get sunlight, but even for you to go outside and be social, go cold approach girls, go on a date with a girl and learn how to flirt, go, like, you know, meet some guys and go for a workout together, still do, like, some social, healthy things. You know, don't stay up late, don't go drink alcohol and stuff, but if you go outside for certain key reasons which are actually still good for your development, then I think you'll prosper even more than just being in sort of total autist monk mode, self-improvement mode. That being said, though, I moved back home in May of 2020, and I basically just locked myself in my room apart from when I'd go outside to work out. And all I did was basically just fucking work on my business and learn.
You weren't working on any business. You're a fucking loser with no social life. You don't have any real friends. The only people who stick around you are around you because you ended up getting YouTube famous and have money, and you pay them. All the fucking friends you have are just there to bum clout off of you. You're terrible with fucking girls. You don't know how to go up and approach girls. And you figured the only thing that you really had to do was just work on YouTube and shit. And just stay at home and jerk off and watch porn. This guy always talks about how, oh, porn is so bad. And, oh, it's gonna destroy your life. Like, why do you think he's saying this shit? It's because he's a fucking porn addict. What do you think a fucking guy in his early 20s is fucking doing, staying indoors all day, not socializing, and doing nothing? Jerking off to fucking porn. Like, you're telling me this fucking lazy asshole was working on his fucking business all day? What business? The only thing you were fucking doing was YouTube and making shitty-ass fucking videos. That doesn't take long, it doesn't require that much effort, especially the videos you fucking make. You were just indoors watching fucking porn all day and stroking it over, like, oh, if my YouTube channel pops up, maybe I'll be able to have fucking friends.
And about skills that I needed for my business. I did that for a year, about 14 months straight, and that's when I hit my first 10K.
9 lashes, donated $2. My penis size is like 4.5 to 5.5 inches on a good day. Is this a major turnoff for most girls? Probably not. Based only off sensation and sexual pleasure, does sex feel better based on different sizes and drastic differences in feeling, not including chemistry vibes? Well, yeah, bigger penises feel better. That's why girls like bigger dicks. Losing weight and being lean can massively increase the length of your penis. For roughly every 30 pounds you're overweight, you can lose about half an inch, give or take, to your penis. It can be as low as like maybe 1/10 of an inch, but it can be as much as almost a full inch. So if you're, say, 30 pounds overweight and your penis is 5.5 inches, you may be able to get to like a 6-inch, maybe more, in penis length if you just lose 30 pounds. You can also, what's it called? Take tadalafil. It will improve the quality of your erections, even if you don't have sexual dysfunction. If you take tadalafil, your erections will be noticeably larger. So if that helps you get more confidence when in bed, and you feel like you're noticeably larger, that's going to help your sexual performance, certainly. So it might be worth getting a tadalafil prescription. On the more extreme end of things, the only thing I'd recommend considering is getting filler injections into your penis. They're all... The only good ones are temporary, so they'll last for about 6 months to about a year and a half. Don't ever get permanent, like, silicone injections into your penis. Those will probably result in sexual dysfunction or infections. They do make temporary fillers that can be broken down if you do have a negative reaction to them, and those can massively increase girth. So those are things you can do, but again, that's on the extreme end of things. I wouldn't recommend it just because of the inherent risk with getting cosmetic fillers. But thanks for the donation, 9 lashes. Hope that helps.
A month, and I've never hit below $10,000 a month since that point in about July 2021. 1 year and 2 months. That's what it took me. It takes doctors multiple years of studying, I think about 8 years of studying, and then they start off.
Jelqing doesn't really do anything. There are massive problems with self-reporting with jelqing. You can find like jelqing groups on the internet, like there's Reddit pages about jelqing and shit, and you'll hear claims where guys like add 2 inches to their fucking penis with jelqing. One, there's huge methodological issues with self-reporting. 2, how are they measuring their penis length? That can drastically change the outcome, because depending on the point of where you're measuring from, that can add an inch to your penis. And there's obviously a personal incentive when you're, dedicating like several hours per day to doing things like penis stretching, where you're going to do this cope where, okay, you're going to measure from this point, and then, oh, well, I wanted like an extra 2 inches, so I'll measure here, and then you cope and say, oh, yeah, I gained 2 inches. Secondly, some people will upload like photos as proof. Again, adding like even a quarter of an inch to your penis length can make a massive visual change. So, especially when you're talking about like the angle where the photo is being taken from. So somebody might add a quarter of an inch of length to their penis, and to your eye, it might look like an inch or 2 inches, but it's literally only a quarter of an inch. It also might not, and likely won't, affect erectile length. So if you do shit like jelqing, it might increase length to the flaccid length, which is something you don't really care about, but it might not do anything to the erect length. There's no correlation between flaccid length and erect length. So again, when people are saying, oh, I added like 2 inches to my penis length when jelqing, that might possibly be true with flaccid length, but when you look at erect length, it might be 0, or it might be like really small, like a quarter of an inch. And when you actually look at any randomized trials on jelqing, penis stretching, penis pump devices, the greatest increase you ever see is like 1/10 of an inch. It's incredibly fucking minor for the amount of work you're putting in one, and for the possibility of causing like permanent irreparable damage to your penis. Like, again, your penis is sensitive, so if you stretch it, you might damage nerves, you might damage blood vessels, you could cause scar tissue, which can cause blood flow occlusions. It can decrease sensitivity. So your best bet for increasing your penis length is by just losing weight and being as lean as you can sustainably be. So if you have visible abs and shit, and you don't really have any excess body fat, that's the best way to increase penis length. And again, on the extreme end of things, you can get cosmetic surgeries, but usually those have extremely high risks, and you won't actually like the results. You'll look like you have like a weird Franken dick, and it looks all fucked up. If you're gonna get some sort of cosmetic procedure, the safest thing I would say is to get cosmetic fillers injected into your penis, because if there is an issue with the cosmetic filler, you can dissolve it with another injection, and then the problem will kind of clear itself up. And the fillers also decay after a while and get metabolized by your own body, so there's no chance of like or a very minimal chance of like long-term damage and shit. If you have a very short penis, so like, 2-3 inches, you might want to consider getting the penis lengthening surgery, but it involves cutting the muscle on the top of your penis, which can make sex harder. That trade-off might be worth it to you, because your penis is so short as it is that the issue of your penis just flopping down when it's erect, it's a worthwhile trade-off to have like a normal length penis. But, for most people, I'd say just learn to love your own body. You're probably just going to create more problems for yourself if you start doing cosmetic surgeries and shit.
Australian gun laws are fucked. It's near impossible to get a gun.
Yep. Australia only wants criminals to have weapons, so that if you get fucked up by like a biker gang or something, you can't do jack shit. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
Offer like 40, 50, 60,000 in the UK, and maybe they get up to like 80k, 90k. Many doctors don't even hit 10k a month in the UK, and in the US maybe they do, but like it takes like professionals like years, like probably a decade, probably 2 decades to hit this number. Young entrepreneurs can hit it in about a year if you do the right.
So I think the average salary for junior doctors, that's doctors that are currently going through what is it? The 2 years training? What do they fucking call it? What's the residency? Yeah, so when doctors are going through residency training in the UK, I think the average income is like £45,000. Average doctor salary UK. After they go through residency, doctors earn a salary ranging from £32,000 as a foundation 1 doctor up to £126,000 for the most experienced doctors. So after residency, I think you're probably looking at around 80k. Doctor salary UK after residency. If you're working as a specialty doctor, you'll earn a basic salary of $52,000 to $82,000. If you're a specialist grade doctor, you'll earn a basic salary of $83,000 to $92K. So yeah, after residency, you're looking between 52 to 82,000 pounds. That's in pounds. So if you were to convert that to USD, roughly equate to 10K per month.
Things and you have the right kind of lifestyle. The biggest part of the lifestyle, there's a few actually. One was making it fun. The thing is, if it's not going to be fun, it's going to be so easy for you to just deviate and go, like break down and go and do something else. For me, it was never that difficult to like lock myself in a room and work on my business because I found it fun. I worked on a business that I genuinely...
You didn't find it fun. Like again, there's a reason why Hamza stopped uploading to his YouTube channel. Isn't really taking it seriously anymore. It's because he didn't want to do it. This was just the only thing he had going for him, really, at the time. And that's kind of the case for me. Like, again, when I started my YouTube channel, I was 22 or 23 years old? Something like that? Yeah, I think I started when I was 22 years old. I I didn't have a job, really. I was doing freelance photography work, didn't have a girlfriend, didn't have, like, any kind of big social life. I'd hang out with my friends sometimes, and I would shoot, like, skateboarding videos and do skateboard photography just as, like, practice. And I did some part-time work doing personal training. But, like, a big reason why I started the YouTube channel was because, like, I might as well. I'm interested in veganism. Nobody's really making any good vegan content online. There's a potential down the road to make money. So I wasn't really making money doing what I was doing already. Had a ton of free time. So, you know, I just did YouTube and it worked out. Like, that's basically the situation Hamza was in. He's just fucking coping. The guy just had nothing really going on in his life, and he figured, okay, might as well make a YouTube channel because I might be able to make money off of this. He was just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what worked.
Genuinely enjoyed. And that's what I'd say to you. The truth is, look, you can go make money from any business, honestly. You can choose any of them. So why not choose the one that is actually enjoyable right now as well? Like the work tasks that you enjoy. I enjoy speaking to the camera, giving advice, explaining my mind, explaining concepts, and just motivating people. And so when I tried other businesses like drop shipping, it was never enjoyable. It was always like a...
Drop shipping is not a business. So, like, look at this shit. He's saying, oh, I was stuck in my room working on my business. He had no business. He was trying drop shipping, and it didn't work out for him because drop shipping never made anybody money. It's a fucking scam that a bunch of these fucking idiot financial bros were trying to convince people to, like, oh, this is the big money-making side hustle where you can quit your job. Financial scammers were telling people to make money doing this drop shipping side hustle thing when it made no money, and the only money you could make in drop shipping was selling courses on how to make money doing drop shipping. There was never any money in fucking drop shipping. Drop shipping is not a fucking business. Like, best case scenario for anybody trying to get into drop shipping, literally over the last 10 years, is maybe making an extra $300-400 a month. But that requires a lot of fucking effort and work, like handing out fucking stupid links wherever the fuck you can, like on Reddit and Twitter and all this shit, and spending like a few hours a day making sure people get links to your fucking drop shipping website. It never made anybody money. And again, this guy was just a fucking idiot who was looking at fucking YouTube videos all day, jerking off to fucking porn. And he was like, oh, I'll try drop shipping. Oh, I'll try buying some crypto. Oh, well, maybe I'll just make some videos. And then that worked for him.
Slog. It was always slow and boring, and I couldn't have kept that up. So I quit that, got onto YouTube, and that's what I went all in on. So the first thing is, are you actually doing a fun business model that you could sustain because you actually want to do it? Because I don't want to play video games and watch anime when I have this business model. I don't want to do that when I have something enjoyable and productive. But the second thing, which is so interesting, the thing that will make the difference between you and the kind of entrepreneurs who will actually go and create results, it's focus. And my friend Charlie Morgan, who's a really successful entrepreneur, he makes like 10 million profit a year. He explained this in like this video that I just watched. He said, focus is in the micro and the macro. Micro focus is you not getting distracted whilst you're working on a particular task. So the particular task I'm recording, you're watching this video. You having this micro focus would be if you watch this video with full focus, maybe if you put it full screen, if you didn't scroll to the comments, look at all the suggested videos. YouTube, I swear, has just changed recently. And like below the video, there's like thumbnails in like new places and it just looks trash. It's like they've moved where the comments used to be to now have the suggested next videos, and it just looks horrible. I have like YouTube extensions, but they don't block them right now because it's like a new update, so I've got to see all this bullshit there. But if you get distracted from that, you're basically like resetting your brain's like awareness and capability on the topic, and just like lowering how successful you could be. The version of you that increases.
Can somebody explain to me what the fuck he just said? Like he was talking about building a business through YouTube, and then he started complaining about how they changed where the comments show up, and how it's distracting him when he's watching YouTube videos. How does that plug into what he was fucking saying about making a successful YouTube channel?
Is your micro focus and can sit down, choose a task, and just do it without getting distracted will absolutely dominate the version of you that doesn't have that. Of course he will. And this is the difference, right? This is like the entrepreneur version of you, the guy who basically can't focus properly. You get
Bro, this is fucking retarded. Look at the most successful people on YouTube, like maybe aside from Mr. Beast. They are all fucking autistic, ADHD, fucking neurodivergent idiot kids who will upload stupid fucking prank videos. They'll upload like their gaming content. They'll shoot fireworks indoors in their mom's fucking house. They're all doing stupid shit, and those tend to be like the kids who blow up on YouTube. There's a few like exceptions like Mr. Beast who did have a coherent plan. And even then, he didn't really have a coherent plan when he first started on YouTube. He was just throwing shit at the wall, seeing what stuck, and he eventually started to notice that certain videos had more popularity. He was trying to upload videos making fun of like SJWs and shit and being this like based shit poster and trying to make content that way. But then he realized, oh, all these prank videos and shit are getting the most views, so I'll do that kind of crap and like those game shows and stupid shit. Turkey Tom, he wanted to do like documentary style videos. There's people like that, but like most of these people popping off on YouTube, they're like, when you're talking about super successful channels where they're making millions of dollars, they're all fucking idiot, autistic, neurodivergent kids with ADHD that's unmedicated. Like, look at fucking iShowSpeed. I mean, what are you fucking talking about?
Get distracted in your tasks, your phone goes off, you check the notifications, you read comments when you go onto a YouTube video. This most likely is you right now, be honest, right? Then the version of you that has a high level of micro focus, you know, after 1 year, of course this one's going to be more successful, of course, right?
ABC donated $2. Yeah, the retarded gun laws also extend to BB guns as well. Yeah, I know. They banned BB guns, they banned airsoft guns, and then they had those gel shooting guns that they tried to ban, and I think they only banned them in one region of Australia. Australia is beyond fucking cucked, bro. It is one of the most...
Have you ever seen this interview by CoffeeZilla? He interviewed a former student from Dan Locke's course and was scammed $25,000. It's a couple years old, but interesting to know what it was like. Watch later.
I'm not going to bother watching this because I'm pretty sure I reacted to this on stream a few years ago. Yeah, these courses like will guarantee you ways to make money and crap, and then they don't really teach you anything. And then they try to keep upselling you over and over and over again, and then you lose all your money. Yeah, I've seen this, though. Thanks for the donation, Whalig. But like I was saying, Australia is one of the most totalitarian fucking shitholes on the planet. I don't know how anybody fucking lives there. If I was born in Australia, I'd do whatever the fuck I could to just immigrate to, like, some other country in Europe or Canada or something, maybe even the US. Like, the US is better than Australia in a lot of ways.
Australia has stupid laws for toy guns. Let me explain why. This is a gel blaster, and it is completely legal in Queensland, Australia. This is an airsoft gun. It is completely illegal in Queensland, Australia. Spot the difference? What's that? You can't? That's because they not only look exactly the same, but they also function exactly the same. The only difference is one shoots gel balls, the other shoots plastic balls. So if they're basically the same, how come gel blasters are legal and airsoft isn't? Long story short, there was a mass shooting in Tasmania 28 years ago in 1996, and after that, the government decided to pretty much ban every single gun in Australia, including toys like airsoft. But the fun fact about that is that they probably had no idea what airsoft even was. And they still don't.
Questions just relate to the importation of airsoft products. Do we have the
importation of
airsoft?
I'm sorry, airsoft.
Airsoft. You don't know what it is either?
I presume they don't have a ballistic capability. Thank you. And maybe that's a reference to air and soft being conjoined in the same phrase.
Oh, isn't it wonderful to see elected officials trying to ban things when they don't even know what it is?
So let's get this straight. Airsoft is illegal in Australia, but the ministers of legislation don't even know what the hell it is. Note that that clip is from 2017, and these smart politicians have done a little bit of research since then, and they found that they can keep making them illegal because not only do they look intimidating, but they also have this scary ammunition called BBs, made out of plastic. It's so scary that it actually completely changes the definition of an airsoft gun to a firearm. Now, I don't know if it's just me, but I wouldn't call a toy gun a firearm. Firearm, noun, a small arms weapon, as a rifle or pistol, from which a projectile is fired by gunpowder. And I just don't think airsoft guns have gunpowder in them. And here's a fun fact. If you live in certain states throughout Australia, you'll even have to register your Nerf guns as registered firearms.
Whoa. Why is Australia so gay? Like, you're really that gay, you have to register Nerf guns as firearms.
Firearms.
I asked SAPOR whether I'd have to register it, and they said, yes, I would.
Police are afraid of gel blasters or Nerf guns or any type of replica that closely resembles a real firearm. So that's why if you own a gel blaster that looks like a penis, you'll also have to get that registered at the local police station.
So to get this to me here in South Australia, I had to get them to post it to a firearms dealer. The firearms dealer charged me $50 to submit the paperwork. I then go and collect the gel blaster with its serial number engraved. I take it to a police station who then charge me $40 to register it.
People fear what they do not understand. Heck, the Western Australian Police Minister thought a gel blaster could be converted into a real firearm.
We are aware that many of the components of gel blasters are interchangeable with other parts and can be ultimately converted to a real...
No, they cannot. So idiotic. Like, bro, in the age of 3D printing, how could they say something so fucking stupid? You can look up the FGC-9. You can make that thing off with no firearms parts and make it from all 3D printed materials. Why would they be concerned with fucking airsoft guns and gel blasters and shit when we have 3D printers? 3D printers have made the concept of gun control completely and utterly obsolete. I could get a $200 3D printer and print my own firearms that are fully functioning.
Real firearm.
Gel blasters, metal or plastic, are not designed to withstand the pressure from a bullet. So converting a gel blaster into a real firearm is just a big load of Now you're probably wondering how gel blasters flew under the radar. In 2017, they started getting imported under a loophole in the law because the
Wayleg donated $2. I got site-wide banned from Reddit and they won't tell me why or respond to ban appeals. VPN didn't work. How do you recommend I get around this dumb ban so I can post on Reddit again? I don't know, dude. Maybe try signing into a different Google account. That might help. But I'm not sure. Thanks for that donation, Wayleg.
The ammunition wasn't these dangerous plastic BBs that they're so afraid of, but in fact, nice soft gel balls, also known as Orbeez, things that you water your garden with. But after a few years and a very small minority of people misusing them, they thought, I can't be bothered with this extra paperwork, let's just ban them outright. Who cares about the businesses that they destroyed, the families that they ruined, the livelihoods that were completely wiped off the map because they thought, we don't really like guns here in Australia.
The snap ban has also devastated the industry. More than 50 local suppliers have been forced to close. Hundreds have lost their jobs.
We've had people who are still paying rent on empty shops, people who are living in camper trailers because they can no longer afford to live.
Authorities are making no apologies.
So let me guess, a toy gun that literally cannot harm anybody is getting banned, and it's ruining the livelihoods of thousands of people, and that was worth it for the Australian government.
Apologies for their tough stance on gel blaster regulations.
And now they're putting innocent people in jail for a crime that shouldn't even be a crime.
And the state's gun laws after a prison guard spent 2 months...
I've talked about this concept before. You're making... It's like literally making crime illegal. I don't understand how you can, violate somebody's civil liberties and put them in jail or fine them when they have not infringed upon anybody's rights. Like even when we're talking about actual real firearms that you can kill people with, if you just have a gun in a holster and you're walking around, who is that harming? Nobody. Like the police could stop you and then find this gun on you and then charge you for it. For what? You didn't do anything with the firearm. You're literally just making normal human behavior illegal. It's stupid. You should only be able to charge somebody with a crime if they've committed a crime. Like just having something on your person isn't a fucking crime.
behind bars for possessing toy firearms.
Just nothing short of a disgrace. If you want to make these things illegal, be clear in the legislation.
The judge found Adam Smith guilty, but only because he had to, by law.
Now I know I've done a lot of this video in satire, but guys, it's easy for me to blabber on about how it's not right and this and that, but what can we do? What can we do? Now there is a petition up online about airsoft. I'm not sure how much of an impact that's going to make. So my plan of attack, I'm going to be sending out emails and calling out ministers and local politicians and even trying to talk to the police themselves to figure out how we can get airsoft.
Yeah, dude, fuck Australia.
Do you know how much more successful this one's going to be? 100x. 100 times. I'm not exaggerating, because the people who don't have this micro focus, the entrepreneurs, they are literally watching this video right now. They've been in the space of entrepreneurship watching Andrew Tate, Iman Gachi videos for 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and they haven't even taken any fucking action. They've literally haven't even made $1 online. So their program...
Yeah, so what does that tell you? It tells you that none of these people actually teach you how to be an entrepreneur. Andrew Tate has never given any fucking real business advice. Iman Gachi, all these people, they've never given business advice. The closest thing to business advice that Andrew Tate has given is how to fucking sex traffic women. That's it. None of, like, the reason why you see all these people following these, you know, quote unquote entrepreneurs and listening to their advice, but they never do anything and they never make a business or make any money, it's because they weren't actually given any fucking advice. This jackass, Iman Gachi, he never made any fucking money, like, doing anything other than selling fucking courses online.
Is quite literally 100 times less than the kid who's still watched the videos, but he's been able to sit down, do the work, get it done, and be on thousands of dollars a month right now. You improving your micro focus will literally make you 100 times more money. So you should be thinking to yourself, fuck, like, I should take this seriously. How do I improve my...
Well, that's just idiotic. I don't know how the fuck he can possibly make that claim. Depending on how you are trying to make money, there's only so many ways that you can become more productive. If the amount of money you make is based off of the amount of sales you earn, well, how are you going to increase sales? You're going to increase sales by getting more exposure for the business. Well, that usually equates to just buying ad space so that people are aware of your business so that you can make more sales. Is focusing harder going to help you make more sales? Like, how does that translate to more sales? It's just idiotic.
My micro focus. There's a few ways. One, meditate. Nice and simple, and I'm not going to explain that more. But two, be like an intellectual, like intelligent young man who's self-aware, and just ask yourself, okay, well, what's the opposite of the micro focus? It's the micro distractions. It's scrolling down to the comments. It's, you know, you're trying to do a work task and your phone goes off. And every day, just ask yourself, what distracted you today? And then just ask yourself another question. How do I stop that from distracting me tomorrow? If you just ask those two questions every day for like 7 days, you won't get distracted again. It's that easy. People are just so brain dead that they won't think that, but it's that easy. Just ask yourself, okay, what distracted me today? My friend knocked on, my family knocked on. Okay, well, how could I change that? Well, I could tell my family that from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. I really want to work, so they should come and speak to me at 4 p.m. so that I've got time to see them, but then like no one talks to me at 5 p.m. Your mother might still barge in, as she probably would, but at least it'd be less likely. Oh, okay, I went...
Oh yeah, there we go. He knows his audience. He knows his audience is all like fucking 15-year-old kids who are still living at home with their parents. So yeah, he's telling a 15-year-old who's still in high school that they can make $10K per month by question mark profit. Like bro, when you're so self-aware that you know you're talking to a kid who's living at home with his mom, I don't know why the fuck you're talking to them about building a business. They're 15.
To learn, but then I scrolled down to the comments and I watched video after video and I fell down the scrolling loop or something on Instagram. That distracted me. How can I stop that from distracting me? I can move the Instagram app on my phone so that I don't click it out of habit. I can delete the app from my phone. I can just turn my phone off so that there's more friction in using it. When I'm about to work, I can grab my phone and literally physically leave it in a different room so that in my room I feel way more like sacred and safe from notifications and distractions and mindlessly picking up my phone. You do that for a couple of days, just literally breaking down the common reasons why you're distracting yourself, and soon you won't have many more of the distractions. Soon it'll actually be so much easier for you to stay focused. You do that and you will see such a big improvement to your track record of getting to 10K a month. Because if you're going to lock yourself in a room, by the way, which can be valuable in terms of, you know, growing your business, the truth is you still need to do the action, right? Just being in your room 24/7 isn't productive. There's loads of fucking, like, what do you think a loser does? What do you think a Jeffrey does? He's still locked in his room anyway. The difference between the Jeffrey who's locked in his room and the entrepreneur who's locked in his room is that the entrepreneur is doing focused work. That's the one difference, right? So don't just think to yourself as like a monk mode self-improvement autist of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna lock myself in a room, it's so cool to do that. Because most likely you're just coping and you're too scared to go cold approach girls on the street even though you want to. Most likely you're not even like doing that much work. If you're gonna lock yourself in a room,
he knows from experience,
be it for a good reason that you're getting a...
This girl's ass fake? My guess is a barrel of sorts.
BBL, yeah. Yeah, that's a fake butt. Yeah, that is a fake butt. Yeah, what usually really gives it away is when you can like basically see their ass from the front. Usually women have a more pronounced dip in their hip right here, and when they get the BBL, it like wraps fat around their hips in a weird way, and then you see this kind of like smooth shape, but that's almost guarantee with nearly 100% certainty she's gotten cosmetic surgery. Yeah, especially for a white girl. Like, she doesn't have much muscle in her legs at all, and then her ass is, like, gigantic. So, yeah, that's like a BBL or something. Thanks for that donation, Fad Fudge.
Amazing work done. And the way you do that is through leveling up that focus. But Charlie that entrepreneur friend I told you about, he also mentioned that there's macro focus, which is staying focused on your goals long term and not deviating from them, which I found so interesting because this is my weakness, so I'm working on this as well. That's where, for example, through the year, you stay committed without changing to the big goals that you've set. So for example, you say that this year you're going to bulk up to 200 pounds body weight. That's my goal right now. 3 months from now, you start coping and saying, oh,
200? Isn't he like 6 foot or 6'1"? He's a lot smaller than I thought he was.
oh, you know what? I don't even want to bulk anyway. Like, it's getting summertime. I want to cut instead. That's you, like, losing the macro focus of that first goal. Just in the same way that you would on the micro, which is like working on this YouTube script or this current business task. And you're like, oh, yeah, you know, I don't really want to do this right now anyway. I want to go scroll reels or some shit. Oh, you know, oh, like, yeah, someone's knocking on my door. Haha, I've got to go deal with that first. That's like the micro distraction. The macro distraction is like, oh, yeah, this current goal that I've been working on, I don't really care about it anymore. I want to go and work on a different goal. And I'm ashamed to say that I do this so often that I've lost so much progress in the last few years of business and self-improvement.
Do you know Fulcrum?
Let me take a look.
Mistakes are actually W's type shit. L's are W's because you actually get to learn a lot from a mistake, from a goddamn L. You feel me? You learn a lot from an L. You feel me? I've lost thousands of dollars. You feel me? I tried to go after so many different things that I wanted to do in my life type shit and failed so many times, bro. And the more times you fail, the more times you take
What
L's,
are you
the more
saying?
You learn from that, yo, gang. Don't think that L's are a bad thing, bro. You learn from fucking L's. You feel
Yeah, I've seen this guy. Doesn't he just film himself vaping in stores? Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Yodiland. Son Goku donated $2.
A lot of women, when they want to burn body fat, they say they lose their curves when they get lean. I gotta tell you the truth. You're not as curvy as you think you are. That's fat, all right? You know what I'm saying? And you can't lose fat in one spot naturally. All your fat cells will shrink cumulatively around your body. And what happens is sometimes your breasts or your buttocks, I want to be politically correct, your buttocks, the fat in those regions will shrink as well when you lose your belly fat. Now, you may be thinking, well, what about these Instagram girls? Well, a lot of them get surgery. What happens is they get liposuction where they take the fat from out of here and put it in that buttocks. And then they have a doctor sculpt them. As far as naturally, what you're going to have to do is lose the body fat and then build the glute muscles to get your butt bigger. And as far as your breasts or what's the titties, it is what it is. There's nothing you can do naturally to increase.
Yeah, so he's right about this. One interesting thing when it comes to fat loss with women, and then fat gain, if you're a girl and you've had, you know, you've got some titties, if you get really lean, and you have like visible abs as a chick, and your breasts really shrink from it, if you gain that weight back, what happens a lot of the time is your breasts don't really increase. So you might actually get a permanent reduction to your breast size if you lose a significant amount of weight, if you're a female. The fat in your breast doesn't come back like other parts of your body. But he is right about that. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Because every year that's passed, like I've been on this path for like 4 or 5 years, I've wasted like 3 to 6 months destroying the goal that I had, picking up a new completely like almost opposite goal, and then like wasting time and then flipping back to the goal that I originally actually wanted. So I've wasted so much time. So I've realized that my weakness is the macro distractions or the macro focus. And you should know yours right now. Like, is it the micro? Is it the task by task? Or is it the macro? Because if you have both, you're already a millionaire. So don't bullshit yourself. There's one of them you are not good at. Which one is it? That's like a thing that I'd be really conscious of. I'd be writing down on my pieces of paper and sticking it up on my wall.
That is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Oh, if you stick to your goals, you're going to be a millionaire. Where are my millions?
Be setting that as like my phone lock screen. I'd be obsessing over the one that I'm weaker at and making sure that I just like de-bottleneck it and stop it from happening. Is it the micro distractions or the macro distractions that are lowering your progress? Because if you just get rid of that and you figure out whatever kind of business model is kind of enjoyable and you just have that sort of clear, peaceful environment where you can work for a few hours a day on whatever task you need to do for the business, you will get to a point within a year where you're actually making such good money that you don't even realize it. And I think within 2 years, you'll be on 10K a month. I've done a video quite recently, it's a few weeks old right now, and it's called The Daily Schedule That Got Me to $100,000 a month. And inside of that, I spoke about the schedule that I have been on, and also a lot of entrepreneurs have been on, where we wake up fairly early, like 4 a.m., 4:30, and the first thing we do is go and work on our businesses. We don't check our phones, we don't go and consume content or watch something. We don't wake up.
No, I don't own a suit.
Just before school or work. We wake up so early that we have that pocket, like that 3-4 hour window where no one else is awake, where you can go and do the hardest work. And I'll tell you.
Okay, so this is stupid. You have a circadian rhythm where your body is naturally going to become tired at certain points of the day. And this idea that you can just wake up 3 hours early before, work or before school and work on your business or whatever and just change, what time of day you sleep, it's not that easy. If you naturally fall asleep around, say, 10 or 11 p.m. at night, you can't just start going to sleep around, 7 or 8 p.m. to wake up at, 4 or 5, 6 in the morning, and then get in this, extra 3 hours at the beginning of the day. It doesn't work that way.
Right now, I've slacked on that. The last few weeks since I've come back from the US, I did this trip there, and I came back, I've been super jet lagged, my sleep pattern's been all fucked, right? So I've been waking up at about 7, and I'm telling you right now, I have literally gotten maybe 25% of the work done that I normally would have. It's insane. And obviously I've stayed up later, so I still had the same kind of time. And everyone says that, oh, you don't need to wake up early. Everyone has the same time in the day. No. 24 hours was not created equal. The work that you do from 4 to 7 a.m. is genuinely 10 times better than the work you'll do at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. or 5 p.m., 7 a.m.
Nope.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal living in Oz, especially Sydney. Inflation is high, a loaf of bread is like $6, coffee also around $5, $6, and housing prices are fucked. Medicare is cool though.
Yeah, that's because of conservative leadership. All these countries that have conservative leadership, they have zero economic planning. They're the worst economic planners imaginable. And they're all running their countries into the ground. That's why the UK is a complete shithole right now, and that's starting to happen to Australia. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC. Appreciate it. Yeah, so there's no evidence that you're more productive earlier on in the day.
8, 9 p.m. because those are social hours. Motherfuckers will message you, motherfuckers will knock on your door, they'll distract you, you'll distract yourself. At 7 p.m. there's a chance for you to accidentally scroll on reels or watch bullshit YouTube videos. When I wake up at 4 a.m. there's a 0% chance that I'm gonna randomly start scrolling.
Well, let's be real. Anybody who watches your channel unironically doesn't have any friends. So don't worry about that.
On reels when I've woken up at that sacred time, there's a 0% chance that at 4 a.m. I'm randomly going to go and watch YouTube videos, right? Because it's so extreme, isn't it? So people say 24 hours are all the same, you don't need to wake up early. Bullshit. I'm telling you right now, at least for me, it is so clear that if I don't wake up early, I am not a high performer anymore. And so I'm going back to my early morning routine. And I think you probably should consider that if you've never done that before. You go to sleep literally at 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Wake up at about 4 or 5 and smash off the biggest, most important time.
Yeah, so this is what's going to happen. You'll go to bed at around 8 p.m. You won't be tired. You'll be tossing around in bed doing nothing. Then when you're tired around the normal time, around 11, you'll finally be able to get to sleep. Then your alarm will go off at 4 or 5 in the morning, and then you'll be tired as fuck. You'll get up, be tired as shit, not have enough sleep, do your normal day, and then you'll start it all over again. This doesn't work. This idea that you can just change your natural sleep patterns so easily, just go to bed earlier, that's not how that fucking works.
task. I call this eat the frog, where it's kind of like you're doing the biggest, hardest task, the most draining task first thing of the day, and by the time it's done, you then feel like rejuvenated and you're like, oh damn, I've done the most important thing already. If you wake up early and just do that without getting distracted, and then you stay focused in the micro for the task and then the macro of not changing the goals, and you do nothing else, within a year from now you'll be on 10k a month in basically any of the business models that are kind of popular these days. That's all you've got to do.
Idiotic.
Stop getting distracted, go to sleep early, wake up early, choose some of the most important tasks that you have, give them your full focus, don't get distracted mid-task, and then also don't get distracted on the macro level month to month or quarter to quarter, changing your goals or randomly deciding like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go date this girl who's chaotic as fuck, or I'm gonna go like change my lifestyle up and start trying to become a professional football player or some shit. Stay focused on that within 1 year. It's literally that simple. I know it sounds stupid, like, oh yeah, you've not explained anything else. If you really want to get to 10k a month, recap a little bit of what I've said in this video, because it's that simple. It's very difficult. You'll have so many more ideas. You'll have so many more like random shit that you want to try, that you think you need to do. To get to 10k a month, it's that simple. That's it. It's the discipline, the willpower of sticking to this for...
Yeah. That's just fucking stupid. Earning 10k a month in personal income when you're an entrepreneur is very fucking difficult. And this idea that, oh, well, if you just wake up at 5 in the morning and go to bed at 8, you'll be making 10k a month in no time. This is a YouTuber who's never run his own business. He just uploaded YouTube videos, and he's in this weird, unique niche where he could upload garbage, stupid, idiotic content to 15-year-old kids who ate that shit up, and he's telling you, oh, just get up at 5 in the morning and then you'll make 10k a month. Yeah, question mark, question mark, question mark, profit. That's how it works.
6 months straight and being bored whilst other people are going out partying. It's the dealing with the FOMO of knowing that you could go onto Tinder right now and maybe bang a girl this week, and decided not to do that because you don't want to be a degenerate, and you don't even, like, not even for the degeneracy, you just don't even want to waste the 3 hours it would take.
Bro, have you seen the fucking kids that Hamza like interviews and shit? Let me see.
Never go away.
These are the motherfuckers who are joining Hamza's stupid, you know, what do you call it? Like Hustlers University platform thing. You think this fucking like 16, 17-year-old fucking dork is going on Tinder and hitting up bitches and like just fucking random chicks off Tinder? Look at the other kids in chat. They're like 15-year-old fucking dork losers. No money, live with their fucking parents. They don't look good. They're not particularly good looking. They're average looking at best. They don't even fucking lift. None of them can even bench 225. And then he's like, oh yeah, stop fucking wasting your time on Tinder, fucking bitches here and there. Like, you're gonna be a lot more productive just, you know, being on your purpose, making money. This is his fucking audience. They're not even old enough to use Tinder legally. Why is he saying this?
For you to go and meet this girl. That's the harder part. The easy part is waking up and like doing the work, bro. If you've got like a non-stupid business model and the work is enjoyable, like as a YouTuber, the work is really enjoyable. It's just recording these videos. Then that's like the easier part. You just need to set some systems and habits in place that you can get into that flow state kind of easier. You know, you wake up at the right time and you've got the right kind of routine and everything. But really, it's that simple. The one extra piece of advice I'll just give for the YouTubers, for the guys who want to blow up on social media as part of your business. This phrase, like lock yourself in a room till you're on 10k a month. It works for other business models, but not as much for creators, because if you're a creator, like a YouTuber, you've got to go and live like a vibrant lifestyle where you have stories and learning lessons. And so interestingly, if you go out and do like a 4-hour gym session where, you know, you're not like working out for the 4 hours, but you've got like friends and you're training with people, you're training with a girl, you even go on a date. Interestingly, that will actually like help your business because it gives you stories and lessons to talk about in in your content, so you kind of don't need to lock yourself in a room that much. But the final tip I'll give you for every kind of business model, once you've done the big hard task of the day, and there's a few random bits, so for example, as a YouTuber, it's like record the video, that's the biggest thing. After that, there's a few random things like message your team and, you know, make sure the video's uploaded, you know, whatever, small things.
What? Message your team. Make sure the video's uploaded. Sorry. Yeah, buddy, you're talking to 15-year-old kids who are literally just starting YouTube with, you know, a shitty camera their parents gave them on Christmas. You think they have a fucking production team? Like, are you insane?
Once they're done as well, you'll probably still have an extra few hours of the day, especially if you're not in school. What do you spend those hours on? The single greatest...
Okay, so by the way, when he says this, oh, if you're a YouTuber, you're gonna be, like, working on a video all day, and then you're gonna have to message your team and, you know, talk to your editors and shit, and then maybe you'll have, like, a few extra hours. This guy literally made a video admitting that, he would work about an hour to an hour and a half 1 day per week. He would film up to like 5 or 6 videos in that 1.5 hour period and then do nothing for the rest of the week. So what are you talking about? This is all a fucking LARP of I'm a serious businessman. I work all day. Business, business, business. I'm an entrepreneur. This guy admitted in a video he only would film 1 day a week. He would spend an hour and a half. He would film somewhere between 3 and 5 videos, and he would upload those throughout the week. And then he would have nothing but free time for an entire week until he had to film like for another hour, hour and a half. And then he's like coping and saying, oh yeah, like, you're gonna fucking work all day on a video and then maybe you'll have an hour or 2 left later in the day. It's just all a LARP. ABC donated $2. Not sure if you've seen this or not. It's a bit old, but it's fucking hilarious.
How many, what time prior to that did you do investigations into subs around other submarines? How many months prior to signing that contract? How much time and effort was put in by the Defence Force in looking at other subs that were available prior to the short fin Barracuda?
We commenced the competitive evaluation process in 2015, and work on other options had been proceeding from about 2011. So about 4 years of work looking at various options that included military off-the-shelf, a modified military off-the-shelf, and evolved columns.
With the short fin Barracuda, you've signed a contract with the Naval Group, which is a French firm, with regards to it. Did you specifically go looking for a diesel submarine, or what was the base, what were you looking for?
The competitive evaluation process was for a conventionally powered submarine. That's a diesel-electric submarine, Senator.
Was
Not any other form of submarine.
So, was it based on for a pump jet sub that you basically
It was based on, what we were looking for was based on the best solution that 3 international participants within the competitive evaluation process could offer to meet Australia's capability requirements. We did not specify to any of the participants the form of solution it should take, the form of the submarine. It was up to those international participants to present their design and their design capabilities, more importantly, to meet Australia's capability requirements for its future submarine.
You didn't have you didn't want a nuclear sub? That was completely out of the equation?
A nuclear submarine was not in consideration, and government policy was that we would acquire a conventionally powered submarine as the future submarine.
So you were either looking at a...
This woman seems like she's confused about whether they're talking about a sandwich or a submarine.
Pump jet, or you were looking at diesel?
I think you're confusing, Senator, a pump jet as being a nuclear-powered submarine versus what is in fact a conventionally powered submarine. A pump jet is a form of propulsion. It's not a form of power for the submarine. So what it is, in fact, is a form of propulsion that fits to the back of the submarine, and rather than taking the form of a conventional propeller, it takes the form of a shrouded rotor with a set of stators in there that in operation creates thrust through the water.
So, all right. Then with the short fin Barracuda, how are they run? On what?
So I think getting to the point that we're trying to make here is that the proposal offered by France included a pump jet.
So it is pump jet. So you're going pump jet.
She's too stupid to understand that it's not a type of power, it's a type of propulsion system.
But the design you've come up with is, this is why you've chosen them as the design to go with the pump jet. So it's not propellers, is it?
The proposal offered by France included a pump jet, and that's the proposal that we've accepted. And a pump jet remains on offer, and that's what we intend to use for the future submarine.
And that's why you chose France
No,
Naval
that is not alone why we chose France. There are a number of things, and I'm on record as providing testimony at the Senate of the number of things that we considered in the selection of Naval Group as our international partner. There are a range of factors, and they were all over the capability of the international partner to deliver a regionally superior submarine, and one over which Australia would have the sovereign capacity to operate and sustain throughout its life. So there are a number of criteria in mind. We looked at the capabilities, that includes the platform capabilities. We looked at the ability of the international partners to work with the combat system integrator of our choice, and those things in particular pertain to the capability of the boat. We looked at rough order magnitude costs and schedules to ensure the participants understood the scale of the program that we were embarking upon and could give us insights into the manner in which they would manage costs and schedule throughout the program. We looked at matters concerning program management. We looked at the design and the way that safety is incorporated into the design. It's important that that was understood from the outset, because whilst the international partner would be designing the submarine, it would be the Commonwealth that would be responsible for certifying the submarine as safe and fit for operations. And we needed to make sure that the certifying process would match the design philosophy. We looked at methods of sustainment. We looked at the manner in which each of the participants would support the establishment of a sovereign sustainment capability in Australia. And of course that was a key lesson from the Collins program. Even though we built the submarines in Australia, it took us some time to establish the sovereign capacity to sustain those boats. And indeed, having done that now is the reason why we are able to deliver beyond international benchmark availability. We also looked into matters in which the way data would be transferred to Australia, the manner in which intellectual property would also be managed in the program. We looked at the ability of the participants to manage risks, and again, throughout this complex program, that would be a very important factor. So I would say that we just didn't pick a submarine with a pump jet. We picked an international partner that could meet a range of requirements to achieve not only a regionally superior submarine, but the sovereign capacity to operate and sustain that submarine, and to deliver that within the time frame that would be necessary. I'd like to point out that that process was peer-reviewed. It was peer-reviewed by an expert advisory panel. The expert advisory panel found that the process was sound, the participants had been treated fairly, and indeed I might add that the expert advisory panel also met with each of the participants on several occasions to ensure that they were satisfied that the process was being run competently and soundly. I'd also say that the results of our work were peer-reviewed by former program managers from the United States, who made no recommendations to change the course and the manner in which we were conducting the competitive evaluation process, and indeed came to the conclusion that the manner in which it was being conducted would indeed lead to appropriate recommendations on the selection of an international partner.
That is correct. You did get advice from the United States, but the last time the United States and from US Navy Secretary Don Winter, retired US Navy Vice Admiral Paul Sullivan and Rear Admiral Thomas Eccles, they were actually on this based on sound experience, but the whole fact is America had not launched a submarine, diesel submarine for 55 years.
This was about a submarine program, and these are people with a lot of experience in submarine design. Might I also add that we have a lot of experience in the operation of diesel-electric submarines ourselves. So we understand many of the factors around battery technology. I'd just like to add...
I just have a limited time with this, what I'm asking you.
Surely, Chair.
Yes,
I think courtesy on both sides is required here.
Senator Hanson.
I agree, but see, with these questions I need to ask, I just have to say, you're actually going to pump jets or pump jets into a sub. Now, is it true that pump jet submarines can only stay underwater for 20 minutes?
No, Senator. I do not know what you're referring to about pump jet submarines remaining underwater for 20 minutes.
Where did she get this?
Can I just be clear again? A pump jet is a form of propeller. It has no bearing on how deep a submarine can go, how long it can stay underwater. They are matters that pertain to the platform design of the submarine.
What about a diesel sub? So we are going
to buy diesel-electric submarines, and I can assure you, Senator, they're going to stay underwater for much longer than 20 minutes. We have
3 days? For 3 days? What's the period of time?
I'm not going to reveal what our requirements are for submerged endurance. That is classified. But
I don't think it's classified because actually
it is classified.
The call on what's classified and unclassified in this conversation.
So you can't.
Oh my God.
So you can't disclose, which is knowledge of how long a diesel can stay underwater compared to what a nuclear sub can stay underwater.
A diesel-electric submarine can stay underwater depending on the way it's designed. So that refers to matters about the size of the battery, the manner in which the hotel load, which is the power that is consumed by the submarine when it's operating, is used, and so forth. There are a number of factors that go into the period of time that a diesel-electric submarine can remain submerged, Senator.
This Barracuda, actually there is still one on the slipways in France that hasn't even been tested, and we're actually basing a design on that has not been tested. Do you believe that is in our interests?
We have selected Naval Group as competent designers of diesel-electric submarines and indeed ocean-going submarines. We made that assessment on the basis of the competitive evaluation process, which I've endeavoured to explain was a very thorough process. We have no reason to believe that France is not capable of designing a submarine to meet our requirements.
And you don't believe we may be making the same mistakes as we did with the Collins class when that was its first design and it's cost us billions of dollars?
No, I don't, because we've learnt many lessons from the Collins program and implemented those as we've gone forward with the future submarine.
Is the Barracuda designed as a nuclear sub? That was basically is a nuclear...
Oh my God, what is she talking about? Why is she the one with this line of questioning?
Nuclear sub?
The French Barracuda, the submarine that they will be employing in their navy, is a nuclear-powered submarine. The submarine that we're working on with Naval Group is a diesel-electric submarine.
But it is still the short-fin Barracuda, which is a nuclear sub. So we're actually taking a nuclear sub and we're going to make it a diesel sub.
No, it's not, Senator.
No, Senator.
Right.
We are designing a submarine that will have certain lineage in terms of the work that that France has done in designing both the Barracuda and conventional submarines. And that's quite natural in any submarine design and build process. If you looked at any nation designing and building a submarine, they will always refer back to the lineage of designs they've done. What we have the benefit of doing here with France is leveraging the design work that they've done in the Barracuda and a number of conventional submarines that they've designed and built and delivered to other navies, and using that as the basis for the design for the future submarine, which, as I said, is a conventionally powered submarine. You cannot convert a nuclear submarine to conventional power. And that's often been stated in the media, and I understand most recently in the Inside Economics report. The effort is not to convert an existing boat into a diesel-electric submarine. We're designing a submarine using many of the learnings, many of the references that come out of the Barracuda design, and a good example there would be something like hull diameter. If you're going to change the diameter of the hull of a submarine, you're into a whole set of new calculations about the structural integrity and strength of the submarine. If we can utilise the work that France has already done in having a hull diameter that's very similar to Barracuda, we can leverage all of that design work, which has not only gone into the Barracuda, but has been tested by France in their methods of design and certification to get to this point.
Thank you, Rear Admiral.
Well, Australian politics is pretty hilarious.
This thing that you can spend them on is just learning about your business model, learning about the skills that are involved in your business model. So if you're a YouTuber, maybe you go and learn about storytelling, and there's a book, Story Worthy by Matthew Dix, and you read that. If you're an entrepreneur and you go and read books like Deep Work by Cal Newport, Essentialism, you read these books and you actually like really improve your knowledge and your mindset, your beliefs, your traits. You try them and improve your life, your work habits. That's what sets entrepreneurs apart in this earlier stage. It's the guy who reads for like 4 hours a day compared to the guy who just kind of consumes content and watches anime and plays video games. The guy who
Yeah, so Hamza does no reading. He is one of the most ignoramus jackasses I've ever fucking seen. He's an uncultured fucking moron. He literally knows nothing about anything. A lot of his fitness advice is extremely basic gym bro shit. His nutrition advice is absolute fucking dog shit. He literally knows zero about fucking nutrition. Dating, he knows fucking nothing. He gives some of the worst dating advice I've ever seen. He gives some of the worst relationship advice I've ever seen. He often contradicts himself, literally within weeks of uploading different videos. I've seen him talk about how, the reason my girlfriend broke up with me was because I wasn't mysterious enough and I had to keep acting like James Bond. 2 weeks later, he'll upload a video talking about how, the relationship didn't work out because I wasn't being myself and my girlfriend had certain expectations of me that I wasn't living up to because I was basically a fake, and, going into a new relationship, I'll just be more genuine with my partner so that I'll have an actual genuine connection and I won't create these false expectations. Like, that's the shit you see from him. This is not somebody who does any kind of research or reading on any topic that he discusses. He is a complete and utter ignoramus fucking jackass. And again, he's admitted this. He made a video on his second channel talking about how he doesn't really know much about anything. He might skim a topic a little bit, like look up something on Wikipedia, and then just talk about it with this like very low level, base level knowledge.
Reads and practically uses that to improve his life, his work habits, his relationships, his mindset, his health. He's the one, of course, who's going to end up getting better results. So you need to ask, how dedicated are you to this 10K a month goal right now? Because if you are, how your life should look like is that you're waking up at literally 4 or 5 a.m. You're working for a few hours, maybe before school. You go to the gym or you go to school, you do like the things that you've got to do. And then you spend a few hours reading books and watching intellectual videos which don't have like cute editing, kind of like these videos that I'm now making, which are like fairly unedited. Like we have some pictures of me come up, we have some subtitles, but that's it. Compared to like the ones that have like animations, like my old ones. And you watch like long videos, you watch podcasts, you read books about entrepreneurship, business, health, mindset, whatever. That's your day now. Then also just mix in the self-improvement habits, meditation, gratitude, kindness, whatever. That's the daily routine of the young guy who hits 10K a month. We're just going to do one final thing, which is interesting. I'm going to tell you the daily routine of the young entrepreneur who doesn't hit 10K a month. He wakes up just before school. He goes to school. He goes to the gym afterwards. It's like 6 p.m. He's feeling behind on work. He kind of sits down. Instead of working, he just goes and watches another finance, business, YouTube video. And then it's almost bedtime and it's time to relax. And so whilst he eats his dinner, like sad boy at his desk, he watches entertainment shit, anime, plays video games, hops on a call with his loser friends. He scrolls on his phone a little bit. He's texting some girl. He calls himself an entrepreneur who's going to escape the matrix. He's making no progress at all. Which one are you? I really hope you're the first kind of guy. Because when you do this, and you find work that's actually really enjoyable and meaningful, and you feel so fulfilled, like you feel so, like you've got so much respect for yourself. And when you do make the money, then you basically just give it to free your family. And it's a beautiful thing. Not only the money itself, but honestly, like just the game of entrepreneurship and just how much it develops you and how interesting it is, especially when you choose a business model that's enjoyable. It's just very, very fun. And I'm excited that you're on this journey, because I remember when I was on these days, I was making no money or whatever. And honestly, it was like, I actually really enjoyed those days. 2020, I'd wake up, I'd meditate for an hour a day. I'd go run around my city. I'd like set up my gymnastic rings and work out outside because all the gyms were closed. And I'd come back and I'd record my YouTube videos and I'd like script videos. And I'd literally spend like 3 hours a day just reading books with like a nice cup of tea. And, you know, they're just like loving life. I couldn't believe that this was my work day. And it was that routine that built me into this entrepreneur that I am right now. So it was the perfect day for me to live. I loved every single day of being an entrepreneur. I loved the daily grind, the daily schedule. And it was not just instant gratification, because it was building a great life for the future as well. And I really wish that for you. So thank you for listening to me. Wow.
Oh, that was very gay. Very, very gay. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Ugh. All right. Let's see this Greg video.
This is what's going to happen. You're going to put on perhaps 10, maybe 20 pounds of muscle. You're going to get acne. You're going to get gyno. You're going to have erectile dysfunction. Your liver enzymes, it's going to suffer. Your kidneys can get damaged. What else will you get? You'll get more followers. Yay, you get more followers.
You know, it's funny how Greg says this when he has been blasting steroids for I don't know how fucking long. And, like, this guy has become a millionaire from YouTube because of his steroid use. So Greg is saying, oh, don't ever take steroids. They're horrible for you. You'll get kidney disease, high blood pressure, acne, all this horrible shit. And then, oh, but you'll get more followers. That's worth it, right? Like, Greg, you're a fucking millionaire because you've been blasting steroids for like a couple decades. Do you think anybody would have bothered watching Greg Doucette if this guy wasn't on fucking high amounts of steroids? No one would have given a shit about him. They would have just been looking at a fucking guy who sounds like the parrot from Aladdin, and nobody would have fucking cared. So don't try to gaslight people into thinking, oh, well, if you take steroids, it'll ruin your life and you'll get a few followers from it. Like, give me a fucking break. Look at Sam Sulik. His channel's fucking popping off because he started taking steroids. Sam, if he's not a millionaire by now, he's very fucking close to a millionaire. And he has a massive amount of financial freedom for a guy his age. So if you're going to have the steroid talk with people, be real with them. There is a very real, genuine possibility that, you know, if you are a hardworking, charismatic individual and you have a YouTube channel and you have real prospects of actually making a very good living on YouTube from taking steroids, it might be worth it. But there's ways of minimizing the risks of steroids, like staying away from certain oral compounds to avoid liver damage, getting a safe supply from like a medical doctor or something. There are ways to mitigate the risks, but this, like it's just so stupid watching a guy who's a fucking roid addict, who's become a millionaire from a steroid use, saying, don't ever take steroids, it'll just ruin your life, and then all you'll get is a few followers on Instagram. Like, yeah, right, that's how it worked out for you, right, dipshit? S donated $2. Pauline Hanson, a complete joke and narcissist, was a random mother who became a popular leader by fear-mongering about Asian immigration. Former PM Tony Abbott, ridiculous too. Oh yeah, Tony Abbott was a fucking moron. It's not Asian immigration. Why the fuck do people in the UK and Australia say this? They're not Asians, they're fucking Middle Eastern.
The stuff that you see here and more was available.
Yeah, look, you've taken this out of context. You weren't there. I would never seek to make light of the death of an Australian soldier.
Okay, well, tell me, what's the context? And if it's out of context, what is the context? You're not saying anything, Tony.
I've given you the response you deserve.
Yeah, Tony Abbott was a fucking idiot, dude. He might actually be dumber than Trump.
How's that turning into a media circus? Okay, well, tell me, what's the context? And if it's out of context, what is the context? You're not saying anything, Tony.
I've given you the response you deserve.
Very good. Certainly brought a tear.
Tony Abbott eats a raw onion.
Very good. Certainly brought a tear to my eye, but that was a tear of joy. What a wonderful endorsement for the Australian onion industry.
Is it common, though, I mean, we all eat onions, we all love onions, cooked and peeled. Is it common to eat a raw onion?
No, it's not common, unfortunately. I wish it was, and certainly not with the skin on.
Yeah, Tony Abbott was a huge fucking meme. Thanks for the donation, S. Dodo $20. Is this the last of the sore loser? Let me see.
It appears that both President Trump and President Biden are afraid to debate me, and their campaigns are colluding with CNN to keep me off the debating stage.
Well, yeah, basically. He's not a serious political candidate. The guy's just a fucking delusional whack job idiot. Like, why would anybody have an interest in a political debate with that guy when he has no realistic prospect of becoming president? For both party candidates, the worst he can do is pull votes away from some of them. So he would, in all likelihood, just make it easier for Biden to become president, and he'd pull votes away from Trump. That's pretty clear at this point. There was an early kind of fear from his campaign that he'd pull votes away from Biden, increasing the likelihood of a Trump victory. So it's not a benefit to either opponent to have him on a debate stage. And again, he has no realistic prospect of presidency, so why the fuck would they want to vote for him? He's just a crazy idiot.
It's so amazing.
Thanks for the donation.
And you know what else will happen? You're gonna have shit for blood work.
Ever thought about traveling to Greece? Nah, I don't really want to visit Greece.
You're gonna shorten your life dramatically. You're gonna have decreased HDL, that's the good cholesterol. Increases in LDL, the bad cholesterol. Your liver enzymes, it's gonna suffer. Your kidneys can get damaged. You will most likely have high blood pressure and you will not be as healthy. You'll develop some anxiety, and when you cycle off, you're gonna feel like garbage. Likely not gonna get.
Anxiety is probably the worst psychological side effect of steroids, and it seems to be pretty common among most anabolic drugs. Testosterone doesn't really seem to cause anxiety. If anything, it might actually help to reduce it in most people. In higher doses, it might cause anxiety, but yeah, most other compounds, they do seem to trigger anxiety.
Get it up. Probably end up on Cialis and Viagra. And what else will you get? You'll get more followers. Yay, you get more followers. It's so amazing. And
does Greg have gum in his mouth?
You know what else will happen? When you go to the bar, a lot of guys...
Or... I can't tell if he has gum in his mouth or if he's literally, like, drooling like crazy.
Are going to hit on you. The boys, they love it. Oh my God, can I feel your arms? They're so big. You're so big and powerful. I love this. You're going to get bigger. You're not going to fit in any of your clothes. And you're going to start going in a bulk. You're going to get bigger. People say, are you bulking up? Yeah, I eat 4,000 calories.
Are reverse curls effective? Mike Israel says you shouldn't bother. They're not really going to do much for forearm growth. I would say hammer curls are probably more useful for you because they will develop your forearm and they'll also help build your bicep and brachialis. So they're going to be more useful for overall arm development than reverse curls. Also, pull-ups are pretty good at developing your forearms too, so they're kind of a waste of time.
Calories. I eat a lot of pizza. And you're going to be so proud of yourself. And then after that cycle ends, you're going to lose half of that muscle and you're going to feel like dog shit. You're going to be depressed. You're going to hate your life. And you're going to think, I can't wait to get back on my next cycle. You're going to find some drug dealer at the gym who's going to give you more gear than last time. And hopefully it's not going to give you an infection because after all, they probably made it in their kitchen. And were they using sterile compounds? Is it in fact safe? Are you getting what you paid for? Probably not. But you're going to do it anyway because you can't wait for the boys to say how big and bad you are. Yay, and more followers. Did I mention more followers who could give two shits about you in the real world, who are going to make comments? You're a fake natty. You did it because of drugs. They're not going to believe you even if you didn't. And so is it in fact worth it? Oh, did I mention the acne scars? Did I mention that you're going to get transomnia? You're not going to be able to sleep. You're going to sweat through your clothes, and you might even smell. Oh, yeah, and your balls are going to shrink. Maybe half the size. Well, that ain't all that bad. Makes your dick look bigger. That ain't too bad. Oh, and will you, in fact, be able to have kids? Well, some will and some won't. Not everyone, and so please.
The risk of having permanent infertility from taking steroids is extremely low. Extremely low. So low that virtually everybody on steroids shouldn't really be concerned with it. It's only like pro bodybuilders on mammoth doses that never come off who have been taking for like over a decade. Like those are the people who should be concerned, but again, these fitness YouTubers who just want to like have abs all year round and look grainy and shredded and shit, like it's not really a risk for them.
Do in fact wear a condom. Just because you're on steroids doesn't mean you're infertile. And so don't think that you're not going to have babies because you're taking testosterone. You might in fact get that person pregnant and have little babies running around that you need to take care of. And so all those thousands of dollars you're spending on steroids, you're then going to think, well, now I need to take even more because after the first cycle, you need more steroids to do the exact same thing. Whatever you took on your first cycle, and perhaps you put on 10, 15 pounds of muscle, whatever, you're going to need to double that to keep making gains. Why? Because your body
That is not true. I don't know where he got that idea.
gets used to it. Once you get used to it, the same dose not going to do anything. And then you're going to
That's not how steroids work.
look in the mirror and you're going to say, why am I not bigger now? I'm needing more boys at the bar to say that I'm big and bad. Oh, and by the way, did you find someone to shave your back? Because the hair is going to grow longer than last time.
Yeah, so steroids aren't like opiates. Your body doesn't make weird compensatory changes for when you take steroids aside from endogenous shutdown. So if you keep taking steroids, you're going to receive those same benefits. Like, yeah, you're going to have to take more if you want to get bigger. So if you're, I don't know, let's say you're a 200-pound dude, you take steroids, you gain, I don't know, 20 pounds in the first year from taking steroids. If you want to gain like another 20 pounds and get to 240, you're likely going to have to take more steroids to get more of to just get the anabolic effect required to gain another 20 pounds of muscle tissue. But it's not like you need to take more to have that same anabolic benefit you're getting from the steroids you're already on.
You think that didn't happen to me? I never used to have hair on my back. Now I have to shave my back every single week. I'm not making this shit up. And so, oh yeah, now that you're on steroids and you're bigger and badder, you're going to be compared to all the other guys who are on steroids. When you are natural, you compare yourself to other naturals, you feel pretty good. You have respect, self-respect. You can be proud you did it all on your own. Now that you're on steroids, you're enhanced. And so everyone expects you to be Chris Bumstead. And so when you're not, thinking, oh, you didn't train hard enough. Because everyone should look amazing if they're on steroids, but yet you're not. And so you keep comparing yourself. Why am I not as big as Larry Wheels? Man, why am I not even as big as Coach Greg? He's 48 years old on HRT. How come I can't keep up with him? And so you up the dose again, you keep upping the dose, but it's not enough. Oh, I know. The reason I'm not big as them is because they're on growth hormone. Oh, I know. I'll add in some insulin. Then you become a pre-diabetic. Then you grow up and you become Eddie Abu. Oh, boo-hoo, I'm Eddie Abu. You really think that Eddie Abu has not abused performance-enhancing drugs, steroids, insulin, growth hormone? Do you know that that's likely why I can't eat carbs like a normal human being right now? Oh, but it's worth it. It's worth it because I have so many followers. Do you know how many people that use steroids don't get those followers? The vast majority think that just because you're...
It's kind of strange how he said taking steroids causes diabetes. Growth hormone is antagonistic to insulin, so it will lower insulin sensitivity while you're taking it. But if you stop taking it, you'll be fine.
You're on steroids, you're going to...
And like, again, assuming you don't become obese, if you're taking insulin, that doesn't cause diabetes.
Become the next Carlos Beltran? It's a baseball player. Who's this Carlos? I can't even pronounce his name. He got 4 million followers. I don't even know his last name, but I know Carlos Beltran. Carlos Belcast. And so perhaps 1 out of a million of you. And so you got a 1 in a...
Who's... I'm not even following this. Carlos Belcast. Why did he bring up Carlos Belcast? 4.1 million followers. So here he is with Chris Bumstead. You want to bet this guy's taking less drugs than Chris Bumstead? So, this guy doesn't appear to have completely and utterly ruined his life, even though he's on steroids, so... I mean, there are people who have fucked genetics that if they take steroids, they're just never going to get big and look aesthetic. Like Jason Blaha, for example. Jason Blaha has taken massive amounts of steroids, and he's never gotten particularly big and strong, and he never had a good physique. Like, I don't know why you can't just use some common sense reasoning, and again, if this is a path you really want to go down, you've considered it, and you're thinking, okay, I really want to put, you know, my effort into being a fitness influencer, I'm going to try taking steroids, see where that takes me, and you do a cycle or two, and you're not growing, you don't have this aesthetic physique, you're not getting much bigger or stronger, you can just choose to not take them anymore and go off. Like, I mean, if you're noticing you're not benefiting from taking them, you can just decide to not take them.
A million chance of reaching your dream, so why not go for it? And so you're saying there's a chance. Remember that movie? You're saying there's a chance. Dumb and Dumberer, I think. Or Dumb and Dumber, or Dumb and Dumberer. And so you're saying there's a chance, and so let's go for it. Yes!
So you're telling me there's a chance.
Does it really seem worth it? Because I'm telling you, the closer you get to your dream physique, the further away you're going to be from it. As you approach that dream physique, you're going to think, I want more. When I was a younger person, perhaps your age, and I was competing in bodybuilding in the 140s, winning everything. Bantamweight champion, lightweight champion, national champion, drug-free, non-tested, winning everything while being natural. Remember,
Greg looks like a really awkward person. His face, like, doesn't look right when he's younger. I don't know how to explain it. It's like his face isn't right.
Remember, I did 42 shows natural. I remember thinking, if one day I could be 160 pounds on stage, I wouldn't need to keep training. It would be enough. That is my dream. That is my goal. Several years later, I reached that dream and thought, yep, I know 170. 170, and that would be my dream. I got to 170, wasn't good enough. 180 wasn't good enough. 195, nope. I wanted to make it to the Olympia, and no matter how many steroids I took, wasn't going to be big enough. I had great genetics. Think of it. I was a national champion, a world champion, records in powerlifting, on steroids. Was not enough. And so no matter how many drugs I used, I could not reach my goals. I always wanted to be better. And so no matter how good you get, even if you're as good as Chris Bumstead, you're still not going to be satisfied. You think Chris Bumstead is satisfied? 5-time Mr. Olympia champion. You think he's done? Is he retired? Do you think he likes his biceps? Of course now he wants them bigger, wants them better, wants to be leaner. You're never going to be satisfied.
You can look at Chris Bumstead's physique over the past few years. It hasn't really changed. So this weird, like, slippery slope idea where you're just going to keep taking more and more drugs. Like, again, his physique, has peaked, basically. And it's not like him taking more steroids is going to change anything. That's just kind of his genetic limit.
And so if you do take steroids, you're simply going to elevate your goals. You're not going to be satisfied. You're going to keep going. And so I caution you, if Carlos Beltran or Belcourt, Belcast, Carlos Belcast is your idol, Ask yourself this question. Do you want to do what he's doing to get to that goal? You perhaps have a 1 in a million chance of being the next Carlos. Is it worth it? I'm asking you. Answer it right now. Is it worth it?
Is anything worth it? Like, you're taking a risk doing anything. Going to school and getting a degree and going into financial debt. That's a risk. Is it worth it? Like, I mean, you can say this about anything. If somebody has an interest in pursuing anything, you could always ask this.
I don't think so. And so although you're...
Son Goku donated $2. Check out comments.
Organic is a nonsense term in the industry that's supposed to mean earthy, and it technically means nothing at all. In chemistry, organic means contains the carbon atom in some capacity, and since your entire body and every food you ever eat is going to be organic, that doesn't make any sense. So organic's nonsense. Processed does mean something. It's the degree of modification to food, but there are plenty of healthy foods that are very processed. Like whey and casein protein are processed to shit, and they're insanely good for you. And all those little herbs and mushrooms you take as pills, they're, you know what I'm saying, ashwagandha and shit, that's great for you too. That is insanely processed. It's a f***ing powder and it appears in a pill. So most of the time, having minimally processed foods is a good idea for your health, but that's not always the case. And a sure shit has nothing to do with organic, which is a waste of your money and a f***ing scam.
How come organic bananas taste better than GMO bananas? Because you're an idiot. They don't. I think organic means non-chemical fertilizer. That's not what that means. Not often Dr. Mike is wrong. It essentially means no glyphosate. That's not what it means. I don't know about food, but my hate for people who leave weights on machines, people who like to pay too much for their fruit and vegetables coming for you, Mike. Yeah. On 4/28/24, Consumer Reports did a study on 28 fruits and vegetables in the US and found that 19 of those all had toxic levels of cancer-causing pesticides. No, they did not. There is no research linking pesticide-laden foods with cancer. That was after, so that's just made up. Yeah, these people are mostly fucking retarded. Glyphosate, super healthy. There is no link between eating glyphosate-treated food and cancer or any ill health outcomes. Yep, that's the organic crowd for you. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Bend over, donate $2. Check out the skit with Kermit the Frog.
Hey everybody, Kermit here. I've been informed by a lot of you that you've made parodies of me saying swear words or doing something satanic or threatening to murder people. It's been there since like the Newgrounds days, and I'm here to say no. No, I would never do such a thing, and I'm tired of you all making these little animations and accusations. I feed my kids. I go to church. I pay my taxes. I don't like the slander. A particularly nasty one I've noticed is I'm going to commit suicide. I can't even finish the sentence. That's terrible. That's terrible. How dare you, you rude little trolls. How could you? Anyway, I'm off on vacation. I'm going to Fiji with my family, and we're gonna have a good time, a good wholesome time, and I want you all to reflect on what you've done to me, because I don't deserve that, you dicks.
Kermit, I don't think that counts as family friendly.
Daddy's got a headache. He gets a freebie.
Wasn't particularly funny, but thanks for that donation, Ben.
You're thinking, yeah, but people who use steroids are so successful. Look at you, Coach Greg. Look at you. Well, I posted a photo on Instagram where I'm 100% natural, and guess what? Put a poll. Do you believe I'm natural?
100% natural. You were just taking a fucking SARM with a aromatase inhibitor, but yeah, 100% natty. I was just on GNC SARMs at the time.
Natural. 50% said no. And these are people that believe in me, that believe what I'm saying. And even my own fans don't believe me. And so what's the point?
So, he's lying. he probably wasn't natural in this photo. This seems to be around the time he got banned from Canadian powerlifting because he was caught with a SARM and an aromatase inhibitor. Secondly, Greg, you are an extremely genetically gifted person. So, okay. Do you think you would look like that at age, what, 48? Is he 48 now? Probably not. You probably would look a lot different at age 48 if you weren't ever on fucking steroids.
Do the best that you can do, because if you use steroids, guess what? It doesn't matter what they think.
You 777 sectendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 707.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip that, but I'll take a look at this clip.
My fucking God! Drive! Drive your fucking car! Why are you so fucking slow? How the fuck do you expect me to make it to my destination when there's no other lane for me to drive in? You are so goddamn motherfucking slow! Where am I supposed to go? This is clearly the only lane I can drive in, and you are so slow!
I'm already speeding.
Oh my
Yeah, that's literally pickup truck drivers. I don't know why they can't just fucking go into another lane and pass you. What's also funny is, if they're the ones going slow and you try to pass them, they'll deliberately try to cut you off so that you can't pass them for whatever fucking reason. Fucking people in pickup trucks and SUVs are just the biggest cunts. Thanks for the donation, Outgoat.
What you think? Did you do it natural? You know if you're natural. And so if Carlos is natural, which I give him a 1 in 100 million chance that he's natural, he should be proud of himself. I know Coach Greg doesn't believe me. Perhaps most people don't believe me, but I believe me. Who cares what other people think? What matters is what you think. And if you think that you need to put on 30, 40, 50 pounds of muscle to appease the masses, to attract a girl, you're wrong. You don't need to.
Well, that's bullshit. Look at the most popular fitness channels. They're all taking fucking steroids.
Be your authentic self. Be the best version of yourself. Can you be better today than you were yesterday? Better tomorrow than you were today? I know that you can. I don't think that you can. I know you can. And so don't take steroids. You don't need them. Go.
Yeah, this is coming from the guy whose entire channel was, like, the success of his channel is based off of his steroid use. And every other big successful fitness channel is all on fucking steroids. Like, what, Jeff Nippard is maybe the one example of a big successful fitness channel where he's natural. And I think he gets away with that because he's like 5'2" tall. So he just looks way thicker than he really is. But look at all the other natty YouTube channels. You've got me, what's his name? Alpha Destiny, Alex Leonidas. There's a few others like Jeffrey Verity Schofield. All these dudes, they like, what's the French guy's name? Natural Hypertrophy. They're all relatively small channels. You know, they can make money doing this, but they're not getting like millions of views per video or even hundreds of thousands. So, you know, that's kind of the choice you have to make at this point. If you want to have a very big, successful YouTube channel where you can potentially make millions, you pretty much have to take steroids at this point. Dodo donated $2.
Do you think Donald Trump, when he was convicted on all 34 counts, what did you think about that? Because I was.
Doesn't mean, Matt. And none of those 34 counts is worthless. You got a worthless case. You got a case from the FEC.
Why is it worthless?
It's worthless because there was no crime that was committed.
Falsifying business records with the intent of covering up another crime. But Michael Cohen went.
That's what they said. That's what you say.
That's what the jury said. The jury handpicked by Donald Trump's lawyers.
I know exactly what you're all about right now. You're not an independent journalist. You're nothing but a Trump hater, and you're out here trying to get everybody to be tripped up. Let me ask you a question. Who thinks these 34 indictments are worth a piece of crap? They're all worthless. You know that. You know that. You know that.
Yeah, this guy who literally made a rap song about how he wants to murder women.
You know that.
What, the 34?
The 34 indictments indictments are worthless.
You're saying that our entire... Wait, let me finish.
It comes down to one question. Let me ask you a question. Would you rather have Joe Biden in the White House for another 4 years?
Absolutely. Okay. President Biden's going to...
Interview over. Okay. I don't want to talk to anybody that has any... You have zero common sense.
You're undermining our entire justice system when you say this jury...
Your ability to elect the next president that's competent.
I'm sorry, I don't want the dude that made his supporters attack the Capitol. I don't want the dude that...
made the supporters attack the Capitol.
His rhetoric directly...
He said peacefully walk to the Capitol.
He said fight. He said Mike Pence didn't do it.
Alpha M is not a fitness channel, and I don't know if he takes steroids. He might. He's a pretty small, weak dude, but he's not a fitness channel.
Gentlemen.
Let me see.
6 years ago, I brought you along with me when I went and did something that gym, all right, just to get your feet. Gym that shops buying. It's actually because even though
like his skin is weirdly red, but he's very small, isn't he? Like only 150 pounds or something.
The thing I love about this one, check it out. You've got pull-ups, right? I love it. You've got a few different hand positions.
Yeah, he's I'd be surprised if he was on anything other than TRT, like a low dose. But he's small, and he's not a fitness channel. And most of his vids are only getting like around like 50-ish K, if that. Let me go back a bit. Yeah, he was doing better like a few years ago, it seems. But yeah, he never really popped off like crazy.
But don't touch me. Don't touch me, my dog.
Dude,
don't touch me.
You're getting in front of my way.
Don't touch me out here. I'm just telling you that.
Yeah.
I got a question. Don't touch me, my boy. Don't do that. If you worried about 34, you're gonna worry about 34 ass whoopings in a minute, boy.
Go follow that rally. Don't bring that bullshit over here. Don't bring that bullshit over here.
I didn't mean to rile you up. I'm sorry.
You rile me up? This is what we do out here.
Okay.
Listen, one thing in America, you can have free speech. You can hate Trump.
I
can
hate Biden. It's okay if you vote for Biden.
He's gonna win. He's gonna win. I'm sorry.
Well, if he cheats, he's gonna win, and we all know that.
Losing 60 court.
I got a question. My question is, do you think he's going to win legitimately, though?
Yes.
My question is, then boom. So, why does Joe Biden never have any support? He can't throw a rally. They're not.
Joe Biden got the most votes. Guys, come on. He got the most votes out of any president in American history.
He got more votes than the first black president.
Can you move over? Sorry.
You think he got more votes than the first? I mean, the first black president? You don't think COVID got him those votes?
2020.
Mail-in ballots is the host?
Can we agree that 2020 was a uniquely divided political time where everybody wanted to go out and vote compared to 2008? Can you go? But Donald Trump brought.
Like what he's also not considering is Barack Obama didn't have any real opposition. Like, Barack Obama was the only real viable candidate out of any party, so the idea that Biden would have gotten more votes than Barack Obama isn't a crazy prospect.
I agree with you on one thing. Hold on, my brother. I'm going to agree with you on one thing. In 2016, Donald Trump was the president, right? He won. Nobody thought it was going to happen.
Can you move over a little bit?
He came over. He's good. You go, Lou. He came over and he won. But my only question is, listen, they had the narrative come back in 2020 that Donald Trump was racist. It worked. It worked. It made a lot of people that thought Donald Trump would support him in 2016 didn't. Do you think the African-American voters are with Trump now or Biden? That's my question.
They split for Biden 91%.
So right now, my question to you is African-American voters for Trump or Biden?
All polls show African-American voters splitting for Biden by 80%. It might have gone down a little bit, but 80%. They split for Biden.
Polls show bullshit. That's what they show.
Do you think the polls they show Trump winning right now, though? Do you agree with those polls?
I don't agree with any polls.
So
I think polls are bullshit.
Can I ask you?
Polls are to the point where you feel like, okay, they got the polls so high that they think, hold on, that they think, listen, a poll, if a news people could be like, look, we're going to go ahead and put out the idea that Joe Biden's so ahead or Trump's so ahead.
Feed these guys that real.
Hold on.
So can
wait 1 second. Polls. Hold on, my brother.
Can you move off the camera?
Wait 1 second. Polls are put out to discourage the people to feel not to go vote, to make them feel hopeless. That's how I feel. At the end of the day, Donald Trump will be the president in 2024.
After the 20.
I'm good, my brother. I'm great. I'm doing this. I'm talking about what?
After the 2020 election, though, Donald Trump brought 60 different court cases and lost every single one. A lot of them were judges appointed by him. So how do you reconcile that? Do you think the judges were rigged? Do you think that?
I think there's a lot of hate for him in 2016, right? I mean, in
2020.
In 2020, I think they started a lot of hate on him. I'm agreeing with you that a lot of people turned their back on Donald Trump, but I think those same people that thought that Donald Trump wasn't the guy in 2020 realized they made a major mistake.
But when you
and
say
they're coming back out now.
when you say a lot of people turn their back on Donald Trump, that includes people in his cabinet: Mike Pence, Bill Barr, Mark Meadows, his closest
They
allies.
got shit on those people.
So
they got shit on those people.
Everybody is the deep state except for Donald Trump. Everybody is the deep state except
Donald Trump's the only one who's not a corrupt politician. He's not a career politician. Donald Trump's the only one that doesn't have, hold on. Donald, look at me, my brother. Donald Trump is the only person that doesn't need to be a politician to be the president. He's the only one that doesn't need to be he's not a politician. He's a fucking American.
He's an American
He's not a politician.
who tried to subvert the will of the American people.
Everybody else is not a politician.
How did he try to subvert the will of the American people?
In multiple ways. So he called Brad
But I
Rapp.
like this stuff. I like this guy.
We're
Because you
respectful.
know what? They out here. He's just trying to get clicks and views.
No, we're being respectful,
You
man.
see the will of the American
weren't being
people?
respectful, you put your
That's
hands
the
on
will of the American people.
Are you American?
A rally size? I'm absolutely American. What-
You sure don't sound like it.
You asked how Donald Trump subverted the will of the American people. He called Brad Rapp and
Hispanic donators, do you recommend getting leg lengthening surgery in Turkey? What is the max extension you'd recommend? I wouldn't recommend getting leg extension surgery, period. And if you do it, I don't know. I'd say the least amount possible. It's not good for you. Thanks for the donation, though, Hispanic.
demanding him to find votes. He sicked his supporters on the Capitol by holding a rally right there. What?
Media talking points. And
Media talking points compared to your guys' talking points that everything is rigged, everything is against us.
Our freedom. Stop the corruption, drain the
Those
swamp.
are some strong talking points,
Well, that's
considering Donald Trump just got convicted on 34 counts. So we're going to stop the corruption this November.
You know that's a joke.
Mm-hmm.
You're okay with our justice system going after political
I'm okay with a
opponents?
jury of...
Going after political opponents like they do in third world
Didn't
countries?
Donald Trump run on locking Hillary up?
Question?
No. Didn't his crowd chant, lock her up to Hillary Clinton?
He doesn't make anybody do anything.
He absolutely did.
He didn't even try to lock her up. He never had.
So he just ran on it.
He
And
deserves to be locked up, but he didn't do it.
do you guys have any proof that? Sorry, this is
The 33,000 emails don't count.
Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
Yes.
Yes.
What evidence do you have of that?
Lots of evidence.
Lots of evidence. Can you define it?
I'm from
So-
Detroit.
so-
I know what happened in Detroit.
Them pulling boxes out from underneath the
What
table.
happened when that video was brought to
No,
court?
answer my question.
I saw the
Because
video,
we
the
didn't-
5-second
what do you
video.
think that was?
They brought that to court.
What do you know? What do you think that was?
I think it was a spliced up video to make the.
Videos are there, and how many videos are there of people doing that, and are they all fake?
If you want to talk about the movie 2,000 Mules, which is all incredibly fake, that is everything. Everything in that movie is filmed.
Whoa. There was videos of people stuffing videos.
In 2,000 Mules, those were recreated. Those were recreated.
According to him, I'm like, how is it fake?
Fact, you'd bet your life on that that was.
It was a Dinesh D'Souza.
Bet your life.
But
on
I
that.
would. 2,000 Mules was a movie, not a documentary.
The same methods police use to get criminals.
And you guys say that I call everything fake, but when Donald Trump he loses an election, that's fake. He gets convicted, that's fake.
No.
He absolutely did. Who's our sitting president?
Who said it? Who's our stolen? Difference between fake and stolen. 34 countries that banned mail-in ballots for corruption, and then we go ahead and use that system after the
Do you know
fact.
how many people?
Donald Trump is now encouraging mail-in ballots, so get fucked.
Safest and most secure election in American history. Number one.
Hold on. How many Mexicans were murdered in their race this year?
I don't know.
37 were murdered. You
think
in
so?
Mexico, 37?
I don't want to lose this election, though. I'm sorry.
You're gonna be.
In America, they can't steal an election.
Why do you want?
Trump is a showman. Of course, lots of people show up to his rallies compared to Biden, who is comparatively boring. Dumb Trumpers think it must correlate to votes and be rigged.
Well, a lot of his rallies actually have really poor turnout, too. So it's... Just because you have a big rally, it doesn't mean that translates to a larger proportion of votes. Thanks for the donation, though, PP.
Biden to run this country. He's taking it into the ground.
Biden's experience in Washington makes him a great leader who can reach across the aisle and pass stuff like
What has he done?
the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act.
Where's it at?
There's projects all across the country, and 19 Republicans signed on to this. Can you name one?
Oh my god, dude. What about the border? He literally just blocked immigration at the border.
One bill that Donald Trump
And he tried to pass a fucking bill, but Republicans blocked it.
So you're like, oh wait, one bill.
What do you mean?
Tax cuts for the rich? Do you make like 500K a year?
No,
they were tax cuts for large corporations.
I got a policy.
Defend the border policy that Donald Trump shot down a bill when we were trying to fix it.
What is Biden doing about the border?
Biden just did an executive order because for his own political gain. Why do you think he shot it down?
No, he shot it down because of things that you weren't told in there.
So you're not in favor
that supported money going where it shouldn't have went.
Can I ask you, are you in favor of providing more money to asylum judges, more money to national border security? That Donald Trump nuked that border bill that was about to pass through Congress that 18,000 border patrol agents signed on to.
Being implemented where he didn't want it to
Where
go,
to?
and they wouldn't. I'll look it up for you if you want.
I just feel like Donald Trump creates this atmosphere of
Dude,
distrust
they have no arguments. It's all conspiracy theories.
within our institutions. Absolutely. He ran on tearing.
This is what I think of Donald Trump. Like and subscribe.
I'm not going to show that on stream because I know that's going to, you know. But
Case
that
in
is,
point,
poop.
first pick of Biden rally in Pennsylvania versus Trump rally in the same state, lol.
Yeah. Yeah, so he has a lot of bad rallies with very low turnout. So, I guess Biden won this election. He got more turnout at his rallies. Thanks for the donation, Ben. And thanks for the donation, little cream squirt. I can't show that on camera because it's a turd on a toilet. But thanks, dude. Dodo donators, these people are like uncivil, untamed, savage wild animals. They're more like retarded troglodytes, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Tearing down our institutions, draining the swamp.
One lie he's told.
One lie, he's told the 2020 election was stolen. How about
Give me another lie.
the trial was rigged, a conflicted, corrupt judge? It absolutely is a lie.
His daughter has received $100 million.
What does it have to do with a jury?
You don't think
$100
that-
million.
you don't think-
Falsifying business records with the intent of covering up another crime. It is absolutely a crime. Michael Cohen got convicted too.
How much money has the
Back up.
judge's daughter received?
It does not matter. The judge's daughter has nothing to do with the entire case.
There's about 5 judges. Even Judge Judy came out 2 days ago and said, we can't. Whoa.
Reality TV star judge.
Judge. Is she not a judge? It's all up. We're all married.
Don't get too hot out here. It's super fun.
Oh, man. Have a great one.
You too. I really hope you guys.
Trump supporters are just fucking delusional, bro.
A wounded man strapped to the hood of an Israeli military vehicle. The family of Mujahed Azmi says he was injured in an Israeli raid in the occupied West Bank. His cousin says Israeli soldiers took him away before an ambulance could arrive. The Israeli Defense Forces say the man was a suspect during an exchange of fire in the Palestinian city of Jenin. After the video emerged, the Israeli military said it would investigate, adding that the conduct of the forces in the video of the incident does not conform to the values of the IDF. The injured man was eventually handed over to the Red Crescent.
Yeah, that is very fucking weird. I don't know why they would have strapped him to the hood of the car.
Indefensible, and the IDF is not defending it. I mean, Secretary of State Blinken has been saying that dehumanization is the biggest problem. It doesn't matter really what army you're fighting for.
Israeli forces regularly face accusations of human rights abuses in the West Bank. Violence has increased markedly there since the October 7th Hamas attacks. The UN says more than 500 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank since then. Hamas says 75 times as many people have been killed in Gaza. A UN building being used as an aid center was struck there overnight. The IDF says it was also a base for terrorist activities. Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu has suggested Israel may soon shift some of its focus to the fight against Hezbollah in Lebanon. And for the second time in a week, he accused the United States of dramatically reducing its military support for Israel.
We generally do not know what he's talking about.
Netanyahu's accusation coming as his defense minister Yoav Gallant heads to Washington.
It's clear that the U.S. administration prefers to deal with him. They find him to be, look, he's tough, but he's a straight shooter.
Gallant says he will discuss the next phase of the war in Gaza with U.S. officials.
Yeah, Netanyahu seems like Israeli Donald Trump.
Go to the gym, train harder than last time, and be the best version of yourself. And so let me know in the comment section, do you believe Carlos is natural or do you believe that he's in hell? Code Greg for...
Yeah, here's this fucking jackass in his fucking McLaren talking about how don't take steroids, it's a bad idea, you know... You're not going to become YouTube famous, and this is the jackass who became YouTube famous and bought a McLaren because he took steroids.
For 15...
The doublespeak.
Look.
Hold it. Drop it. Drop it.
KO. He's gonna pass out. I think this guy actually tore his quad. I think. What the fuck? Dude, that'd be no lift. Dodo donated $2. Russia backs Hamas. Russia faces terror attacks. When will Russia realize you can't win over jihadists? To fight on your side against the West, it's jihadists versus non-jihadists. That's it. Well, yeah. Breaking number of killed in the Islamist terror attack in Dagestan has increased to around 20. The authorities say 15 of them are police officers, with the rest being civilians, including a priest who had his throat slit in his church. Well, apparently he was completely beheaded.
Охуеть, тут пиздец, что творится.
Holy shit. Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Yeah, people don't fucking realize, but if you have a large amount, like a large Muslim population, that risk of those sorts of terror attacks really fucking skyrockets. A lot of these people coming from like fucking Syria and shit, they're fucking jihadist ISIS terrorists. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo, $90. How much you want to bet the US warned Russia about this terror attack before it happened, but they did nothing, just like the last time when they attacked the mall, or when they told Iran about the attack at Salman's grave before it happened? There's a good chance. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. This guy looks like Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, this is gonna be a fail. My God.
Let's go! Let's go! Stay tight!
Bruh. Just why even do 1 rep max attempts if you don't have a spotter and there's no safety arms? Dodo Tellers, I watched this yesterday. You should watch, especially in the wake of the Russia terror attack. It's enlightening, maybe 2x speed if you decide to watch it. Also, Dagestan, Russia is home to a lot of terrorists.
Afghanistan.
Well, yeah, it's Dagestan. Let me take a look, Dodo. Thanks for that donation,
It's a country
man.
that is almost synonymous with instability, violence, and warfare. For almost all of the past half a century of history, the country has been consumed by a perpetual state of conflict both within and beyond that has sucked in all of the world's superpowers at one time or another, as the chaos within Afghanistan has always found a way to spread well beyond Afghanistan's own borders. After a Soviet invasion throughout the 1980s, a civil war throughout the 1990s, and an American invasion throughout the 2000s and 2010s, the next chapter of the continuous wars in Afghanistan began over the summer of 2021, as the United States began finalizing its long-awaited withdrawal from the country. Within a span of only 3 months, and against pretty much the entire world's expectations, the Taliban managed to rapidly overwhelm the US-backed and created Afghan Republic and re-establish their so-called Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan once again in the process by the end of the year.
Dodo Tellers, the Boston Bombers were from Dagestan, and they've been disproportionately drafted to fight in Ukraine, so now they're getting training and weapons and more prone to extremism. Good going, Russia, starting another wave of ISIS nonsense. I didn't know that. I didn't know the Boston Bombers were from Dagestan. Yeah, but that's pretty stupid. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Hey, Rich. Look what I can do. 1, 2 Kalamazoo 3, 4 Jersey Shore, 5, 6 West Phoenix 1008, 1009 Dallas, Denver, Anaheim 35,023 Winston-Salem, Miami 1, 2 Kalamazoo 3, 4 Jersey Shore, 5, 6 West Phoenix 1008, 1009 Dallas, Denver, Anaheim 35,023 Winston-Salem, Miami.
That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
And you just wait with what Putin will claim after the Islamic jihadist terrorists who actually take accountability for their actions will try and blame Ukraine again like he did when ISIS went into that stadium committing terrorism. LMFAO, it's only time.
Yeah, I can guarantee you, if they end up capturing any of those Islamic terrorists, they're gonna get tortured. That one guy got his like ear cut off, and they force fed it to him. So any of them that they capture, they're gonna get tortured really, really badly. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Just like the Soviets before them, America's attempt at nation-building a country in their own image in Afghanistan had also failed spectacularly. But just because the Taliban has found itself back in power in the country again doesn't mean that the decades of war and conflict in Afghanistan have ended. Rather than the end of the book, chronicling the wars in Afghanistan that began in the late 1970s, the Taliban reconquest of the country in 2021 has merely begun a new chapter in this overall story. And this new chapter of Afghanistan's present and future in the 2020s and beyond is probably going to be even worse than everything that's come before. Because the Afghanistan of today in 2024 and later is a much, much larger threat to global security than it has ever been before. And allow me to explain why. After the Taliban regained their power in the summer of 2021 after waging an insurgency for the past 2 decades, they have worked overtime to consolidate their position in the country. But it hasn't been very easy for them. Almost immediately after taking power, the United States and other outside entities severed nearly all of their foreign aid to the country, which amounted to about $8 billion a year and represented roughly 40% of Afghanistan's entire GDP, just getting obliterated at once. On top of that huge issue, the vast majority of Afghanistan's roughly $9 billion worth of foreign exchange reserves that had been built up throughout the past 20 years were held in New York City. And the US government immediately froze access to all of these assets once the Taliban took back control of the country. Afghanistan was further locked out from the Western financial and banking transaction system, while virtually every Taliban leader themselves were already under strict pre-existing US financial sanctions as well. The result is that after the Taliban retook control over the country in mid-2021, the already impoverished and struggling economy absolutely nosedived even further. Just take a look at this graph showing Afghanistan's GDP and current prices from 2008 to 2022. During the period of the US-backed Afghan Republic up until around 2012, the economy grew pretty consistently as tens of billions of dollars of foreign aid came gushing into the country to help it develop. And then it stagnated for a bit until 2021 when the Taliban took back over and the economy crashed by more than 20% in a single year, undoing the entire past decade of economic progress in the country overnight. It's now believed that more than 90% of Afghanistan's population lives beneath the poverty line, which is likely the highest percentage of any country in the world, and more than half of the country's population remains highly dependent on foreign humanitarian aid simply for basic necessities. The United States provided tens of billions of dollars worth of funding to the Afghan Republic for 20 years. But with all of that over now that the Taliban is back in charge, the Taliban needs to find a new source of outside capital to kickstart their economy again. But that's very difficult for the Taliban to do because, well, they're the Taliban. After seizing power, the Taliban has rapidly and ruthlessly suppressed the rights of women and girls within the country just like they did back in the 1990s. Afghan women must now wear full body coverings and be escorted by a male guardian anytime they want to leave their homes and be in public, which effectively condemns untold numbers of women who lack a male guardian or the funds to afford a full body covering to virtually indefinite house arrest. Girls have been banned from receiving any education past middle school. Women have been expelled from workplaces across the country, and just last month in May of 2024, the Taliban confirmed that they were reintroducing the practice of stoning women to death convicted of committing adultery. So long as these draconian and gender discriminatory policies remain in place under the Taliban, the Western imposed financial sanctions on them will likely remain in force, and their ability to gain international recognition will be challenging. As to date, in mid-2024, not a single outside country has ever formally recognized the Taliban as the legitimate government of Afghanistan, even though they've been the de facto government there for 3 years already. The Taliban's lack of international recognition, the devastating sanctions imposed on them by the outside world, and their own terrible geographic boundaries to trade as a landlocked and super mountainous country have all combined to cripple the Afghan economy today. But that doesn't mean that the Taliban hasn't found other ways of making money. After the US hastily and chaotically withdrew from the country in 2021, they left behind an estimated $7.1 billion worth of military equipment that has almost all fallen into the hands of the Taliban by now. By the US Department of Defense's own calculations, they left behind roughly 600,000 weapons of all different kinds of calibers and an unknown amount of ammunition, about 300 fixed-wing and rotary-wing aircraft, more than 80,000 vehicles of several different models, communications equipment, and advanced higher-end equipment like night vision goggles and biometric systems. Even though much of this equipment will be of questionable value without the proper maintenance schedules and spare parts, it has still made the Taliban probably the most heavily armed extremist organization in human history. And they've begun smuggling significant volumes of these arms to other extremist organizations around the world as a new major income source, with some US equipment left behind in Afghanistan having already been tracked down in militants operating in Kashmir and to groups like Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Historically speaking, though, the biggest revenue generator for the Taliban was their absolute dominance over the global opium and heroin business. Conducting conventional agriculture in Afghanistan, like growing grains, vegetables, or fruits, is very challenging because of the country's dry climate and the difficulty experienced in transporting fresh produce from the landlocked mountains to world markets in time before the produce is spoiled. The opium poppy, however, is a drought-resistant plant that grows well in dry climates, and once it's harvested, it won't spoil on long journeys. It's easy to store and transport, and most importantly, it sells for a lot of money. Based on a 2007-era study from the Strategic Studies Institute at the US Army War College, a kilogram of dry opium could sell for approximately $125. Which meant that a farmer in Afghanistan could make about 17 times more money by growing opium poppies at $4,622 per hectare than by growing wheat at only $266 per hectare. And so, thousands of Afghan farmers decided to grow opium instead and worked in league with the Taliban, who offered them protection and logistics in exchange for a share in the profits. And they were outrageously successful at it. By 2021, just before the Taliban returned back to power, more than 90% of the world's heroin supply was coming from opium produced in Afghanistan, while more than 95% of the heroin supply in the European market was coming from Afghanistan. Opium was Afghanistan's leading export by a wide margin, and it was valued at about $4 billion a year, split between Afghan farmers, warlords, and the Taliban themselves, which bankrolled the Taliban's insurgency and the return to power in 2021. But then, all of a sudden in April of 2022, shortly after taking power, and just as the opium harvesting season in the country was beginning, the Taliban banned the planting of opium and theoretically outlawed the opium trade in the process. The move was carefully designed to make the Taliban appear more palatable to the outside world by cracking down on the drug trade, but without actually cracking down on the drug trade. You see, the ban on opium growing in 2022 wasn't going to affect the opium harvest in 2022. The expectation that the next growing and harvesting season would be banned then sent opium prices skyrocketing in local markets and allowed enough time for the Taliban's producers and traffickers to stockpile up reserves to sell at the massively inflated prices. Since that time, satellite images have confirmed that Afghanistan's opium poppy production is down dramatically, with acreage dedicated to opium poppy production down by more than 95% in some areas of the country. But as the Taliban continues to earn money by trickling out their strategic reserves of opium at much higher prices, they've also begun branching out into a new product of choice that'll begin earning them even more money in the near future: methamphetamine. The plant that produces natural methamphetamine, ephedra, grows wild in Afghanistan naturally, but natural ephedra is inefficient at producing methamphetamine when compared to chemically produced meth. The production of 1 kilo of pure meth can be either manufactured by 200 kilograms of ephedra plants that need to be harvested by humans who want to be paid, or by only 2 kilograms of industrial-grade chemical ephedrine that can be sourced from bulk smuggling of cold medicine. The Taliban has also clamped down on the growing of ephedra plants just like they did with opium poppies. But that doesn't really matter as the Taliban moves further towards the production of chemical meth in labs that are harder to spot dotted across the country. Chemically produced meth is also cheaper to produce than heroin is, and the returns on selling it are much higher, which is why the Taliban's ban on growing opium is really just a diversification play, as they shift towards the more lucrative meth market. Near the beginning of this year, on the 2nd of January, Iran reportedly seized a massive shipment of 171 kilograms or 377 pounds of Afghan-produced meth at their border. And that's only a harbinger of things to come, as the Taliban attempts to re-anchor Afghanistan as the new center of the global meth business that the outside world will struggle to ever stop without another foreign intervention that nobody wants to do. In fact, the Taliban's most infamous drug lord, Bashir Nourzai, the man who so dominated the Taliban's heroin trade for years that he was nicknamed the Pablo Escobar of the Middle East and who was arrested by the United States in 2005 and sentenced to life in prison for heroin smuggling, was recently released by Washington in 2022 and traded back to the Taliban in exchange for an American prisoner who they had also captured. Nourzai's return to Afghanistan is likely a harbinger of the Taliban's desire to use his decades of smuggling expertise again with methamphetamine. But Nourzai has also been granted the control of several newly established mining companies in the country that seek to exploit Afghanistan's abundant mineral wealth too. The U.S. Geological Survey previously conducted a report in Afghanistan that estimated the country had at least $1 trillion worth of untapped and economically recoverable minerals and gemstones, including large quantities of resources like coal, copper, iron, lead, gold, chromite, lithium, zinc, and a whole bunch of other materials. But Afghanistan doesn't really have the finances, the equipment, or the expertise to really exploit any of these resources on their own, which is why all of Nourzai's mining companies have been established as joint ventures with Chinese companies instead, as China has been eyeing up Afghanistan ever since the U.S. withdrew from the country. China is highly interested in incorporating Afghanistan into its Belt and Road Initiative, as the country sits precisely in between China and Europe. And China is also, of course, interested in breaking into Afghanistan's huge and untapped mineral wealth, while the Taliban wants any international recognition they can get and any outside investment they can get. And China is a potential partner nearby who doesn't really ask too many questions about the way the Taliban treats their own people. Moreover, China is also very interested in a
Yep, the good old Chinese. Here we fucking go, dude.
Afghanistan under the control of a single strong and friendly power because of Afghanistan's border with China's own restive Xinjiang province, home to the indigenous Muslim Uyghur people who have often resisted Chinese authority, and where more than 1 million Uyghurs are currently estimated to have been rounded up by Chinese authorities and placed into internment camps. China absolutely doesn't want a flow of weapons and extremists traveling from Afghanistan into Xinjiang, and so the more stable and secure Afghanistan becomes, the better for China. Unfortunately for Beijing, though, Afghanistan is still hardly anything but stable or secure. In the 3 years since the Taliban seized power, they have worked extremely hard to consolidate all of their gains in the country. But just like the last time the Taliban was in power back in the late 1990s, the fighting between Afghans themselves never really ended. And there is another rival faction within the country that seeks to overthrow the Taliban and replace them with their own government. You might be familiar with them already, ISIS, but the exact flavor of ISIS operating within Afghanistan is different from the ISIS that used to operate in Iraq and Syria back in the 2010s that you might be most familiar with. The ISIS faction in Afghanistan calls themselves the Islamic State Khorasan Province, or ISIS-K for short. They are the regional Central Asian branch of the greater ISIS movement, and as such, they are ideologically fully committed to the cause of global jihad, and carving out a worldwide caliphate that will encompass all of the world's Muslims beneath one flag and one leader. ISIS-K takes the K part of its name, Khorasan, in reference to the historical region of Khorasan in Central Asia, that encompassed swaths of Afghanistan, Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, a region that ISIS-K believes will be its own province to govern and rule within the greater worldwide Islamic State once it's been established. ISIS-K therefore wants to utilize the resources of Afghanistan and all of the weapons left behind by the Americans and the Soviets before them to wage a campaign of massive conquest across the territory of Khorasan that'll necessitate conquering Tajikistan and invading and conquering large parts of Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Iran as well. The biggest thing standing in their way, however, is the Taliban, who are pragmatic enough to understand that waging a campaign of conquest this large in scale would almost certainly bring in another massive outside military intervention again that would topple them from power again and destroy all of the gains and progress they've made since 2021. The Taliban largely accomplished all of their objectives once they returned to power in Afghanistan, and now they're more interested in holding and consolidating their position in Afghanistan rather than embarking on a global jihad and conquest of Greater Khorasan. And for that reason, ISIS-K believes that the Taliban are unfit to rule, and have been waging an insurgency against the Taliban ever since, forcing the Taliban to quickly adapt from being insurgents themselves to carrying out counterinsurgency operations against ISIS-K. Numerically speaking, ISIS-K is at a significant disadvantage for now, with the US estimating that the Taliban continues to have approximately 80,000 fighters among their ranks, and ISIS-K controlling a smaller force of only around 6,000 fighters. But if there's anything we've learned about Afghanistan from history, it is to always be prepared prepared for the unexpected. After the collapse of ISIS's original base of operations in Iraq and Syria in the late 2010s and its leadership went deeply into hiding to avoid assassination, many of their fighters and officers fled to Afghanistan and bolstered the ranks of the local ISIS-K branch there, bringing with them their expertise from the wars they fought in the Middle East. Now, in order to achieve their ultimate goal of conquering the entire Khorasan region, ISIS-K knows that they have to begin by overthrowing the Taliban from power first and seizing control over Afghanistan themselves. And in order to do that, they need to increase the size of their fighting force first. And the way that they've decided to attract more fighters to their cause is by carrying out huge propagandistic terror attacks that are intended to go viral in the Sunni jihadi world online and serve as a kind of advertisement or marketing for their brand, attracting ideologically motivated fighters to come and join them in Afghanistan from all around the world, just like the original iteration of ISIS did in Iraq and Syria. And ISIS-K's attacks have been increasingly being focused well beyond the borders of Afghanistan too. In April and May of 2022, ISIS-K began firing rockets into towns and villages in neighboring Uzbekistan and Tajikistan from their bases in Afghanistan, marking the first attacks they carried out beyond their home country, and they would not be the last. In September of 2022, they bombed the Russian embassy in the Afghan capital, Kabul, and then in January of 2024, they carried out another major bombing in the Iranian city of Kerman that killed at least 103 people and injured 284 others, which made it the deadliest terror attack to have ever happened in the Islamic Republic of Iran's entire history. Then, only months later in March, ISIS-K carried out another major external attack against Russia at the Crocus City Hall in a suburb of Moscow while it was hosting a concert that killed another 145 people and wounded 551 others, making it the deadliest terror attack to have struck Russia in 20 years. ISIS-K uses these kinds of big, bold attacks outside of Afghanistan as essentially advertisements to potential jihadis around the world to come and pick up the fight that the Taliban has abandoned, while they also keep carrying them out to undermine the Taliban's authority and legitimacy. The more that ISIS-K keeps carrying out massive attacks beyond Afghanistan in places like Iran and Russia, and likely more to come, the more it shows to the world that the Taliban is not actually in control of terrorism spilling out from beyond Afghanistan's borders. And the less motivated outside countries will be to recognize the Taliban's government and lift sanctions and trade restrictions, which weakens the Taliban and serves ISIS-K's aims of hoping to eventually topple them. ISIS-K also appears to feed off of the resentment within Afghanistan of the country's ethnic Tajik minority community. Afghanistan is a highly ethnically diverse country, with the Pashtuns making up the majority at around 52% of the overall population, and the Tajiks making up another 26% or so of the population. It is estimated that there are between 8 and 15 million Tajiks present in Afghanistan, which is more than live in even the Tajikistan nation-state next door. The Taliban is dominated by the majority Pashtun community in Afghanistan, and the Taliban is often seen as an extension of Pashtun interests over Afghanistan's other ethnic communities like the Tajiks as a result. ISIS-K, meanwhile, recruits from all of Afghanistan's ethnic communities, but appears to heavily recruit from Afghanistan's often marginalized Tajik minority, as evidenced by the fact that all of the ISIS-K attackers involved in the Iran and Russia attacks in 2024 were Tajiks. And probably owing to the fact that unlike the Pashtun-dominated Taliban, ISIS-K wants to actually unite all of the Tajik lands beneath their own flag to encompass the millions of Tajiks that are currently separated and spread across the borders of Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Uzbekistan. ISIS-K will almost certainly continue carrying out major attacks against people they perceive to be their enemies beyond the borders of Afghanistan, and they will attempt to use those attacks to continue undermining the Taliban's legitimacy and power, and to serve as their own marketing recruitment tool. They will continue these attacks, grow their fighters, and bide their time until they are either stopped by someone militarily, or until they feel like they have the sufficient numbers and odds to challenge the Taliban in an all-out fight for control of Afghanistan's future. And if they're successful then, we'll end up having an ISIS-led regime in power in Afghanistan that'll begin preparing for wars of conquest across the region into Iran and Central Asia. This all places the Taliban in a difficult and uncomfortable position. On the one hand, the Taliban desires international...
Yeah, the US probably shouldn't have pulled out.
recognition, legitimacy, and the lifting of financial sanctions over all other objectives right now. And one way they can try and do that is by presenting themselves to the international community as the lesser of two evils. After all, would the outside world prefer a Taliban whose brutality is limited to being within Afghanistan, or ISIS-K whose brutality would extend well beyond Afghanistan's borders? By presenting ISIS-K as the only realistic opposition to them within Afghanistan, the Taliban hopes to appear as the more reasonable partner to cooperate with. And since the Taliban staunchly rejects any foreign troops entering onto Afghanistan soil ever again, they also hope to appear to be the only ones capable of containing ISIS-K's attacks from spreading beyond Afghanistan, which would require the international community to support them in doing that. And to an extent, it's been a working strategy. China accepted the Taliban's appointed ambassador to their country in January of 2024, which effectively extended Beijing's de facto recognition of the Taliban's government in the country, while Russia has suggested that they are about to remove the Taliban from their list of designated terrorist organizations and likely plan to cooperate with them further to try and contain the threat of ISIS-K. But the Taliban has also had to tread a very thin line between suppressing ISIS-K and appeasing international pressures to do something about them. If the Taliban pushes too hard against ISIS-K, they might encourage members of other terror organizations in the country that are currently friendly to the Taliban regime like Al-Qaeda to defect and join with ISIS-K, which could end up bolstering their ranks and threaten their government. But on the other hand, if they don't press hard enough against ISIS-K, and the group keeps carrying out massive attacks outside of Afghanistan, they risk jeopardizing any hope they have of gaining international recognition and getting some of their sanctions lifted. Or, even worse, if ISIS-K were to carry out a big enough attack somewhere.
When will, like, the developed world learn that we can't allow Islam to exist in its current form? They need to revise hate speech laws to ban certain religious beliefs, practices. Beliefs or practices. the like Canadian, UK, Australian, like all these different like America, all these different governments need to ban jihad. They have to revise the Quran and remove portions from the Quran that talk about jihad and just make it illegal to sell Qurans that have those mentions of jihad, of like slavery, you know, going to war with other nations, you know, stuff like that, because this is just going to be an ever-present issue in all of these Islamic countries. And it's just never going to fucking end until you, like, just ban these practices and basically, quote-unquote, denazify Islam.
They risk another major foreign military intervention again that could come and topple them from power again, and undo all of the progress they've made since 2021 at trying to consolidate themselves in Afghanistan. It is an incredibly dangerous balance they have to try and maintain, and if they misstep too far in either direction, it could end up costing them everything. And the dangers presented with ISIS-K's ambitions are far from the only potential conflict looming on the horizon for Afghanistan, because there are also the external ambitions of the Taliban itself. As mentioned previously, the Taliban are dominated by the ethnic Pashtun community within Afghanistan. But, like the Tajiks, the Pashtuns also don't just exist within Afghanistan. There were close to 19 million Pashtuns who were believed to live in Afghanistan, but there were over 40 million Pashtuns who live next door in Pakistan, largely concentrated in northwest Pakistan along the border with Afghanistan, although there were very large numbers of Pashtuns present in Pakistan's other major cities as well, like Karachi and Islamabad. This situation is the historical result of a treaty that was signed between the British Empire's colonial authorities in India and Afghanistan back in 1893, which established the recognized border between British India and Afghanistan by what became known as the Durand Line, named after the then British diplomat who drew the line up, Mortimer Durand. Historically, before this, throughout most of the 18th and early 19th centuries, all of the Pashtun people were united under a single polity that was known as the Durrani Empire. But successive military defeats to the Sikh Empire and then the British Empire resulted in more and more historically Pashtun lands coming under British colonial control. The 1893 Durand Treaty thus effectively carved a line between the Pashtun people and separated them between Afghanistan and British India, and then later between Afghanistan and Pakistan after 1947 when Pakistan gained its independence. This has, of course, always been a highly controversial situation among the Pashtuns themselves. When the British were preparing to partition India between separate Hindu-majority and Muslim-majority countries after the Second World War, there was a very large political movement in the Pashtun-majority areas in the northwest under British control to be given the choices in the referendum of either becoming an independent state they wanted to call Pashtunistan, or being allowed to join themselves with the Pashtuns in neighboring Afghanistan. Instead, the colonial British authorities only gave the Pashtuns in British India the choice in a referendum between joining with India or Pakistan, without the option of independence or joining with Afghanistan. After the Pashtun areas then joined with Pakistan, they became a minority group in a country that was demographically dominated by Punjabis, which left many Pakistani Pashtuns infuriated and feeling marginalized. Pakistan initially attempted to get ahead of any potential Pashtun separatist movements here by establishing what became known as the Federally Administered Tribal Areas, or FATA, a semi-autonomous region in the northwest of Pakistan that gave the Pakistani Pashtuns a high degree of local autonomy from the rest of the country. However, this autonomy in the FATA region proved to present major challenges after the 9/11 attacks and the US invasion of Afghanistan. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan were able to almost seamlessly travel across the border into Pakistan with friendly Pashtuns on either side of it. And after 2002, the Taliban set up a local Pakistani Taliban chapter in the FATA region that they called the Tehrik-i-Taliban, which is usually just referred to as the Pakistani Taliban instead. Ever since, the Afghan Taliban and the Pakistani Taliban have insisted that they are completely separate organizations, even though the Pakistani Taliban's leader has publicly pledged his loyalty to the Afghan Taliban, and the fighters of each group have very often been proven to be the same people traveling back and forth across the border. The Pakistani Taliban in particular is militantly opposed to the existence of the Pakistani state. They openly seek to wage a violent insurgency across the entire country, with the ultimate goal of either overthrowing the Pakistani government itself, or carving out an independent state for the tens of millions of Pashtuns east of the Durand Line, or joining their Pashtun lands here with the Afghan Taliban, or, barring any of that, at least accomplishing complete autonomy for Pakistan's Pashtuns. And in service of those objectives, the Pakistani Taliban has been responsible for many of Pakistan's deadliest terror attacks that have collectively killed thousands of people in the country. Interestingly, the Pakistani state spent decades supporting the Afghan Taliban's fight against the United States and NATO, and even bankrolled their rise back to power in the country. Pakistan's intelligence agency provided funding and intelligence to the Afghan Taliban, and granted them sanctuary in Pakistan to support attacks and operations in neighboring Afghanistan, with the hope that the Afghan Taliban, after they assumed power in Afghanistan, would clamp down on the neighboring Pakistani Taliban and end their separatist movement, and cooperate with Pakistan in the region against their arch-nemesis, India. But instead, after returning back to power in Afghanistan, the Taliban has basically done exactly the opposite of all of that and inflamed tensions with Pakistan instead. As the Pakistani
How stupid are they?
Taliban's insurgency in the FATA region intensified, and attacks in the region continued that killed thousands of people and displaced millions of others. Pakistan decided to revoke the area's former autonomous status in 2017 and merge the FATA into their new Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, which, for the first time since Pakistan's own independence in 1947, effectively symbolized Pakistan's formal incorporation of the Pashtun lands east of the Durand Line into their country. This development enraged both the Pakistani and Afghan sides of the Taliban, and after the Taliban's recapture of Afghanistan in 2021, Pakistan has never been able to convince or pressure them to stop their support for the neighboring Pakistani Taliban. Instead, weapons and arms, drugs, cash, and even volunteers have all flowed from Taliban-ruled Afghanistan into the arms of the Pakistani Taliban. And the Pakistani Taliban's attacks against the Pakistani state have skyrocketed, with hundreds killed in the process since 2021 alone. In 2022, a Pakistani Taliban attack on a Pakistani military convoy of mostly Punjabi soldiers killed 7 of them, which then prompted the Pakistani Air Force to begin actually bombing targets across the border in Afghanistan's Khost and Kunar provinces. They said we're targeting Pakistani Taliban training camps there in retaliation. The tensions between Pakistan and the Afghan Taliban have grown so sharply that ever since Pakistan destroyed the Pashtuns' autonomous status in the former FATA region, they have been tirelessly constructing a massive border fence all along the entire 2,670-kilometer-long length of the Durand Line. Largely completed by 2022, the border fence was constructed by Pakistan at a cost of $500 million and consists of 2 sets of chain-link fences, 3.6 meters high on the Pakistani side and 4 meters high on the Afghan side, separated by a 2-meter space in between filled with dense coils of razor wire. Behind the fence on the Pakistani side, Pakistan has also built nearly 1,000 forts that will be permanently manned by the 80,000-man-strong Pakistani Frontier Corps. They will be assisted by countless cameras and watchtowers built all along the border's length, as well as swarms of hundreds of drones that will permanently patrol the border by the air. The border is marked by only 8 official crossing checkpoints that Pakistan will heavily monitor. By building out this massive border fence, Pakistan hopes to prevent the spread of militants, weapons, and drugs from flowing across.
Oh, border fence. Oh, people can't travel, apartheid state.
the border from Afghanistan into the Pashtun tribal lands of Pakistan, and into the hands of the Pakistani Taliban. But from Afghanistan and the Pashtuns' perspective, the wall has thrown up a permanent and massive barrier between the two halves of the Pashtun community, and separated families on either side of it. And after the destruction of the FATA's autonomous status within Pakistan since 2017, it represents to them Pakistan's attempt to solidify the Durand Line as the final, permanent border, incorporating all of the Pashtun lands and people to the east of the line within Punjabi-dominated Pakistan forever. These developments are what led the
Look at these idiots who think you should have regard for a home invader's well-being. You should just want him to go away.
People pointing out he should have grabbed a more dangerous weapon. Some of us want the burglar to go away, not find out what it means to take a human life. Yeah, fuck around, find out, dude. When you get murdered and your wife and kids get raped, I guess they'll be the ones to find out what it feels like to take away a human life. I just caught a burglar in my house. Holy shit! Almost killed him. Hit him with a frying pan. Got him. Dude, what a fucking retard. Just absolute morons. Thanks for that donation, 789.
The Afghan Taliban's acting foreign minister in February of 2024 to declare during a speech verbatim, quote, "We have never recognized the Durand Line and will never recognize it. Today, half of Afghanistan is separated and is on the other side of the Durand Line. Durand is the line which was drawn by the English on the heart of the Afghans. The Taliban in Afghanistan thus refuse to recognize the Durand Line as the formal border with Pakistan, and they informally support the Pakistani Taliban's ambitions on the other side of that border to carve out an independent state of Pashtunistan. It's estimated that the Pakistani Taliban have between 7,000 and 10,000 of their own fighters currently, and you should expect to see continued attacks and tensions along this border for years more to come. And to try and apply more pressure on the Taliban in Afghanistan to rein in the Pakistani Taliban, Pakistan in late 2023 began deporting literally hundreds of thousands of undocumented Afghan refugees in the country back across the border into Afghanistan, in order to try and overwhelm the Taliban's meager resources and to try and force them into negotiations on restraining the Pakistani Taliban. And then, on top of ISIS-K's conflicts with the Taliban and with Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and probably everyone else in the world, and on top of the Taliban's own conflict with Pakistan across the Durand Line and all of the drugs and weapons that are flowing out of Afghanistan, there's also Afghanistan's potential for conflicts with most of its neighbors because of water as well. First up to discuss here is the Helmand River, an important river that begins in the mountainous highlands of the Hindu Kush in Afghanistan before flowing west into the Hamza wetlands that straddle the Iranian-Afghan border. The wetlands here and the Helmand River that feeds them is an important source of fresh water for Iran's arid southwestern Sistan and Baluchistan province, a sparsely populated frontier province of Iran that is demographically dominated by the minority Baloch people rather than by the Persians, who represent the demographic majority across most of the rest of Iran. As a result, there's a significant separatist movement among the frontier Baloch people here in southeastern Iran, who also extended to neighboring Afghanistan and Pakistan. And so, if one of their primary water supplies, such as the Helmand River and the Hamza wetlands, were cut off, it would inevitably increase instability and Baloch separatism and prove to be a headache for the Iranians to deal with. In the 1960s, Afghanistan started to construct dams on the Helmand River at Gazaki and Grishk to produce hydroelectricity and provide irrigation, but they also cut the river's water flow further downstream into Iran. That's why in 1973, Imperial Iran and the First Republic of Afghanistan signed the Helmand River Water Treaty that committed Afghanistan to allowing at least 850 billion cubic meters of water from the Helmand River to flow further downstream into Iran on an annual basis. But shortly after the treaty was signed, Afghanistan's government was overthrown by the Communist Revolution in 1978. Iran's government was also overthrown by the Islamic Revolution in 1979, and Afghanistan has been locked in a constant state of warfare with rotating governments coming in and out of power ever since. Meaning, the 1973 Water Treaty was never really fully implemented or ratified, which has led to both governments today in Tehran and Kabul heavily disputing the terms of the 1973 treaty and the nature of water rights in the Helmand River. After the Taliban took over power in Afghanistan the first time back in the 1990s, they decided to close the sluice gates of their Kajaki Dam in 1998, which severely restricted the flow of water in the Helmand River further downstream into Iran's Sistan and Baluchistan province. Then, after a Taliban raid on an Iranian consulate in the country killed 8 Iranian diplomats in the same year, Iran actually began preparing for war with the Taliban. They massed 200,000 troops on the border, and the Iranian Supreme National Security Council even voted for war. The crisis was only averted when Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, personally overruled the decision, and the world was spared from an Iranian invasion of Afghanistan in 1998. Just 3 years before, the Americans would do it. But the risk of conflict between Iran and the Taliban over the Helmand River's water supplies never really went away. After the Taliban came back into power in 2021, Iran has continued accusing the Taliban regime of restricting their water supplies they feel they are entitled to, based on the 1973 Helmand River Water Treaty. In 2022, the Iranian ambassador to Afghanistan.
Don't you just love the white evangelical Christian voters for Trump want the 10 commandments in public schools but break every single one?
The literal idolatry of white supremacy, golden calf for our time. Let's see. What the hell is this? White Christians think of themselves as people who hold warm feelings towards African Americans while simultaneously embracing a host of racial attitude or racist attitudes that are inconsistent with that assertion. The version of Christianity that our ancestors built, the faith of our fathers, was a cultural force by design, protected and propagated white supremacy. Okay, what the fuck does this article have to do with the 10 Commandments thing? Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over.
And even claimed that the Taliban was only allowing 4% of the water in the Helmand River to flow downstream to Iran that the 1973 treaty had promised to Iran. Only about 27 million cubic meters out of the 850 million they were theoretically legally entitled to. Tensions over the water in the river escalated until a clash occurred at the Afghan-Iran border, right where the river enters into Iran. In May of 2023, Taliban and Iranian forces at the border opened fire on each other, resulting in 2 Iranian border guards and 1 Taliban fighter getting killed and several others injured. And even though the crisis quickly calmed down, the Taliban has continued holding back the Helmand River's water supplies by keeping their sluice gates on dams like the Kajaki closed, which means that the potential of a water war erupting between the Iranians and the Taliban remains ever present. And that's not even the only water war that the Taliban in Afghanistan could trigger in the near future either. By far the mightiest and longest river that flows through Afghanistan is the Amu Darya, one of Central Asia's greatest water sources whose headwaters begin in the Pamir Mountains of Tajikistan and Afghanistan. The Amu Darya and its tributaries form Afghanistan's northeastern political borders with Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, before the river continues on through Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan before finally emptying into the mostly dried up lake bed of the former Aral Sea. The Amu Darya has a very long history of overexploitation and macro-engineering projects that have already caused extensive amounts of environmental damage in the region. The Soviet Union and Afghanistan made several agreements regarding the Amu Darya River throughout the 20th century, but interestingly, none of these agreements ever actually concerned the issue of water sharing rights on the river. The Soviet Union itself only regulated water sharing agreements on the Amu Darya River between its own separate republics in Central Asia, without ever concerning Afghanistan. So, after the Soviet Union's collapse in the early 1990s, the newly independent states of Central Asia relied on these old Soviet-era treaties to share the river's water without any concern about war-torn Afghanistan's control over a large part of the river that they weren't really using. During the Soviet era, Soviet engineers diverted a massive amount of the Amu Darya's river through Turkmenistan with the Karakum Canal project, one of the largest irrigation projects ever accomplished in human history. The Karakum Canal diverts about 13 cubic kilometers of water per year from the Amu Darya across nearly 1,400 kilometers of arid Turkmenistan's Karakum Desert. The canal is Turkmenistan's largest source of fresh water, and it provides the capital and largest city, Ashgabat, with the majority of its own water supply as well. The canal opened up huge new areas of agricultural land in Turkmenistan's desert that the government primarily used to grow cotton, while Uzbekistan also began withdrawing massive amounts of water from the river further downstream as well, for huge irrigation projects on their own cotton cotton farms that they began developing too. Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan's pulling of water from the river transformed them into some of the largest cotton producers in the entire world. But it also meant that virtually all of the water in the Amu Darya flowing into Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan gets withdrawn from the river before any of it reaches its natural outlet in the Aral Sea, which is why the Aral Sea has been dying for decades now and is just a tiny shadow of what it used to look like. As a result, pretty much all of the water in the Amu Darya River is already largely consumed by Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan with little room left over for maneuvering. But now that the Taliban is back in control of Afghanistan, they're doing something so insanely different with the river that it could literally become an existential crisis for Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan very, very quickly. In early 2022, within months of them seizing power, the Taliban began building a brand new canal from their side of the Amu Darya River that they're calling the Kosh-Tepa Canal. When completed, the canal will stretch for 285 kilometers from the Afghanistan border with Tajikistan across the arid north of the country, which the Taliban expects will be capable of converting about 550,000 hectares of what is currently unproductive desert into productive agricultural farmland. The Taliban has publicly stated that they want to divert 10 cubic kilometers of water per year from the Amu Darya River through their new Kosh-Tepa Canal once it's finished and operational, which is already a huge amount of water, but it'll almost certainly be even more than that in reality. The past half a century of war in Afghanistan and the return of the Taliban and their sanctions in 2021 has resulted in a decades-long brain drain in the country and a serious shortage of skilled workers, machinery, architects, and engineers. Rather than digging out a canal like a government in an economically developed country might with proper tools and materials, regulations, and engineering expertise, the Taliban are really just digging a giant hole across the desert that they'll divert the Amu Darya's water through instead. As a result, international experts expect that approximately half of the water the Taliban diverts through the canal will be simply lost due to seepage out of the canal and into the ground, and also by evaporation. That high level of waste and inefficiency suggests that in order to reach their 10 cubic kilometers of water target, the Taliban will have to really withdraw something more like twice that amount from the Amu Darya instead, which could end up with the Taliban literally reducing the water flow in the Amu Darya River in half, which would absolutely devastate Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan further downstream by practically cutting each of their water supplies in half. For the sake of a reference point, the Soviet-era water sharing agreements on the Amu Darya River that led to projects like the Karakum Canal in Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan's massive cotton growing program, and that didn't include Afghanistan in the negotiations, only assumed that Afghanistan would ever withdraw about 2
Atshayamaim Pushan, Yani Zediakundet Efehanen base. Mandega Shodana Kunda Misha. Chonhamas Lomha Omzadi High Hokamat Regime Iran. James Garami Gaya, Wa Indaghain Chizist Kostad Medibazagon. Darketab Chib Namilailma Bobayat.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
0.1 cubic kilometers of water from the river per year, vastly less than the 10 cubic kilometers or even more than Afghanistan is currently preparing to divert. That level of water diversion being made by Afghanistan on the Amu Darya River is literally an existential threat for the governments of Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan to worry about. And there's no legal mechanism in place to force the Taliban to negotiate or stop, since Afghanistan has never been a party to any treaty on water sharing in the river. Completely landlocked and with the Aral Sea already practically destroyed and with precious little rainfall, Uzbekistan has very few other ways of acquiring any fresh water for its 37 million people and their agriculture other than from the Amu Darya River. And Turkmenistan is in the same boat. Turkmenistan is almost entirely covered by the arid Karakum Desert, and even though it borders the Caspian Sea that could be harnessed for fresh water with desalination plants are highly technical projects that require outside expertise and they're expensive and time-consuming to build. And Turkmenistan might not have either the time or the cash to build a few desalination plants on the Caspian Sea after the Taliban started.
In hindsight, I should have just used this pic instead of that link earlier.
Yeah, that sums things up pretty well. Thanks for the donation, Bendover.
Really diverting their water from the Amu Darya River. The Taliban want to build the Kosh-Tepa Canal because the Amu Darya River is just right there running through their country in the north, and they want to use it to irrigate new lands here in the north to solidify their control in the area where they have always struggled to maintain it. Northern Afghanistan, where the canal is being constructed, is inhabited primarily by ethnic Tajiks and Uzbeks rather than the Pashtuns to the southeast who dominate the Taliban. And so it's the north of the country where their biggest internal rival, ISIS-K, is more heavily present at. By digging the canal...
So Iran, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan are all gonna want to invade fucking Afghanistan.
And irrigating the land and settling farmers, the Taliban hopes to pacify the north in the process and reduce the influence of ISIS-K. But by doing so, they are risking a huge gamble on whether or not Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan will do anything about it or not. Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan will have to carefully weigh their own responses to the crisis between doing nothing and risking an explosion of internal instability within their own countries, as their water supplies inevitably crash and water rationing will have to take effect, or confronting the Taliban directly and risking a sharp rise in regional instability in Central Asia that could end up resulting in the modern world's first major water war. Afghanistan stands today at a highly uncertain future in the center of Asia, with any number of potential wars and conflicts that could break out around them in the future. The Taliban themselves will continue struggling to gain international recognition, so long as they ruthlessly repress the rights of women and welcome organizations like Al-Qaeda at home, and continue exporting weapons and drugs abroad around the world. The ambitions of ISIS-K against the Taliban risks throwing Afghanistan back into another civil war, while ISIS-K's external ambitions risk wars with Iran, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan at a minimum. While their increasingly bold attacks on outside powers like Russia and potentially maybe China and others risks dragging another major power into another invasion of Afghanistan if the attack is big and destructive enough. The Taliban Taliban's support of the Pakistani Taliban next door and their continued refusal to recognize or accept the Durand Line as the international border risks another major conflict escalating between Afghanistan and Pakistan, while the Taliban's water policies on the Helmand and Amu Darya rivers risk sparking water conflicts with Iran, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan as well. There are so many different sources of potential conflicts emanating out from Afghanistan today that it might only be a matter of time before one of them inevitably triggers another major international incident that will force someone, sometime, somewhere, to decide on intervening back in Afghanistan yet again. And then the long cycle of instability, chaos, and violence that has consumed Afghanistan and made it a black hole on the world map for the past half a century will continue and keep on going into another chapter. And I don't think there's anybody alive today who really knows how to actually break the tragic cycle of Afghanistan's forever wars for good.
Yeah, ban Islam. If the United States, like, invades again, ban fucking Islam. All these other Islamic countries are fucking stupid, and they're not gonna ban Islam because they're fucking Muslim, but yeah, the solution is to ban Islam.
As I said before, when it comes to Afghanistan, it's always best to expect the unexpected. After all, hardly anyone in the outside world anticipated the sheer speed at which the Taliban would thunder back into power over the summer of 2021 as the United States withdrew itself from the country. Washington had spent the past 2 decades and hundreds of billions of dollars tirelessly building up the Republic of Afghanistan and their armed forces to keep the Taliban and other extremist forces at bay after US forces withdrew from the country. And the belief in Washington back then at the time was that the Taliban was massively outgunned and outmanned by the Republic's forces. But, as it turned out, the Republic of Afghanistan was only superior to the Taliban on paper. In only 3 months after the US forces initiated their withdrawal from the country, the Taliban defeated everyone's expectations and managed to blitzkrieg themselves across the entire country. Easily.
So that's bullshit. Anybody with, like, look, if you talk to any real military experts, none of them fucking thought the Afghan National Army was going to be able to do shit against the Taliban. Even, like, you can even see Vice reports from, like, 8 years ago where they were reporting on the Afghan National Army. They're all, like, fucking opium addict retards. So nobody, like, this came as a surprise to no one.
Casting aside the Afghan Republic's armed forces that on paper had nearly 5 times the manpower and significantly better weaponry and technology. The Afghan president fled the country in disgrace, and by August of 2021, the scene of US helicopters evacuating American embassy staff and jets hastily taking off from the Kabul airport with desperate passengers trying their hardest to cling on evoked some of America's bitterest memories of the chaotic withdrawal from South Vietnam in 1975. The speed at which Afghanistan fell back under the Taliban's control in those 3 months profoundly shocked the United States and the rest of the world. But
no, it did not. Everybody knew that was going to happen.
Unfortunately, due to the inherently violent, controversial, and very recent nature of discussing how an organization as infamous as the Taliban actually managed to pull it all off and come back into power over the summer of 2021, the next part of this video would almost certainly cause the rest of the video before it to become demonetized and age restricted, which ultimately would mean the YouTube's algorithm would have never promoted any of this video to you, and you would probably never have seen any of it. But the other amazing—
Alright, well, we'll see how that all goes, but yeah, that's fucked. The Middle East is just an absolute shithole. I'm glad I wasn't born there. Alright, it is late, and I am tired as fuck, so I think I'm going to end the stream now. Should be streaming tomorrow night around the usual time. I might do an afternoon stream, but no guarantees. But there's a good likelihood that I will do an afternoon stream. Hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.